Out on the edge of the firestorm, no one's coming, we're alone. No reinforcements, no retreat, just iron will and aching feet. We're the forgotten left to fight, a broken dawn, no end in sight. But we swore our blood and breath to hold the line until our death. We'll hold the line, we won't break, for the greater good, our lives we stake. No one's coming, we'll stand tall, for every comrade, one and all. Through the fire, through the pain, the vessel will remain. We'll hold the line, till the stars forget to shine. The earth casts and we'd be prepared, but the ammo's gone, the guns are bare. A war machine without the heart, but we still fight, we play our part. In the shadows, in the dust, our cause is more than bones and rust. With every pulse shot, every cry, we give them hell before we die. We'll hold the line, we won't break, for the greater good, our lives we stake. No one's coming, we'll stand tall, for every comrade, one and all. Through the fire, through the pain, the vessel will remain. We'll hold the line, till the stars forget to shine. The heavens may burn, the ground may quake.
Infantry, sir.
But our
Good for you.
resolve they can't
Mobile
forsake.
infantry made me the man I am today.
A bond of flame, united by more than just a name. We'll hold the line, we won't break, for the greater good, our lives we stake. No one's coming, we'll stand tall, for every comrade, one and all. Through the fire, through the pain, the vessel will remain. We'll hold the line, till the stars forget to shine. We'll hold the line, we'll hold the line, we won't break, for the greater good, our lives we stake. No one's coming, we'll stand tall, for every comrade, one and all. Through the fire, through the pain, the vessel will remain. We'll hold the line, till the stars forget to shine.
Victory is assured. How are we all doing, my little chickadees? It is time for another Mordian Glory live stream. And I don't mean to alarm you, but I got a spicy meatball for your viewing pleasure today. Let me just have the semblance of being a professional streamer, and remember that I had the stream goals up from like 2-3 weeks ago. What's this t-shirt I'm wearing? Just leave that on. Let's just leave that on. You know what? Let's just have that on screen for a bit, shall we? You know what? You know what? It's a fucking miracle that my head fits in this frame right now. It is. It is. This has done no favors for my arrogance. This has done no favors for my ego. Okay, no, joking aside. Joking aside. Welcome to the Monday stream. Hope you guys are excited for it. we got a big one for you. We got a real big one for you. This weekend, I went to a GT. And I took Tau to that GT. And the reason I took that Tau to that GT, the reason I took Tau to that GT is to prove a point actually is not true. It was really to prove a hypothesis, to prove a theory. Because I had basically been told, in amongst all of the other beef that I got, I'd basically been told that Tau were bad by the Tau community, and that I was wrong, and that I was a bad player. Now, me being wrong is nothing new. Me being a bad player is definitely something you could argue for, but I was pretty confident that I knew what I was talking about regarding the Tau. Pretty confident I was about that. But there was only one way to prove it. There's only one way to find out. And so, we took Tau to a tournament. We took Tau to a GT. We took Tau to a Shark Tank. And if you're in the Discord, if you were in the MG Discord this weekend, you already know what the results were. You already know. But if you weren't in the MG Discord this weekend, let me just say, bring out your cups, your flagons, your steins. Because I am going to fill them up with the salty, salty, delicious tears of unfathomable sadness from the Tau community. Because they all laughed at me. They all laughed at me. Well, look who's laughing now. Some people, a lot of them say they can't stand me. You know what? I don't blame you. It's hard. It's hard to... I can't say that. All I'm going to say is they hate us because they ain't us. And so come with me on this. I'm taking my socks off. That's how excited I am. Honestly, I've basically been fully erect for the last 24 hours. I've basically been fully erect. But come with me on this journey. And it is a journey of discovery, a journey of fun, a journey of teasing a little bit. You know, we're gonna tease. But on a serious note, come with me on this journey as we actually learn a little bit about the Tau. And look, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm definitely going to be a little arrogant in this stream. I'm definitely going to be, hyping it up and exaggerating it for comedic effect. But the truth is that I am going to try. I'm going to try. I can't promise I'll be successful. But I am going to try and not be an utter arrogant wanker about this. And the truth is I'm going to try and actually get the important information across. There you go. All right? Unless you don't want that chat. Unless you want me to go full-blown sneering Imperial, in which case I can do that too. I'm just going to hold back a little bit. It's going to hold back. How much ego do you want? Honestly, I didn't have any... Do you know what's funny? I didn't really have an ego until this event. And now, I feel like I've got one. Oh, no, I'm teasing. I'm not that bad. I'm not that bad. On a serious note, though, on a serious note, I learned quite a lot about Tau. And I learned a lot about the meta. And I have to say, that, in truth be told, this could be controversial. This could be controversial. I'm just going to say it. I think in some areas, not all areas, but I think in some areas, Tau are superior to Guard. Tau are better than Guard. Not in all areas, and we'll talk about those. But it's that they're really fucking good. They're really, really, really fucking good. And I thought they were good before. Now, I am convinced they are. Now I am convinced they are broken. And I've got the data. I've got the fucking receipts to back it up. And that's both me. That's me being serious, boys. That's me being serious. Stop being modest and bask in the glory. Bath in it. Yes! Victory is assured. And you know what? I'm just going to say it. It turns out that the best way to play Tau is to play them like God. And they don't want to hear it. They don't want to fucking hear it. They don't want to hear it. But I would happily. The list that I took this weekend wasn't a teams tournament, and so there was no way I could, get with captaining and stuff. There's no way, or my captain give me a good match. There's no way I could do that. I will say this right now. I would happily take that Tau list, that same Tau list with just minor tweaks, that same Tau list onto WTC terrain, GW terrain, UKTC terrain, whatever terrain you want, baby. And I've got do you want what's funny? I got a couple of things which I think I got a couple of things that I discovered along the way which I don't which I know the Tau community isn't aware of. Yeah. I got a couple of things. And do you also know what's kind of funny? Every single person that saw my list, that got paired into my list and saw it, underestimated it. Every single one of them. And I want to say something right now, okay? And there's a lot of stuff I got to say. But I'm going to tell you right now, I think it was the list more than me. Okay? I think it was, and I'll take you through the list, boys, don't worry. But I think it was the list more than me. And I'll tell you why I think it was the list more than me. Because I didn't play a single practice game. This was only... The last time I played Tau, I think was last year. And it was a local... It was about a year ago. It was a local RTT. And this was before they'd had the buff. So literally... 0 practice games. And I have a list as long as my arm of rules that I got wrong, not in my favor. I spent the entire you know what? We're just going to get into this. We're just going to go straight into it. Okay. And then we're going to catch up on super chats and stuff. Okay. Let me give you an idea. Okay. I got 1 or 2 things wrong in my favor. I'm going to say that right now. I did think that stealth suits had grenades. I only used it once or twice when they shouldn't have had grenades. And I did learn partway through the tournament they didn't, and then I didn't use it again. And so that's like the only, I'd say that's the only major thing that I got wrong in my favor. Do you want to know things I didn't get, that I got wrong that was against me? I thought I spent the entire event with Devil Fishers on 12 wounds and Hammerheads on 13 wounds. Because in my head, I had that story about Bill the Bastard, where he said his Hammerhead had 14 wounds, it only had 13. But it turns out they do have 14 wounds now. They didn't in 8th edition, but they do now in 10th. So I spent the entire event with my Hammerheads down a wound. And I had people in games against me being like, I'm sure they've got 14 wounds that Hammerhead. I'm like, nah, it's only got 13. So I spent the entire tournament with that. Spent the entire tournament not realizing that my Riptides ignored negative modifiers to hit, and my broadsides ignored negative modifiers to hit, even though... No, my broadsides I remembered. Spent nearly the whole tournament, spent the whole of the first day thinking that my broadsides only had 1 missile drone each. They've got 2 missile drones each. I was half on my missile shots. Forgot didn't realize I had twin linked on a lot of my smart missile systems as well until about game 3. Didn't realize that I forgot my Tau Fire Warrior special rule the entire time. What was the other one? Oh yeah, forgot that Devilfish had the advance and get out ability until day 2. So like there's more. Oh, forgot the Fire Warriors -1 to hit thing when they shoot. Yeah, there was loads. So I was basically playing. I'd say the first day I basically played with the only datasheet abilities being remembering the Pathfinders guided themselves and everyone else, and the stealth suit guiding thing, and the Riptide Nova charge. That was it. Yeah. So I definitely got a few things wrong day 1, but by day 2 I'd picked up most of them. Yeah. But it's still... Yeah. So it just goes... That's when I say I don't think it was me. I think the thing that helped me was the fact that I played like a guard army. And I think the thing that helped me was the fact that, as I said, I think the tower rule is phenomenally powerful. You just have to leverage it right. Truth be told, you just have to leverage it right. But we'll get into all the details. An uncommon mind is a swift mind. It's true. I finished every game with like 20 minutes to spare. I finished round 5 with like 30 minutes to spare. I was fuck it. I'll tell you what, I was pretty quick. To give you guys a bit of foreshadowing, though, I think this is important. I got this comment more than once, but sort of offhand more than once. But I got it very strongly. It wasn't a bad comment. It was a good joke that I had. We had a good laugh. Everyone that was involved had a good laugh. At one point, one of my opponents looked me dead in the eye and said, "Fucking hell, you're not a Tau player naturally, are you?" Because of the way that I was using the army. And I think that really, really caught people off guard. Because they were expecting to go into a Tau army and the way that people normally play a Tau army. And the reality is that I didn't play a Tau army. I played a guard army that just happened to have found some special equipment. Yeah. Because I was... Well, I'll tell you. We'll wait. I don't want to give too much away. We'll get there when we get there. But yeah, fucking hell. You don't play like a... You're not a Tau player naturally, are you? Yeah. All right. So with all of that said, I think it's probably right that we've had our little briefing, we've had a little intro, we've had a quick little sort of high-level summary of bits and bobs. I think it's probably right that we observe and obey our traditions. We do the thing that separates us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and the worst... No, I won't say that. And what makes us the Ethereal's finest, his Guvesa, their Guvesa, our Guvesa, stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! And we got 250 people in the stream now. Get the 07s flowing down in the chat. Twitch gang, Kick gang, YouTube gang, get the 07s flowing down in the chat. Let's see who is in here tonight. Oh my god, it's totally popping off. I'm not going to read the names out. There's too many. But that just gives you. If I'm not reading the names out, it gives you an excuse to go full Sprigs mode and spam as many 07s as you like. So there you go. You can go full Sprigs tonight, boys. There you are. Big welcome to every single one of you. Massive thank you to every single one of you for joining. Don't forget to go ahead and like and subscribe whilst you're here. We are trying to get to 80,000 subscribers by the end of the year. And every time you like the stream, it's a massive help. It's a massive help. Jason Wayland. Back at you. We've got too much to go through, man. It takes me a whole stream to go through a fucking RTT. I got to get through a GT this time. Fucking hell. But seriously, boys, thank you so much to all of you for joining. Really do fucking appreciate it. And a massive thank you to every single one of you crazy, beautiful bastards coming in with those likes and those subscriptions and all of that amazing. Don't forget to follow on Kick. Don't forget to follow on Twitch as well. Massive thank you, boys. It is popping off tonight. It is popping off, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Speaking of popping off, we do have quite a few super chats coming in here. So we're going to be a few minutes. Not going to lie to you. We're going to be a few minutes, but let's catch up on those super chats. Say our thank yous. And then we will get into the games. And, of course, we'll start off with Army List and, like, Lay of the Land and all that kind of stuff. But before we get there, we have got a thank you. First, I want to say a big thank you to the Whispering Monk. Whispering Monk, thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for being our spiritual liege, for keeping our ears clean and our souls pure. Thank you for the extra conscript. Speaking of extra conscripts, massive thank you to Marold, my boy. Marold, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. And as always, Maud, I raise my glass to you, an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, and a kind sir. There we go. I want to say next a big thank you to Ed Bailey. Ed Bailey, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Rattle the Tin Cup, Tim. Also, what's this about the Black Templars leak? Also, can you keep it down, Tim? You scream like a banshee when you're getting pegged.
Victory is assured.
I will not keep it down. Those were screams of victory. Those are screams of victory. I haven't seen the Black Templars leak, to be honest. Honestly, guys, this tournament has taken a... And it's going to sound wanky as fuck. This tournament's taken a fucking toll on me. I was so nervously excited over Friday, Saturday, Friday night. Friday night, I was very nervously excited. Couldn't sleep. Only got about 3 hours sleep on the Friday. Couldn't eat anything on the Saturday. Barely ate anything on the Saturday. Couldn't even eat much dinner when we went out for dinner. Basically didn't sleep on Sunday. Basically just couldn't sleep. Few fitful minutes here and there. Probably added up to like an hour or two. And then didn't eat at all on the Sunday on the second day. I think I had like half of a cookie. That was it. And then yesterday, obviously which was Sunday, but even after I was done, the come down was so monumental. I still didn't fucking sleep last night. I'm absolutely fucking wired. I'm wired to the fucking girls. That's how we stormed Normandy, you know. Wired to the fucking girls. So it's only just now, literally in the last like hour or so before coming online, when I've been able to eat something and actually come down, man. I was just like, fuck it out. So yeah, so I haven't looked at any Black Templars leaks or anything like that. I've just been like almost like jacked fucking wired. Yeah, it's been crazy. Coming down now though and getting a bit. Tell you what, if I'd done the stream yesterday, I would have been frantic. Yeah. So at least I got about 7 hours sleep last night. So I did get some sleep, but I'm still a bit behind. But yeah, Ed Bailey. So I haven't seen the Black Templars leak. Just been basically trying to do anything just to relax. Relax. There we go. Yeah, I got into the Panzer chocolate apparently. Next, I'll say a big thank you to Nostalgia Vivek, 19-month Verflex, X-Force baby. There we go. Nostalgia Vivek, thank you for the 19 months, man. Thank you for doing your part. I have so much bot actions / conflict 47 now. Well, over 3,000 points. Nice. Dude, amazing, man. Dude, welcome to probably The best non-GW game out there right now. It's fantastic. Bolt action. And obviously Conflict will be good as well. Well over 2,000 points. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Next, I'll say a big thank you to the lower decks. The lower decks, thank you so much for the support, man. Underestimated just as planned in stream discussion. Have you got a... Look at that. I've got to like... 1 minute. Where... I got to actually find it. 1 second. There's so much popping off in the Discord right now. It's kind of crazy. Okay, here we go. So this is not wargaming related. This is Lower Decks' Discord storyline related. So let's have a look here. So the dynasty continues. Even here on this stale shrine world with enemies all around and pressure for your allies, the dynasty continues. Everyone underestimates the Von Shithouse Road Trade dynasty. Over the centuries, many have written off the Von Shithouse. We were too stubborn, too brash. We went in different directions from the norm. We courted controversy. We proposed... Maybe it is related to stream. We courted controversy. We proposed audacious plans that clashed with standards others held to. We ruffled feathers. We shook trees. We unsettled our allies and terrified our enemies. And yet here we are. The victories of the dynasty continue to frustrate, to antagonize, to vex those waiting for our fall. Even our failures prove useful to us as we adapt while our foes have wasted their time in pointless celebration. It seems those who have collectively poo-pooed the Von Shithouse dynasty are yet again to see how devastatingly powerful a man with a codpiece and no social graces can be.
If I ever find one of these lying around again, I swear to fucking God, I will stop being so polite. Get the fuck out of my sight before I demolish you.
Oh my God. Yes. Absolutely true, man. Absolutely true. Hey, that's me now, though. It's no longer Mordian glory, Lower Decks. It's all about that Viola victory now. Oh, my days. It's all about Viola victory now. There we go. I love it, mate. I love it. Lower Decks, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the in-universe kind words, man. Amazing. Next, big thank you to Mark Talibalan for the 21-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Thank you so much, Mark. But at what cost, Heresy? At what cost? Well, a physical cost has definitely taken its toll on me. And an emotional cost has taken its toll on me. Joking aside, I've actually said for a little while now that I really quite like playing with Tau. I enjoyed them back in 9th edition. Tau is an absolute power trip. It's an absolute power trip of a faction. It's just not so fun being on the receiving end of it. But you know what? I don't think it was so bad this time. There wasn't... So when I played Tau in 9th edition, I felt like I destroyed people's fucking souls. When I played Tau in 10th edition, I felt like I was strong and inevitable, but not soul-destroying. You know? Or maybe I've just got used to seeing the light die in people's eyes now. Maybe. Could be that one. Russell W, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you for doing your part. Ed Bailey, thank you so much for chat. Reject the meta, embrace the guard. Yeah, baby. That's what I'm fucking talking about. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Reject the greater good. Reject the teaching of the ethereals. Embrace the guard. I want to say next a big thank you to Ed Bailey. Thank you so much for super chat, man. Right click, full send all the ego. Oh, I've never had an ego before. I don't really know how to deal with it. It's not my... And it's, joking aside, it's not really my way. You know, I'll tell you what, I'll make a few jokes. Do you know what I mean? But, I don't know, man. It's... I will be smug as and when it becomes appropriate in the story. As and when it becomes appropriate in the retelling. Zando, thank you for the 12 months. Xbox, baby! Paint competition channels, where? I can't find them. Zando, are you in the waiting area of the Discord, in the main area of the Discord? If you're in the waiting area... So right now you might just be in the... I'm not sure exactly where you are. You might just be in the welcome station. I'll just have a quick look. If you're in the welcome station, you have to wait to come in. If you've been given access to the Discord, you need to come over to the About the Server area and click on these badges to unlock the extra channels. Okay? To unlock the extra channels. All right. There you go, Zando. Yes, I will be making a video. By the way, to be clear, I will be making a tournament after action report on this tournament. It will be going out not this weekend, but next weekend. So this is kind of like the long form version, and then the summary after action report, which will only be like sort of an hour and a half, will go out in a week or so. Yeah. Not this Saturday, but next Saturday is the plan. All right, where are we up to? Trooper, my boy! Trooper, thank you so much for the super chat, man. 07, sir. Hobby progress in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look, mate. Let's have a look what you've been up to. Ooh. Let's have a look. You know what? I'm getting warm. I need my fan. I'm sweating. I'm going to go grab my fan in a moment. 07, sir. I got part of my vow completed. A star of clan mechs, bargained and done. A Hunchback 2IC, a Marauder 2IC, a Warhammer 2IC. Supernova and Stone Rhino. Also, are we sure to be 2 clamps? Ego is still capable of fitting through a hole in a piece of paper. No, it's not fitting through any holes in any pieces of paper, man. It's not fitting through any holes in any pieces of paper. It's there's not enough paper in the world for my ego to fit through that now. I'm just going to be honest. Dude, love... 1 minute. I went through that a bit quickly. Love it. I actually really like that color scheme, man. I like the basing you've done too. Because I know you've not had your mechs based previously, but I actually do think they look better for basing. For sure. For sure. I like that effect on... I like that. Oh, that's just one of the lines. I thought you'd done some glass reflection on there. I do apologize, man, but I do like the basing. Yeah, Mudman's back, baby. Mudman is back. Okay, let me grab my fan quickly because it's very, very warm. Let me grab my fan. Probably better go around the other way. That's going to go there. Oh, it's very, very warm. There we go. Okay, hopefully that won't be too much background noise. But let me know if the hum is too loud, then I can always turn the fan setting down. I've got it on max at the moment, but I'll probably turn it down a little bit. Okay, where are we up to? We've got Maxirian. Maxirian, thank you for the super chat, man. Rip your dignity. Rip my dignity? What fucking dignity? if you've come for fucking dignity, you've come to the wrong place, man. Oh my days. What's in the Forge boxes? I've got a Macarius, And a Crassus armored assault transport, and I think a Gorgon, but I'm just going to check. Yes. And a Gorgon. And a Gorgon. Okay. Okay, so there we go. Maxine, thank you for the support, man. And yeah, I've got some big 4-drill stuff to be working on. Picture, we've got next up, big thank to Chain of Command. Thank the Super Chat Man. Picture and stream discussion of my vow and how it's coming on. Let's have a look, man. Here we go. Alright. My commando vow is coming on well. Nice. Dude, loving the camo pattern. Loving the camo pattern. Very, very, very cool. Nice. All right, dude. Sick. Looking forward to seeing them all paying up, mate. Big shout out next to oh shit, I've lost my place. Big shout out to Dustin Polos. Thank you so much for the 13-month member flex. X-Force, baby! You're a traitor with the Guvesa Alliance. Hey. Hey. I had to do it. I had to do it. I had to do it. It was for the betterment
Reporting for duty, sir.
of our hobby. You could say it was for the greater good of our community. Wang and Whimsy, thank you for the 13-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Join the Steel Legion for TTC. Also, comment and stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. What have we got here?
All guardsmen, follow me to
I can't see the comment in stream discussion, mate. I can't see the comment in stream discussion. Is it the is it your favorite comment from the weekend? Oh, there you go. Oh, I see it. I can see it now. Some other channel. Tails a tournament player. Tower player cheated me with grenades. Yes, mate. Yes, absolutely. Hey, you gotta throw shit at the wall. You gotta get it back, right? That's the way. Next up, big thank you to Eldar. Eldar, thank you for the super chat, bro. Hey MG, I had a very bad day. Now seeing you has made my day brighter. Oh, that's very, dude. That's actually a massive compliment. I'm glad I can make your day a little bit better, man. Fucking hell, that's amazing. And I look forward to hearing about the towel. Thank you, dude. Thank you. You're a good lad. Thank you. Big shout out to Gaza14, the 11-month Prime sub on Twitch. Nearly X-Force. Nearly. Dude, thank you. You said thank you to me. Thank you to you for your support. Next we've got Philip Arrigo coming in with the Giga Chat. Congrats, you cheeky son of a gun. Hobby progress in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Here we go. Here we go. Finished 40 assault intercessors last week and finished some touch up this weekend for the army. Ready for my RTT in 2 weeks. So that's how it started. And that's how it finished. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Wow. They are gorgeous. They are actually gorgeous, man. Holy shit. Now that's a Blood Angels army right there. All gas, no brakes, full send, absolute full fucking bore. Give them both barrels. Fucking soak the bitch. There you go. There you go. Now that's a fucking Blood Angel army right there. Nice. Big thank you next to Evolutionary Gaming. Evolutionary Gaming, thank you for the 29-month member flex. X-Force, baby. Leave it to you. Double X-Force. Leave it to you to play an Imperial Tower army. Hey. What can I say? But, you're welcome. Do 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 do. Oh, man. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I will say, playing Tower's a lot of fun. You know? It's just, you know, you just got... I'll tell you what, I'll come back to that. It's a lot of fun, but... I want to say a big thank you to Spriggs, my boy! Spriggs, thank you for the 15-month Prime... 15-month full-blown sub over on Twitch. Spriggs, thank you so much, dude, for your incredible support, left, right, and centre. 07, you magnificent bastard. Parcel ready, being sent out tomorrow morning on 24-hour delivery. Nice. 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 Big shout out to M for subscribing on YouTube. Don't forget, guys, we are trying to get to 80,000 subscribers by the end of the year. So if you like what I do, then please consider subscribing to the channel. It's a massive, massive help. Be like M. All right, I've got 1, 2, 3 more super chats, and then we are good to go. So, Bremer, my boy! 4 more super chats, sorry. Bremer, my boy! Thank you so much for the 18-month member flex. X-Force, baby! My pal of future is crying in stream discussion. Oh, no. Yes! Yes! My pal of future fun really tries to lose weight, but I sabotage wherever I can. Just order the 3D printer. Yes, mate. We ordered... Is that 2 3D printers? No, that's Wash and Cure. Fucking yes, mate. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Mad respect. 3D print. Crazy how the Mars 4 is only that much. I might get a fucking second 3D printer. Yeah. Nice. Let's have a look, mate. That's cool. Well, good luck to... You'll print an entire year's worth of models in 2 weeks if you're anything like me. Yeah. It took me a year to get over my first 2 to 3 weeks of printing. Yeah. It's great. Beep. Beep. It's so good. Gathering Clouds, thank you for the Bane Blade. Yes, it is the Bane Blade. Some interesting stuff coming from Black Templars. Might finish my pile of pious pilgrims. Ooh. Okay. Well, Gathering Clouds, I haven't seen the Black Templars leak. I guess I could have a quick look and see if there's anything like Warhammer Community or anything. When did it leak? Just out of curiosity. I don't want to get too sidetracked, but, you know, when did it leak? I don't see anything on... Oh, Black Day. Is it just a preview, or is there a full-blown leak? Oh, they're just Warcom stuff. Oh, okay. I don't trust Warcom after Heresy, I'm not going to lie. Forget oaths of moment. Swear Templar vow today. Abhor the Witch. You can reroll the charge. You can reroll charge against Psychers and precision against Psychers in combat. Except that they charge them out of the odds. +1 to wound is good there. Suffer not the unclean to live. You don't need to move to the close enemy model. You just need to move to the close enemy unit. That's going to be good in the hands of a good player. Uphold the honor of the Emperor. And then your command visits units within a range of objective marker. You control that objective marker. Remain your control unto your opponent. Okay, so sticky objectives. And you can advance and do actions. That's huge. Heirs of Sigmund rule. Templar vows. Can't use First Company Task Force. No Psychers. Can't use Gladiator Lancer, Gladiator Reaper, Gladiator Valiant, Impulsor, Land Raider. What the fuck? Wait. Am I missing something here? The Land Raider Crusader is not allowed for Black Templars, which implies a Black Templar specific Crusader. Does it fucking really? Are you sure about that? Are you fucking sure about that? Because I'm not fucking sure about that. Nothing will kill my love for the Black Templars more than me not being able to take the Hammer of Sigismund, my customized Land Raider Crusader. They bet. I'm Phil. They fucking better. They fucking better. I got a fucking customized double hurricane bolt of fucking double like extra hurricane bolt of fucking Land Raider Crusader. It's ridiculous and I love it. Hammer of Sigismund. Yeah. They better. They bet. I'm just saying. You guys are also assuming this. If GW hasn't said it in the article, I wouldn't presume it. Because remember Heresy 3.0 wasn't that long ago. Can't just walk on, boys. There's no repulsor Land Raider Crusader, exactly. I'm vexed. I'm terribly vexed. Gathering Clouds. I'm excited for Black Templars, but I'm also now nervous about Black Templars. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. If it says that it's in there, if it's in there, it's in there. Fine. If it's in there, it's in there. That's okay. Cosmic, my boy! Cosmic, thank you so much for the super chat, man. I see the greater good. Thank you for the Baneblade! The Baneblade chat, Cosmic. I see the greater good could only be carried by the way of the rising Wang. Yeah, baby! Absolutely. I too had a productive weekend. Battleport with list emailed to you and the first vow completed. Let's take a look. Okay. Right, 1 second. Cosmic, I love it. Let's have a look here. Dude, I am feeling it. I am feeling it, Cosmic. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. That side profile looks great. Oh, man. That looks so good. Dude, that has come out so nice. That has come out so nice, man. Yes, mate. From that to that. Fucking 10 out of 10, boys. Fucking 10 out of 10. That's amazing. Good fucking effort. Good fucking effort. Okay. And what do you say? There's a battle report in there as well. Let's have a look. I've got this one and then 2 more, and then we're getting into the after action report. Crazy Gamers Death Guard, Morty tough, but a couple of action cannons, and a few lucky rolls, and some siege guns show that the Bully Boys and some siege guns show that the God's Blessing ain't shit. And score turn 5, I got 97. Guard got 97 to Death Guard 90 on the ritual. Nice. Nice. Dude, that's a lot of Vanquisher cannons. Holy shit, that's a lot of Vanquisher cannons. Yes. Oh, yes, mate. I love it. That's cool, man. So much guard. So much guard everywhere.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Just keep fucking flying into Morty until he goes. He'll go down eventually. Do you know what I mean? He'll go down eventually. That's cool, Cosmic. Dude, two well-painted armies on both sides. That's a nice treat. Do you know what I mean? Nice, 2 well-painted armies. Some nice different terrain. And what looks like a very close-fought battle. Excellent, man. And then the list as well. Okay. Hammer and Anvil, Ritual, Tactical, new challenge cards, which I'm now a big fan of, and Twist will bring strategic reserves on turn 1. Okay, so you played Twist and... Okay, that's fair enough. I ended up putting the Commissar and Grenadiers in reserve potential turn 1 Twist reserve secondaries. And they're going first over the score, a couple of hits on Morty with some cannons, bringing Mothman down to 5 wounds right away. Fucking hell. Advanced all infantry with move onto all 3 objectives to put a tank down every firing lane. creating a wide line, and I'm so glad that the plasma tank commander. I used to struggle with elite infantry, but plasma cuts right through them, especially big plasma gun. Fucking told you, executions are good. My opponent was forced to hide Monster Man for 2 turns in fear of the the mighty Vanquisher cannon. The rest of the game it came down to secondary and prime objectives kept getting generated. We ended up nearly double the amount of prime objectives thanks to the mission rule, the ritual, and the challenge cards came into every major play every time it looked like I was losing. I was able to bring it back just a little bit further. I was able to score max secondaries. What's the challenge card bringing me back into the fight and putting me ahead? Well, my men kept dying, and dozens left, right, and centre held the line, and the right flank was down to the last Lord Commissar, and the artillery teams defended the back line. Turns out dropping the Terminators into your opponent's back line when they have giant siege guns with direct line of sight tends to make a nice sticky paste on the floor. Well, both armies only had scraps troopers left. I had no very weapons, thanks to the artillery to secure the victory 97 to 90. My list below. Nice. So Canadian Command Squad Grand Strategist, Commissar, 3 Krieg Command Squads, and 2 Rust Commanders. 3 blobs of Kriegers, 2 artillery teams, big Borgen squad, Kazakin squad, and double Vanquisher. Dude, I like it. I like it. I like it. Lots and lots and lots of lots of big guns and plenty of infantry. That's the way. Do I get 1,000 points for the last good? Of course you do, Cosmic. You went above and beyond. Every time it looked like you were done, you add a little bit more onto it. Yes. Happy to give you the 1,000 points there, mate. All right. Cosmic. Excellent work all around, mate. Fantastic. Big shout out to Chicken Detonator. Thank you for the 14-month support on Twitch. X-Force, baby. Thank you, mate, for doing your part. Big thank you to Q-Tut. Thank you for the 15-month member flex. X-Force, baby. Sir, do you reckon Votan can be gardified? Yes, when the indirect fire comes out. I'm going to say it right now. Everyone who says indirect fire is dead and isn't worth taking in 40k is fucking wrong. Everyone is wrong. I don't care if they're the best fucking player in the world. I don't care what wanky bullshit rank they have got on some wanky bullshit fucking list. ITC fucking bollocks list. Okay. Indirect fire is so fucking good. It is such a good tool. And the fact it's such a good tool. It's such a good fucking tool. So when Votan get their indirect fire, I will be guardifying Votan. No dramas. No dramas. And it's going to be down to that indirect fire and what it does. Valhallen 1212, thank you for the 33 months. 33 months! Double X-Force, nearly triple X-Force, you fucking hero! Amazing. Keep it going. 07, sir. Right back at you, Valhallen. Thank you, bro. And last but not least, I want to say a massive, massive thank you to Godlike Poet. Thank you for the tip. God bless China. China #1 in stream discussion. Things in our motion that cannot be undone. Let's have a look. Wow. For just over half the cost of an actual Lehman Russ for all 4, these aren't bad at all. 3 Vanks and a Lehman Russ tank commander. And they're built in literal seconds as well. Including eBay for the plaza sponsors for all the executioner cannon. Not arrived yet for the commander. I got 4 Russes for the price of 1. Gonna get some storage for them as well. I finished for the summer holidays tomorrow and now everything's here. I can't start to wait my... I can't wait to start my first 2,105 points of guard. Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, Temu sells Lehman Russes for £7. This is what they look like. This is the quality of them. For £7. They come in about 6 parts. You get the gun, the turret, the gun, the turret, the body, the tracks, and the sponsons. And sponson weapons. Yeah. Godlike Poet. So you've got 4 Lehman Russes. What about... That's 1 squadron. What about 2nd squadron? Yes. I tell you what, man. I think if you're off for the summer holidays at like 6-7 weeks, I truly believe you will get your vow done in like 2 or 3 weeks. I reckon you'll get a second vow. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Easy fucking peasy. Yeah. What they're made of? It's 3D printed, but it's the filament. It's filament, not resin. Yeah. There you are. All righty, ho. All right. I'm gonna have a quick wee, and then we're gonna get into. What do you guys want first? List first. List first. Always list first. Right. I get the list up, boys. Do I have it on here? I think, let me just check I've got the list here. Yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, I made a mistake. I had a few mistakes in my list, which is hilarious. Honestly, played with like one hand tied behind my back. I'm just going through now. So I've got my list on my phone, but I'm just making a couple of changes to put it in line with the list that I actually submitted. It'll only take me a second. Like genuinely, it'll only take me a second, boys. Just chill for a moment. That over to that. Undo that. And then take another one in there. Yeah. Give that there. Yeah. Yeah. And that. So yeah, this is the list that I'm not, you know, doing anything dodgy. This is the list that I took, but the list I submitted was for my mobile version of New Recruit, and I haven't got it on computer. I've just got a very, very similar list because I just tweaked it slightly when I was doing it on mobile. You'll be able to see on BCP that this is the list that I ran, so you know I'm not being dodgy or anything. Yeah, good. Yeah, good. Good. I think that's it. I don't think I missed anything now. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I did make a couple of mistakes. So yeah, I'll be give me 30 seconds, need a quick piss, and then we'll go. fuck me. 1 minute. Got a very messy desk at the moment. I've been doing some painting. That's done there. That's all good there. Let's just push that there. Okay. This fan is a bit, it's on its last legs. Just gonna twist it. Oh no, it's gonna fall apart on me. Survive, fan. Survive your best. I think it's locked in now. I should be locked in, it should be okay. We're all good. No, I'm not, it's annoying me. There we go. Well, I'll deal with it. It's blowing in my ear slightly, so it's like putting me off. I'm like, you know. So, first things first. What was the list? Why does it say? I'm missing. 1 minute. What am I missing? That's what I'm missing. And another one of those. Cool. So that's the list. So this was the final version of the list. So I was running 2,000 points, and I was in Montcar. The only character in the entire list was a single ethereal. The reason I took a single ethereal is because I needed to. There's still a single tax in 10th edition, which is a character. And I looked at all the tower characters, and I was just like, nah. Only one that I had time for was Darkstrider to make me to push back Deep Strikers. That's the only one I had time for. Other than that, they were all too expensive for what they realistically brought to the table. In fact, let me go through the whole list first and the reasons why I put things in, and then tell you why I didn't put in what are traditional, what are right now considered go-to tile takes. Okay, so I took an ethereal. Now you might notice I didn't have a hover drone or shield drones on my ethereal. That's because I forgot to put them in my list when I was doing it on mobile. I forgot to put them in, so I had to play the entire event with basically no hover drone and no shield drones, which was fine because all my ethereal did is sit on my home objective the entire time and just try and generate me an extra CP a turn. Some people say that you should put the ethereal in reserve because the ability apparently still works whilst he's in reserve. I didn't do that. I asked one question at the beginning of every battle: do you have any indirect fire? And every single opponent said no, so I was like, fine. He can go on the board and hold my home objective because he's the only one that needs to do so. I then took 4 strike teams. Each strike team had a guardian drone and a gun drone. I originally had marker drones in the strike teams, but it was pointed out to me that strike teams have got the marker-like keyword already, so I didn't need to have the marker drone in there. So I got an extra piss drone. From this point on, I basically am going to interchangeably use the term gun drone and piss drone at the same time, because gun drones are basically a bag of piss. Like, truthfully, you're probably better off. You're probably better off with a shield drone, but fuck it. Piss drone's piss drone. I'm going with that one. So I had 4 user strike teams. The reason these guys, the reason these guys are in the army is because it gives me an incredible amount of objective control. One of the things that people really are not doing in 40k in general, not just in the Tau community, but in 40k in general, people just aren't bringing enough OC. I've been saying it for months, maybe even over a year at this point. People just don't bring enough objective control. And it's totally okay when you've got basically no objective control and the enemy's basically got no objective control, but the moment that you've got no objective control and someone else has got it, it fucking loses your games. See, if you go back and watch my tournament reports from like last year, there were a few times when I only ran like 4 10-man squads inside chimeras, and it punished me. I lost a tournament because of it. I could have come first place, and I lost the final because I didn't have enough OC. And so I was like, look, I need to have objective control. What I also need to have is screening. Death Guard are a thing. Death Guard are absolutely a thing. But most people just just accept they're going to get dropped on by Death Shroud and then fisted. And I'm like, no. No, I don't want that. That's why I kind of wish I had Darkstrider in the army, because he could really have kept the Death Shroud at bay. But as it was, I thought, fuck it, strike team. So, and also, you know what? Strike teams are actually decent combat damage. Like, not close combat damage, I mean shooting damage. I mean, at the end of the day, Pulse Rifles got a 30-inch range. They're rapid fire. And the big thing is they're strength 5. And it's not... See, it's not hard... So I've got an itchy nose. It's not hard to get them up to AP1, because there's a stratagem for the Monk car where you select 2 units and then they have to shoot one other enemy unit, and they get +1 AP when they're doing that. And so, you know, being able to take like 2 squads of strike teams and do like 20 shots from each, well, more than 20 shots, 22 shots from each one because of the piss drone, basically means gives you 44 shots with lethals, with AP1, and you ignore cover. Here's the thing, AP -1 ignores cover is amazing. AP -1 with, you know, on a basic guys, AP -1 with strength 5, with lethal hits against any target. It's really good. It just stacks up. It just stacks up wounds left, right, and center. So, and then here's and now I didn't use this. This was a mistake. Another thing I got wrong against something I got wrong against me, but someone pointed it out to me, and it's absolutely amazing. Is the combination of the suppression volley and the DS8 support turret. So, suppression volley is in your shooting phase. After the unit is shot, select 1 enemy infantry unit. No one's bringing any fucking vehicles. It's all elite infantry these days. Select 1 enemy infantry unit hit by 1 or more of those attacks. Any attacks, right? Any attacks. Until the start of your next turn, while the unit is on the battlefield, the enemy is suppressed. While the unit is suppressed, each time the unit makes an attack, so that's melee and shooting, subtract 1 for the hit roll. Combine that with a DS8 support turret. So if you're just like, if you just got your fire warriors like hidden, like, I'm just not going to move them out. I'm just not going to move them out. There's no need. If you stay still with the support turret, if you stay still, you get to shoot the support turret, which is 2 shots, indirect fire, twin linked. So you can basically shoot these 2 missiles off, these 2 little fireworks of like, pew, from indirect fire, and you can make an enemy unit -1 to hit in shooting and melee. Combine that with the fact that the Guardian drone makes you -1 to wound. And basically, a lot of the time, your fire warriors end up being -1 to hit, -1 to wound, which is amazing. Which is absolutely amazing. So yeah, so the big, you know, looking at this unit, you know, these fire warriors, they get -1. The enemy gets -1 to hit when they shoot them. You get -1 to wound a lot of the time. You've got this fucking pissant DS8 support turret. You got strength 5 basic weapons with rapid fire, and you know everyone's got ignores cover all the time, basically because of marker lights. For 10 points more than a guard squad. I'm just gonna say it. I would take these guys over a guard squad every day of the week. Every fucking day. They're a very, very drawable screen. As someone who's run a lot of guardsmen, the number of times guardsmen just die the moment you look at them. Strike teams, the majority of the time, they die. But typically they have like 1 or 2 guys left over. They're always harder to kill than the enemy expects. So And all you need is 1 or 2 guardsmen or 1 or 2 firewalls left alive. And that's an extra asset in the bank. And pretty much every game, apart from like one or two, I would have remnants of strike teams survive, and that would end up being a very, very key factor. But Mordian, why not Kroot? Because Kroot just die like piss. I mean, look at fucking Kroot, man. Where the fuck even are they? And they're not battle line. So Kroot aren't battle line. They've got fucking no save whatsoever, no durability whatsoever, no marker lights. You know, I want fucking spotters for days. What happens when your 3 stealth suit teams go down? You know, I've got redundancy. Here's the thing, right? And we're sort of getting ahead of ourselves now, but I'm a guard player. My inclination in a list is to build in redundancy. Not efficiency, redundancy. So, I've got 3 layers of marker lights here. I've got stealth suits, followed by pathfinders, followed by strike teams. So no matter what my opponent does, I always have a good spotting unit. And it allows me to be bold and ballsy with my spotting units. You know, I can throw the stealth teams forward and spot with them. And then, when they die, the pathfinders can go forward. And then the strike teams can spot. So, redundancy... redundancy is really, really important. Speaking of Pathfinder stealth teams, I've got 2 10-man Pathfinder squads, 2 6-man stealth suit teams. Now, the Pathfinder squads, I've gone for rail rifles. I really, 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 really like rail rifles. You know, when you guide them and they stay still, they hit on 3s, which is amazing. I didn't have the pulse accelerator drones in these units. Please forgive me. I had the recon drones. So, I took the recon drones because I wanted the flexibility of being able to choose between infiltrating and scouting. I didn't infiltrate them once. So basically, I took the recon drones as it turned out because it's a fucking burst cannon. So yeah, I took the Giga drone for the burst cannon. Truth be told, I would probably go for the grav inhibitor drone next time because I just didn't infiltrate once. These guys were great. Being able to spot and then spot for the army and spot for themselves is massive. Honestly, often 50-50 I'd spot with the stealth suits. 50-50 I would spot with the pathfinders. Because if I spot with the stealth suits and the stealth suits can't be guided because you can't guide an observer unit. But if I spot with the pathfinders, everyone gets guided. And so it really comes down to, do I need the reroll 1s to hit and reroll 1s to wound against the particular target I'm going against? Or is it better for me to just be like, okay, fucking hammer that with some stealth suits? So yeah, the stealth. So the Pathfinders are great. I went for rail rifles over ion rifles. Looking at ion rifles, I'm not convinced in any way, shape, or form by those at all. Yeah, I mean, rail rifles, they're higher strength, higher AP, and flat damage 3, and dev fucking wounds. I don't think ions are dev wounds, are they? Yeah, ions aren't dev wounds. Holy fuck, man. Yeah, iron rifles are fucking stupid. I'd never take iron rifles. I'd never take iron rifles. Because you got 3 of them in the squad. So, guided with like reroll 1s, if you've got the stealth suits doing it, you get like 2 hits, and then you've got the easy part done. Do you know what I mean? Then you're on off the races to wounds. And it's flat damage 3, there's a dead Terminator. There's a dead Terminator. There's a dead Terminator. Every time. Higher AP, higher strength, better damage, dev wounds. Yeah, rail rifles every day of the fucking week. So stealth suits. So stealth suits, I went for 2 6-man squads. I did have a marker drone and a gun drone in each squad, a piss drone. Should I have gone for a shield drone with the benefit of hindsight? Yeah, probably. Gun drones didn't really help me all that much. Having an extra wound on my leader would have definitely been better. 4 burst cannons and 2 fusion blasters. But truth be told, wasn't all that bothered by the firepower. Well, I was bothered by the firepower of these guys, but it was 50% of the time they just hit on 4s. Yeah. Now the reason I went for 6-man squads is it allows me to eat Overwatch. So these are all really, so everybody knows that stealth suits are your best spotting unit. Everyone at the tournament knows. So they're gonna go after them. And stealth suits aren't that durable. They're just a marine with -1 to hit. It's whatever. And often you have to get quite close to be quite ballsy with them. And Thousand Suns are a thing. Thousand Suns are a thing. And they have a lot of flamers. And so all you need is 1 stealth suit to survive in order for you to be able to spot with that stealth suit team. So 6-man stealth suits are also, for the cost of 9 stealth suits in 3 3-man squads, I get 6 stealth suits in 2 6-man squads. So I get 3 more stealth suits. That's an extra 2 burst cannons and a fusion gun. Yeah. Which, it's a bit more firepower. And because I'm not wholly reliant on the stealth suits, I've got Pathfinders and Fire Warriors in here. Because I'm not wholly reliant on them, it means that I can be ballsy with them. You didn't do the battlesuit support on the fusion? I should have done. Oh, yeah, I did. Remember, this list is adapted from an early version. I did have the battlesuit support system. Yeah, that one had it.
You heard me? I said Cree.
Yeah, I had it on the fusion ones. On the Sergeant and on the fusion ones. Yeah. 2 broadsides. So broadsides are great, man. Fucking love broadsides. And I went with the heavy rail rifles. Holy shit, heavy rail rifles are good. Holy shit. So I had a lot of people tell me that I should go for high-yield missile pods. Why the fuck would I go for high-yield fucking missile pods? Oh, what? Because I get more attacks? Fuck that, man. Fuck that. I'm not struggling for volume. And look, what would you rather? It's strength 7, damage 2 shots. That's dog shit. That's actually dog shit. Like, I'm sorry, but give me them fucking rail rifles. I've got better range, and I've got fucking phenomenal strength. Big AP. Big damage. And oh, look, more dev wounds, man. More dev wounds. And remember, I'm running 2 of these things. So I'm getting 4.
For duty,
so I get
sir.
The great thing about these rail rifles is they're twin. The great thing about these rail rifles is you're getting 2 shots. You're getting 4 shots. So everyone thinks that they're just 1 shot, like twin linked, but they're 2 shots, which is honestly way better. Way better. Because you're strength 12. So like, you're strength 12, and then you're getting guided by the stealth suit. So you're probably wounding your target on fucking 2s, rerolling 1s. Yes. Every day of the fucking week, yes. So yeah, the only problem I have with broadsides is they're slow. I really noticed they're only a 5-inch move. I really noticed it. Before I started this event, I did think about running more broadsides, but now I would only run 2. I had 3 hammerheads, 2 with railguns, 1 with ion cannon, and then I had 2 riptides, both with ion accelerators, missile drones, and smart missile systems. Everyone has smart missile systems. The broadsides have got smart missile systems. The hammerhead gunships have got smart missile systems. And I've got 2 devilfish with smart missile systems as well. So the prevailing wisdom on a lot of these for a lot of these units, it's take like, for the Riptides, take like a plasma rifle. And on the Hammerheads, take the accelerated burst cannons. Because you'd think the accelerated burst cannon was the obviously better choice, right? So it's got more attacks at a better strength and a better AP. And then the smart missile system has got less attacks at worse strength and no AP. So, like, you would obviously think that the accelerated burst cannons are the right option. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. Smart missile systems are the better choice because they have indirect fire. And indirect fire, basically just getting free indirect fire, because think about it, you're not having to pay any extra points for it. You're not having to like take some dedicated indirect fire units like mortars or anything. It's just indirect fire. It's just free. You know, like, the accelerated burst cannon is just like a nice to have anyway. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not really struggling for volume. Because of how many smart missile systems I have. I mean, look at this. Each smart missile system is putting out 3 shots. So I've got 6 smart... Because there's 2 on each one of these. So I've got 6, 12. And then another 18. So that's 30 indirect fire shots. And then I've got on top of that another 1, 2, 3, 4 twin smart missile systems. So that's another 12 smart missile systems. So that's 42 shots, but 12 of those shots are twin linked. And so look, I don't need, you know, individually, each smart missile system is rubbish. Individually. But combined, that is so... It's guaranteed. There's no rolling for it like with a guard mortar pit. This is the thing. There's no rolling for it like a guard mortar pit. It's just guaranteed volume of shots. If you take a guard mortar pit, on average, you get 31 to 32. Is it 31 to 32? We'll say about 32 mortar shots a turn. But A, having to take those weapons on dedicated units, not just for free on a bunch of units you were going to take anyway. And B, it's swingy. You might, out of those 9 mortars, you might get 9 shots. Yeah, you might get a lot more. But the point is, like, I've got like 42 guaranteed mortar shots here, some with inbuilt rerolls. And my Riptides and my Broadsides ignore the negative to hit for firing indirect. So I get to hit on 4s without orders. So I don't even need an officer to boss them around. So, and I've got a 30-inch range on this indirect fire, which means that I don't necessarily get to concentrate it all on one target, but I can put like half down one flank, half down on the flank. And remember, the meta right now is ultra elite armies with like 2 or 3 squads of shit munchers to do actions and to certain objectives. You know, we're talking like Sister Silence, Zangors, Poxwalkers, Scouts. That's what we're talking about. Well, by the end of turn 2, on pretty much every single game, all of the shit munchers were dead on my opponent's side of the board. Maybe like 1 or 2 models, but basically all, you know, Poxwalkers dead, Zangors dead, Sister Silence dead, Scouts fucking dead. And you know what that means? They've got to start sending important units to hold objectives, because otherwise they miss out on primary. And then they miss out on primary anyway because I out-OC them. Because they then have to send... They've lost their OC den shit munchers, and now they've got OC weak elites trying to hold objectives. And they've got to try and do it. So, it's a lose-lose. It's a lose-lose. Now, in terms of... So, if you'll notice, so the breakdown for my list, I had 60 screening infantry. Well, I had 72 screening infantry. And then I had a couple of Devilfish. Devilfishes were just for adding a bit of more mobility into the list. I'm very glad that I put them in. And then the one piranha was just there to act as like a scout sentinel. Just move out turn 1, get area denial, or extend battle lines, and then die. And then that's all it did. It died every single turn, every turn 2. As for my damage dealers, you'll notice they're broken down quite distinctly. I've got 1, 2, 3 ion damage dealers, and I've got 1, 2, 3 rail damage dealers. So this gave, perfectly balanced, as all things should be. So this gave me volume, and it gave me punch. Because each one of these Riptides fires 6 ion accelerator shots, which are fucking flat damage 4, which is gross, 72-inch range. And then I've got 4 of these missile pods as well. Missile pod shots. So I'm getting 10 shots. So even though I'm only getting like 1 shot from each of these railheads, I'm getting 10 shots from this Riptide, 10 shots from this Riptide. And then the ion head's getting an average of like 7 shots. Plus it's got the 2 Seeker missiles. So that's like 9 shots there. And then I've got... and then I've got the broadsides, which have actually got great volume because they've got 4. This squad's got 4 rail shots, and then it's got 8 missile shots. The high yield is indirect. No. So I've got 8 missile shots. So I've got volume, and then even the broadsides like rail system has got volume. Do you know what I mean? And so I only really had like 2 vehicles which were kind of 1-shot pop. The rest of them were volume, but it was really important that I had just a couple of fuck yous in the list. Well, like 3 fuck yous, but this one's doing like double duty, because you need a railgun in your list to keep people honest, because nobody wants to risk being hit by a railgun, especially when it's got dev wounds. Nobody wants to get hit by that. Yeah. So that was the list. Now, let me very quickly explain what's missing from this list, as in what a traditional tile list would take. So the big question people are going to have, especially in the tile community, is going to be, where are the breaches? I'm going to say it. Breaches are a trap. Breaches are 100% a trap, and you will not see me taking them. So breaches are your other battle line unit. They're 100 points. Now, in theory, these guys do good damage. They've got strength 6 rather than strength 5. They've got AP -1. You can reroll wounds on the objective marker. Which is, great damage output. But A, they've only got a 10-inch range. What the fuck is that? And B, the typical way of using these things is to have 2 squads of breachers in devilfishes with fire blades in them, and then they yeet forward, jump out, and blast something. I have 2 big problems with that. Firstly, it's very expensive. It's 235 points. Breaches are 100. Devilfish is 80. Fireblade is 50. 235 points for a 1-shot pop. Sure, they hit on 3s. Guided, they can hit on 2s. But it's a 1-shot pop. And I'm sorry. But all you are doing with these, all that you're doing with the breaches is throwing them away. And by doing it, you're giving up the most important thing they have. This is not the most important thing in the breach stat line. This is the most important thing in the breach stat line. OC2. And I can get OC2 for 25 points cheaper by taking strike teams. Think of it this way. Think of it this way. Think of it this way. Would you pay 100 points for a guardsman squad? Never. Never. And Kean Hartley, it's going on about how good they are at doing damage. Bro, I don't want them to do damage. What the fuck? You're looking at them all wrong. You are. This is the other thing. You are looking. This is the second reason. They're not only expensive, but you're throwing away your OC. I don't want these guys to do damage. I don't need these guys to do damage. What I need these guys to do is to take primary objectives away from people. Is to dominate on OC. That's all they have to do. Any damage that they do on top of screening out deep striking and giving me the OC advantage, anything they do on top of that is a fucking bonus. If I want to do damage, do you know where I go? I go down here for my damage. And you know what? As long as my opponent is dealing with all my strike teams and pathfinders and stealth suits that are getting in his way, then my damage is fucking doing its job. Do you want to know how many Riptides I lost this weekend? Over 5 games. 1. Maybe 2. 2. I lost 1 game 1 and 1 game 4. Do you know how many hammerheads I lost this weekend? Like 3 or 4. Over the whole weekend. 15 hammerheads could have been lost. I lost single numbers. Do you want to know how many broadsides I lost the entire weekend? 0. 0.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
Everything else died. Everything else died. Everything else died. But you know what? My opponents spent the first 2 or 3 turns chewing through all of my shit munchers. And my damage dealers basically went unmolested. And then and they had to use their damage dealers to kill my shit munchers. And then my damage dealers killed everything. That's it. Does the Polos, we pay 100 points to Kazakh squad though? Yeah. But but behind the Kazakin, I've still got battle line infantry. Does the Polos? Remember, I said there's 2 things wrong with breaches. 1, you're throwing away your OC, and 2, they're expensive. Because a unit of Kazakin in a Taurox is 175 points. A unit of breaches in a Devilfish is 235 points. So even if you put them in the same job role as Kazakin, they're still 60 points more expensive for doing the same job. 60? Yeah, 60 points more expensive for doing the same job. So you can't even... They're not as efficient as Kazakin. And if they're the only battle line you're taking in your army apart from a squad of Kroot or 2, you are just... I mean, yeah, basically, Kazakin are good, but you're looking... But Kazakin are good and breaches are good. But breaches have a... My battle line needs to be doing another job, whereas my Kazakin have only got 1 job to do. 185 points. No, because you have to have the Fireblade in there as well to make them fully work. Whereas Kazakin don't, because the Kazakin just order themselves. And Kroot, and you might be like, well, what about Kroot? They're 10 points cheaper. Kroot don't have marker lights. And you need the extra marker lights in the strike teams, because then that's your backup. Here's the thing. It's all of these little factors that go into making the strike team the better option. So Kroot are cheaper, but don't have marker lights, don't have the durability, die like piss, and aren't battle line, so I can only take 3 squads of them. Breachers do more damage, but too expensive, and you have to throw away your OC. So you have to throw away your OC, so you're giving up a massive tool in your toolbox. Strike teams are just in the middle. They're the Goldilocks zone. They're the Goldilocks zone. Cheap enough, durable enough, OC dense, and battle line. They are absolutely in the fucking Goldlock zone. But you can't think of them like breaches. This is one of the big... This is, I would say, the biggest thing that I would say separates myself from the typical Tau player. And this is not meant as an insult, by the way. This is meant as a like psychological comment. Is the typical Tau list is very much similar to the typical... Well, many other armies out there as well. Bare minimum battle line. And that battle line is often focused on doing damage. Well, actually, no. Let's not talk about the big picture. Let's just talk about Tau. The typical Tau commander will take 2 squads of breachers and a single squad of crew. And then everything else goes into the guns. The problem with that approach is that, yes, you have more firepower, but your guns die because the enemy can get to you because you don't have screening. You don't have screening. You don't have board presence. You don't have combat width. And the greatest advantage of Tau is the fact that they get combat width and they get force concentration because of how fucking fast they are. They are so fast. They are so maneuverable. It is unreal. Monka is fucking broken. Advance and shoot on everybody is amazing. With an auto advance 6 and you can still shoot is amazing. Every single opponent that I played said they did not expect me to be as quick as I was. And they said that that I was more aggressive than they were expecting. This is the other big thing. Because I have screening, I can be aggressive. I can be ballsy. The number of times, and because I've got so many units, do you know the number of times where I went full send, I went fuck it, everything out. I went all in. Like, no joke, I went all in. I was like, I think I might be overexposing myself here, but fuck it. I'm going all in. And I would literally, guys, I'm talking like, everything went forward. Just dogpiling on objectives, all that shit. And then the enemy would come in and clap my cheeks. But then I'd turn around and start pushing back into it. I'd take the power away. Because because I've got so much screening and so many units and so many pieces, I can throw every single game. I out-traded my opponents every single time. Every single time. I would go out there. There'd be this turn or two of cat and mouse, and then I'd go, fuck it, I'm going all out. And then that would force them to have to go all out. Because if I'm going all out on all these objectives, you have to come all out at me, or I start running away with primary. So it forces them to be reactionary. They come all out, bugger a bunch of fire warriors and pathfinders and stuff, and then, or, a bunch of, like 20 fire warriors, 10 pathfinders, like some stealth suits and stuff. And then I go, like V for Vendetta, I go, my turn. And woof. I think most games I basically broke the enemy by turn 3. Only one game that didn't happen. That was game 5. Yeah. Absolutely broke them. Yeah. Because I didn't just have damage. I had screening, which allowed me to be ballsy, which allowed me to be aggressive, which allowed me to put pressure on the opponent, which meant the opponent was being reactionary and I was being proactive, which meant I forced my opponent to do things I didn't want to do, which inevitably meant that I got to play the game that I wanted to play. And all of that came down to the fact that I had all of these disposable units at my beck and call. That was it. And you'll see that on the pictures, guys. You'll see that in the pictures, which we'll get to in just a moment. But before we do, we've got some super chats. We've got some super chats. Okay. So, we've got 1, 2, 3 super chats. And then we're going to get into the pictures and into the games. And we've got 500 people this year now, which is amazing. It's amazing. So to the 400, 500 people we got on the stream, welcome. thank you so much for joining. Thank you for being here. We've just done the army list. We're going to get into the games now. I went to a GT with Tau, with a list that the Tau community said was a fucking joke, was fucking terrible. And I ended up going completely undefeated and podiuming at a Shark Tank GT. So we're going to get into the games, and I didn't have an easy run. As you'll see, I didn't have an easy run. Whilst I've got your attention, if I may ask you kindly yet firmly, if I may humbly request that you guys go ahead and like the stream. If you've not already done so, it's a massive, massive help. And secondly, if you could go ahead and subscribe to the channel if you've not already done so. We're trying to get to 80,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Can only do that with your help. It's going to be a close run thing. And also, if you can't, this stream's probably going to go on for like 4, 5, 6 hours. I imagine some of you won't be able to stick around for that entire time. I will be doing a shorter after action normal video. So if you want to make sure you don't miss that, then subscribe, and then you'll get the notification and all that kind of good stuff. And that video will be like an hour, hour and a half, so you can really get the condensed like summary version of it there. Okay, but super chats. I want to say a big thank you to Nate. Thank you so much for the thank you so much for super chat, man. Tim, are you officially the #1 Tau player in the Northwest now? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I wonder if I'm on the ITC rankings. It'd be hilarious if I am. It'd be hilarious if I was. How did you... 40k. Oh my god. It's gonna take a while. No, I don't think so. No, not even close. Not even close. Apparently, I am currently the 1,423rd ranked person, generally speaking, in the UK. But I've only apparently been to 2 ITC events. Which is probably true, actually. Yeah. Well, now you can see Tau, though. I've only got 2 events. I've only got like 300 points. That's the thing. How do you see like faction rankings? They've changed the whole ITC thing since I was last on it. I don't know how you see like faction rankings now. Rankings, ITC rankings. Nah, I don't know. It's all to be absolutely clear. ITC rankings are a giant bag of shit, and I don't track them. They are basically meaningless points for one to stroke one's ego with. That's it. That's it. Unless you're at the very, very top, basically it's meaningless. Yeah, yeah. I know a lot of people don't like that because I'm like, no, I'm ITC ranked. That's what I think of ITC rankings. I don't give a fuck. I'm 346 in Tau. Nice. There you go. There you go. It's meaningless. You can farm the system, you can gain the system. It's so easy. Most time people at the top are people that just farm the local events that happen to be ITC ranked. That's basically it. I don't know if they fixed that, but that's how it used to be a couple of years ago. I used to give a shit, and then I was just like, why the fuck do I give a shit about made up points? Do you know what I mean? Like, if you care, that's fine. But I'm not saying you shouldn't care. I just don't care. All right. I go to tournaments that serve tea and cake. They're the best kind of tournaments. Let's have a look. So Acton Nate, I don't think I'm in. I don't know. I don't know what ranking I am in the Northwest. I've only played one tournament tile, so I would imagine not, because I think you need like. I think you need to play like multiple games to get the ITC rank or something. Random Idiot, thank you so much for the 23 months, baby. X-Force, baby. Why Riptides, and how would you make an auxiliary card list? I would never make an auxiliary card list. It's shit. Auxiliary, I mean, I could make an auxiliary card list. I'm being slightly arrogant, but I have no interest in auxiliary card. How would I make it? I would probably lean into the fluff of it, to be honest. If I was to make an auxiliary card list, I would be like all crew, all the way. Don't care if I lose. That's the way I would do it. Because it's crew. Crew are cool. But I tell you what, I will make an auxiliary card list when GW pulls the fucking finger out and gives me more than crew and Vespid. Because that's what I'd want from an auxiliary card. Give me Guvesa, all that kind of good shit. Give me the fucking Psycho Bastards, Tentacle Monster guys, the Dog Soldiers in the second last chance of books. Give me all that. Give me all that. And then I'll be interested in auxiliary card. As for Riptides, why the fuck not? Riptides are great. Why wouldn't you take Riptides? They're reasonably tough. They've got a decent amount of wounds, decent invulnerable save. They come with indirect fire. They've got the missile drones. They can fall back and shoot. I believe they can fall back and shoot, and they can ignore to hit modifiers. And they've got the big fucking Nova gun. Why? What? Because they're 190 points. So I got a unit that can, and they're fast. They go 10 inches. Which is fine for me. And they're tall as fuck. Remember, guys, they're tall as fuck. Now, being tall is really important in competitive play. Because someone tries to hide in a ruin, and what you do is you fucking poke your gun over the top and shoot down and kill them. Well, they're like the back edge of a ruin. You just walk up the side of the ruin just to fucking look down. Obviously, if they're behind it, you can't see them. But if they're in it, you can see them. Yeah, Riptides are great. Tough, reasonably fast, variety of weapons, a variety of complementary weapon systems, ability for death wounds once per game. They're just good all rounders. They're a jack of all trades, master of none. Yeah, that's why I take Riptides. That's why I take Riptides. Why wouldn't you? Like, tell me why you wouldn't take a Riptide. What? Because they're 190 points. You see. That's the only thing I can see against them. But I was fine. Yeah, I was okay with them. My Riptides did great. I basically paired a Riptide up with like an Ion unit, with a rail unit. So I'd be like, oh, broadsides and Riptides. Broadsides and Riptides. Truth be told, I would consider taking an extra unit of broadsides. Truth be told, I'd probably drop I'd drop one of the railheads, and then I'd have to find 40 points. Then I'd have to find 30 points because I had 5 points left over. I might drop a unit of Fire Warriors down to 1 unit of Croots. That would be okay. And then maybe drop a unit of Pathfinders down to a unit of Fire Warriors. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. I like the list the way it is. Truth be told, I like the list the way it is. I wouldn't. Coming away with that list, I wouldn't change a single thing about it. Just a few bits of war gear and weapons, like a drone here. You know, a drone here, a weapon there. Remember that some weapons existed. Oh yeah, by the way, I only took one drone on each of my Pathfinder units because I didn't realize you could get. Because in the Fire Warriors you get a Guardian drone and one other drone, but in the Pathfinders you get a special drone and 2 drones. So I played the entire tournament basically a drone down on each of my Pathfinder units, which wouldn't make a huge difference, but I still played them down. Yeah. So yeah, I really like the Riptides. I really like them. Blackstone Chapter Master, 2 lists of tree discussion, was bored at work, and I like Black Templars. Let's have a look. So you've got Blade Guard Ancient, Chaplain, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 big Crusader squads. All right, I can dig it. And then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 characters: Blade Guard, Castellan, Chaplain, Emperor Champion, and then 1, 2 units of Primaris Crusaders, and then 3 lots of Sword Brethren in drop pods. I mean, it feels like one of those drop pods is redundant, unless someone's riding solo, because you've got 4 drop pods but only 3 Sword Brethren units. Both units are very, very cool. Big problem you're going to have is you've got fucking no action monkeys. You got no action monkeys. You'd be better off with like 4 squads, each led 3 or 4 squads, each led by a character, and then a bunch of action monkeys and stuff. Yeah. That you'd be better off like that for sure. Okay. Black Shadow Master, thank you for the support, man. Last but not least, I want to say a big thank you to Anthony Williams. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Could you please describe the look on the face of your opponent during the GT's weekend? Could you see the disbelief, lol? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, 2 or 3 things. So, Anthony Williams, 2 or 3 things on that. Firstly, I got so much shit for being a Tau player by people that knew me and people that didn't know me. What's funny, and people that knew me but didn't know that I hated Tau. Like, it was, I got to experience it. And you know what? Tau community goes on about, oh, everyone's hated us for years. We're, you know, you made us the way we are. Fuck off. Fuck off, man. Okay, every single game I got shit for being a Tau player. Every single game. And do you know what I did? I fucking lent into it. Fully, wholly lent into it. I was like Baron Harkonnen wallowing in Sydney Sweeney's fucking septic tank. I was just like, ah, yes, the filth, the filth. That's what I was like. You know, I had people, you know, literally, people came, you know, people came up to me because they know me. Because, you know, it's towards my local area. It's not like people know me. No, it wasn't like that. What I mean is, people know me because it's my local area, and they know I go to a lot of tournaments there. And so they'd be like, "What the fuck happened to you?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" They went, "You're running fucking Tau. You know what the fuck happened?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, Tau fucking filthy right now. Tau fucking great." And they went, "What?" I was like, Tau busted. They're really, really good." And they, you know, and they'd give me a load. They'd be like, "Nah, you're mad. I went. I'm not running a Tau army. I'm running a guard army disguised as a Tau army." And they were like, "Oh, okay, I can kind of see it," and all that kind of stuff. And you know, and I lent into it, and people were like, "Oh, I see you've got Tau." And I went, "Yep." First, I'm not a Tau player normally, but I am role playing as one today. So you'll find that I have my weighted dice. I have my forged data sheets, and I will be making up rules and stats as and when I need them. And I didn't do that. Literally, people were like, fuck's sake, Tim, you shouldn't say that. You shouldn't say that. I went, oh no, you know, I'm a tile player today. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. Obviously, I didn't do any of those things. You know, obviously, I didn't do any of those things. But I was like, you know, I let into it. And at the end of, and the funny thing is, like, you know, and people were like, you know, why, you know, people saw the name of the list. Because the name of the list was Reddit lost its shit at me, and now I'm running Tau to prove a point. And people like, you know, would ask the story, and I would like, so yeah, I made a video where I basically bitch and moan and whined about Tau players complaining about being underpowered, even though they've had a really good buff. And then Reddit bitch and moan and whined at me for bitching, moaning and whining. And so now I've got to prove that that my bitching was right and their bitching was wrong. But you know, I completely let into it. I completely, you know, I marinated in it, and the look on people's faces when they saw what was in my list, because they were like, "Why the fuck have you taken this? Why the fuck have you taken that?" And I went, "You'll see." So I said, "I'm not going to give it away. You'll see." And at the end of every single, like literally, I had one guy say to me, and he didn't mean it in a horrible way, and I didn't take it in a horrible way, and we had a good laugh about it because it kind of just slipped out because it was round 4. It was end of round 4. So we're both tired, and so, you know, we had a good laugh about it. But he got to the end of the game, he was like, "Fuck me, I thought that was going to be an easy matchup." And I was like, "Hey, I said, I fucking told you. I fucking told you." He went, "Fucking hell, you've just fucking tabled me." And I honestly thought I was going to be all right. I honestly thought I was going to be all right. He said, "I played Towel yesterday, creamed him." And I was like, "Well, here's the thing. I wasn't playing Towel." And he went, "You were playing a guard army disguised as Towel." I went, "I told you at the beginning I was playing a guard army disguised as Towel." And he was like, "You did fucking say it, mate. You did fucking say it." So yeah, we had a good laugh about it, because he was like, "Fucking hell, I thought that was going to be an easy matchup." And he went, "Oh, I didn't mean it like that." And I went, No, I didn't take it that way. Don't worry. I didn't take it that way." So yeah, yeah. So yeah, so every single person, I had loads of people come up to me and say, give me shit for playing Tau. Those people, especially those people that knew that I've got beef with Tau. You know, not real beef, like I've got meme beef with Tau, because I don't hate fucking Tau. If I hated them, why would I have 7,000 points to them? You know, that's the thing. I don't hate Tau at all. You know, I've been very salty towards them in the past, but that's all very, very much in the past, and has been in the past for years at this point. And people regular to the channel can confirm, you know, I used to genuinely despise them, but that was fucking like 5 years ago. Like now, no, I've no issue with them. I've had them for ages now. Like I've had them probably for like 5 years now. But yeah, so I got loads of shit from people who knew me. I got loads of shit from people that didn't know me, who knew me but didn't know why I was running, you know, didn't know that I hated Tau. And I got loads of shit from people, you know, like people, you walk up to every, you know, when you walk up to a table and people are like, oh, fuck's sake, Tau. And they literally, that's the face, they don't even look at you, they just look down at your army, and you can just see them be like despondent, they're like, fucking Tau. And this is like people that don't know me. So they're just being salty about facing Tau. And do you know what my response is? So see, the normal Tau response is, "Oh no, I just play them because I like them." And my response is, "Yeah, I play Tau." No, my response is, "Yeah, buddy, fucking Tau." And they're like, "Fuck," and they, you know, they see me smiling, and they can't help but get a grin on their face, and like, "Fucking Tau." I'm like, "Fucking Tau." I went, "Fucking Tau, man." I said, I'm gonna fucking towel. I'm gonna fucking towel over you. I'm gonna do it. You know, not quite those exact words, but you get the point. You know, because they know, and I know, and I'm letting on, and I am owning it. That's the big thing. I just owned it. I just fucking owned it. And that's what you gotta do. Stop being a bit, if you're in the Tau community and you get shit for playing Tau, fucking own it. Lean into it. Be the villain, but in a funny way. Don't be arrogant. Don't be salty. Don't be a cunt. Don't be slimy. Don't be a fucking knobhead. Don't get bent out of shape. Don't be like, "Oh, they're being mean to me." You're playing Tau. It's part of playing Tau. Now, you can get fucking fucked up about it, or you can embrace the villain arc. But you have to do it in a comedic way, not in an arrogant way. That's what you've got. You know, you've got to be in on the joke. Like I said to a few of my opponents, they were like, "Oh, why have you? You know, like there was like one guy was like, "Why have you got Tau? Is it because you know, like, oh, are you like a long-term Tau player?" And I went, no, I don't collect Tau. I said, I'm not a Tau player. I'm a guard player at heart. Yeah, you know, I don't collect Tau. I mean, I have Tau, but I don't collect them. And they were like, what do you mean? I'm like, oh, I just nicked my brother's army about 5 years ago. The narrative of my Tau army is it wins. That's it. That's all it is. That's all it is. And you've just got to, like, you've got to own it, be the villain, but lean into the joke in a way that both sides find funny. If you're a knobhead about it, and because there's two ways of leading into it. There's being in on it, and being in on the joke, and making the jokes about yourself. And then there's the other way. If you can lean too far into it and just come across as an arrogant asshole, which you don't want to do. You just go, yeah, all the jokes about Tal, get them out of your system now. Do you know what I mean? That's the way you do it. You don't be like, yeah, I'm going to fucking table you. I'm going to fucking table you. You don't, no. That's being arrogant and being mean. What you do is you go, yeah, fucking Tal, man. Fucking Tal. I'm one of those bastards. And they're like, fuck's sake. You know, that's how you do it. Because you don't want to be an arrogant asshole. So, we're all caught up. Shall we get... We're almost all caught up. I want to say a big thank you to Ishmael, my boy. My horse has... thank you for the Super Man. My horse has 2.0 just came in. Yeah, baby. 2.0 for life. 2.0 for life. 2.0 for life. Yes. Loving it. There we go. And yeah, we lead into our guard villain arc. I have more men than you have bullets, and I love it. Meat for the grinder. That's it. See, the reason... Do you know what I learned about... I might... For my guard army, I genuinely might go 10-man squads now. I might try and rebuild the army that I have. The army that I ran, but with guard. In 10-man squads and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. It's so much harder, though, with the guard. I'm going to say this now, because it's kind of getting back onto the topic. And it's getting back on the topic, but it's a very important observation that I don't want to forget. And if I don't say it now, I'll forget.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
One of the points of disagreement that was raised by the Tau community is that guard orders are better than Tau spotting. I am going to tell you right now, categorically, that's not true. I'm going to tell you right now, categorically, that Tau... I'm not exaggerating when I say this, are a piece of piss to play. So easy. And Tau players aren't going to want to hear it. They aren't going to want to hear it. And I am talking post-update, of course. I am talking post-update. I acknowledge that it was fiddly. I acknowledge that spotting was fiddly before. I've said that they were. I've said I agree that spotting before was too hard, but they've gone too far the other way. Tau are so fucking easy to run. It's unbelievable. Point of that thing, kill it. Point of that thing, kill it. Point of that thing, kill it. It's point and click. And let me explain why Tau spotting is vastly superior.
There's only one man
to guard orders.
While keeping it real.
When I take a guard order, like a command squad, firstly, I can only order one unit. So I can only order one unit. If I take a guard Castellan, if I take an officer and a command squad, then I can order 3 units, but that's going to cost me 120 points. Okay? But I've still only boosted 3 of my units. And that 120 points, this is the biggie. That 120 points is basically a complete tax. It contributes almost nothing to the game other than orders. My Castellan has a plasma pistol. My command squad has, if it's got a Voxcaster, a flag, and a medic in it, is going to have a plasma pistol and a plasma gun. The damage output is negligible, but it's cost me 120 points. My squad of stealth suits cost me 120 points. Not only can they boost way more than 3 units, they can potentially boost every unit in my army. It's like splashing orders, right? Not only can they boost a minimum of like 3 units, potentially way more, but they're also adding reroll 1s to hit. They're also adding reroll 1s to wound, and they themselves have got phenomenal damage output because I've got 4 fucking burst cannons, and I've got 2 melter guns in there, and I've got a fucking pistron in there as well. So not only is the spotting, does it scale massively in terms of efficiency, but the unit doing it is going to go around and contribute significant and notable damage to the game. And it's not like, and the thing is, and also that unit can itself, if it's like Pathfinders, not only do they, imagine this, Pathfinders cost, 10 points less than Kazakin? Not only do they essentially order themselves, but then they order everyone else. Think of it that way. Pathfinders versus Kazakin. You've got 4 special weapons in the Pathfinder squad. Ion rifles, the grenade launcher thing, right? You've got 4 special weapons and like a fucking plasma pistol in the Kazakin squad, alright? So they're basically equals in terms of like what special weapons they bring in. But pardon me. But not only do the Pathfinders essentially order themselves, but they also order everyone else onto the unit. Think of it that way, boys. Think of it that way. How mad is that? And the really, really, really big one that is absolutely massive, game-winningly huge, is imagine if when you ordered one of your units, it got to ignore cover. Because that's what spotting does with the marker light. That's what spotting does. So I have got in the Tau the equivalent of, and when I'm in Monk, you might be like, oh, what up, move. I'm in Montcar. My average advance is 3 to 4 inches. I'm basically, for the first 3 turns, running pseudo move, and take aim on every unit in my army. Every unit. So not only am I not missing out on move, not only do I have to not pick between move and take aim, but I get both. But on top of that, the unit doing the orders actually contributes to the game. There's no tax. And the efficiency is way better than orders. And also, I'm ignoring cover. So I am telling you, Tau players, it was so easy. Spotting was so fucking easy. And it didn't matter if I lost. There was no And there was no risk of my chain of command getting broken and me losing officers. Then I lose orders because everything in my army could spot. Everything. So it was like I couldn't even lose my orders. That was what it was like. And I thought that was going to be the case. And then when I went into the tournament, guys, let me put it into perspective. I played 0 practice games with my list. I had 0 reps with my list. 0. I beat people who had 20 plus reps with their list. With their lists. I was learning on the fucking job. And all I had to do was just... And it was so simple managing my game pieces. That points at that. They gangbang that. That points at that. They gangbang that. The biggest mistakes that I was making... The biggest mistake I was overcommitting. Because I was so underestimating the value of Ignore's cover. I was so underestimating it. Because I'm not used to having it. I'm used to just being like AP3, but the enemy gets cover, so I'm really an AP2. I was so underestimating AP3 with Ignore's cover, AP4 with Ignore's cover. I was so underestimating that often I was massively overcommitting. If someone who had reps with Tau, who could judge the damage output better than me, they would have fucking bombed everyone they came across. Reporting for duty, sir. Yeah. The guard community is not going to want to hear this. The guard community is not going to want to hear this. I think Tau are easier than guard. I think Tau are probably better than guard in terms of power levels on the rankings. Guard is very, 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 very good. And guard can do things that Tau can't do. So it probably balances out. But in terms of beginner friendliness, Tau are way, way easier for beginner to pick up. I truly do not see the same, you've got to lose 10 games with your guard before you get good thing going on in the Tau community. No way. No way, man. The problem is that I mean this with not in an insulting way, but I mean this in just that let's just rip the band-aid off and talk honestly for a moment. The problem is I think the Tau community are just sort of... They keep repeating the same shit to each other. They're like... if you're a new player and you come into Tau community and you ask for advice, they're going to give you a whole swath of advice, which personally I think is going to lead you entirely down the wrong road. Personally, I think that's where the problems are. I think that's where the problems are. I think there's a bit of groupthink probably going on, or a bit of set in their ways going on. And again, I don't mean it in a horrible way, and it's going to come across in a horrible way, and I don't mean it that way. And please try and take the intent rather than the specific words behind what I'm saying. But I think that maybe Tau players have got so used to thinking, being woe is me, that whether it was me, it wasn't necessarily going to be, I'm not saying I'm the one that's come up with this amazing plan or anything. I think it could have been anybody out there. It could have been anybody out there, but I truly think it's going to take they need a fresh set of eyes on what they're doing.
Reporting for duty,
fresh perspective. Because if you're all just thinking the same way, and because that's the way that you think works, then you're going to miss things. It's like I think that there's definitely blind spots for me running guard. Back in the day, I used to run only guard, and I know I had huge blind spots. And that's one of the things that I've done over the last 3 years is you'll see I've gone from not just having guard, but to having like 5, 6, 7 channel armies, which I cycle through, because playing those other armies gives me a really, really good perspective and really helps me broaden my understanding of my core faction. And I definitely think that's happened with and I've basically taken that philosophy, reverse engineered it, and then put it into Tau. Yeah. And bear in mind, I think it's worth saying, like qualifying everything I'm saying here. But I've only been to one tournament. I've only played 5 games. I'm sure that a lot of what I'm saying might be wrong, but I can only tell you my experience. Yeah. Yeah. I just think if I was to boil it down, because I've said it through, so I've said everything I've said about like what the thing that, you know, what the problem thing with Tal. I don't think I've really said. I've sort of said things that I don't like fully agree with. Let me try again in a more succinct way. I think that the Tau mentality is to always bring more guns. Why would you take this unit? It can't do enough damage. Why would you take that unit? It can't do enough damage. Why would you take more? Why would you take more spotters? If you take more spotters, you're missing out on units that can do damage. This is the truth. This is the, ignore what I said before. This is the nub of it. Okay. The truth is, I think that the Tau community at the moment, I would say, is damage obsessed. It's damage blind. It's like being booby blind. You're damage blind. You're blinded by this need to do ultimate damage at every opportunity. But you need to focus on more than just doing damage. That's it. That's where I think that would be my criticism, and I think that's a fair way of putting it. I think it's a fair way of putting it. Okay, I think that there's this never-ending drive in the Tau community to always always be damaging, and I think actually maybe that's a holdover from previous editions. But I think now things have changed. And I think now you need to be perfectly balanced, as all things should be. You need a bit of redundancy. And you need to sort of understand, or you need to accept, understand's the wrong word. I would say accept that sometimes you can get indirect damage. Because if all you've got is damage, every time you lose a unit, your damage output goes down. But if you've got like 60% damage, but then that 60% damage is always damaging from turn 1 to turn 5, then it ends up doing more damage over 5 turns, rather than just doing 100% damage in 2 turns and then it's starting to go down. It's honestly about screening. It's about screening and redundancy and indirect fire. Just like in the Guard. Yeah. So that would be my more, I think that would be my more correct analysis of the situation. Yeah. Maybe it's like a doctoral issue. Like, for those of you that know history, in World War II, in the Western Desert, when it was the British and Commonwealth forces versus Rommel, Rommel absolutely ran roughshod all over the British at first, and that's where he got his reputation from. But the problem was that it wasn't necessarily that Rommel was a genius. It was the fact that the British doctrine was very bad. And so what happened is Rommel would go out, basically was doing feigned retreats. And the British doctrine was when the enemy retreats, to basically follow through with cavalry. Cavalry then being, by World War II being tanks. And what that basically meant is, what happened in the Western Desert was Rommel would go in, tempt the British, fall back, the British would then pursue, and then they would all get blown up by flak 88s, by big, anti-tank guns. And then when the British general in charge, who I think was called Auchinleck, got replaced by Montgomery, famous Monty in World War II, he was like, stop fucking pursuing them and falling into the traps. We're going to change our doctrine, and then the moment that they changed the doctrine, basically Rommel barely won again. Like isolated bits. isolated bits. So, and I think that analogy kind of applies to the Tau right now, where I think there is I think we need a doctoral shift. I think we need a doctoral shift. That's what I think. That's what I think it is. So that is like my opinion, man. But that would be my analysis, because I've been doing a bit of lurking in a few Tau communities. I know, right? It's the enemy within. I've been lurking in a few doctoral Tau communities. Duty, sir. And you see a lot of posts of, oh, I'm a new Tau player. What do you think of my list? And the number one thing that people tend to say is, you need breaches and devilfishes. You need like 3 piranhas. Why the fuck do you need 3 piranhas? I don't know. You need like 1 piranha. That's all you need. All this kind of stuff. And I think that it's the same doctrine that you see getting taught to new players constantly. Yeah. So that's my take on it. That's my take on it. And I hope anyone in the Tau community that sees that doesn't get like upset or think I'm shitting on them in any way, shape, or form. My intention with that is, as an outsider, to provide a bit of thought-provoking commentary that you guys can go away with and go, huh? Okay, like don't just try and understand that it's coming from a genuine analysis and a place of like interest, and not from a, oh, I'm just a guard player shitting on you, because I don't mean it that way. I don't. So that would be my analysis of it. Now, I've still got some more super chats to do. A few more have come in, but like I said, that one was kind of related to what we're talking about, so that's why I went a bit longer on it. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things I want to. I need to answer. So super chats need to answer, and then we'll start getting into the games. The games will be relatively quick because most of them are over by turn 3, apart from one. And they all followed a similar pattern. Fucking hell. Dudezor, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you, man, for joining his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. Ko Beanie Store, I will say this. You've done a good job explaining your side. You can do that swordjack thumbnails, though. Kobini, truth is that's just a YouTube game, mate. You've got to have the titles. You've got to have the thumbnails, mate. It is. I would prefer not to have to. I would prefer that I didn't have to do every unit review as, is X guard unit broken? Is Y guard unit broken? Is X unit overpowered? Oh my god, this is dead. I would prefer not to do that. I would prefer for my videos to be called Lehman Russ Vanquisher unit review. But the truth is that it's just doesn't get the views, doesn't get the clicks. And as I do this full time as my job, I have to get the bums on seats. So yeah, please understand that I actually wish I didn't have to do it, but that is the nature of the game, sadly. Yeah, there we go. It's the nature of the game. All right. So next, I want to say a big thank you to Ishmael. Ishmael, thank you for the double super chat, baby. Thank you for the double super chat, man. Going green human Tau now. Wink, wink. Why not? The funny thing is, Ishmael, is I would love to kind of reverse engineer the list that I ran with the Tau and reverse engineer it over to the guard, but I actually don't think it'll work because I've guard orders. I think I have to lose so much to get orders. Yeah. Orders are really good, but they're a massive, massive tax. It sounds It sounds wild, but I really, really think Guard needs splashing orders back. We're very, very... my eyes have been open to how efficient other armies have got stuff. And orders are so... And I look back at some of the Guard armies that I've been running recently, and I've been running barely any orders. Like 2 tank commanders, 1 grand strategist. That's all the orders I'm willing to take at the moment. Yeah. And I think the way you kind of do it is maybe like 1 command squad, 1 command platoon, and then Kazakin. I think that's the way you've got to do it. Yeah. Orders, yeah. Funnily enough, running towers maybe really go off orders. I wish orders were better now. Yeah. How many suits did I take in my list? 2 Riptides, 2 Broadsides, and 12 Stealth suits in 2 squads of 6. I want to say next, Ishmael, your other one. You convinced me, just bought a tan Tower army. Really? Fair enough. Fair enough. What have I done? What have I done? Rhodri Davies, thank you so much for the 18-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Thank you for supporting the channel for 18 months. Thank you for doing your part. And lastly, I want to do a shout out to Wadders and Marius for subscribing on YouTube. Big thank you to you guys for doing that. Don't forget, guys, we're trying to get to 80,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Everyone that subscribes gets us a little bit closer to that goal. I also want to say a big thank you to Laura for following over on Twitch as well. Now, we're going to get into the games now, boys. Boys and girls, girls and boys, small furry creatures of Alpha Centauri. But first, I need to grab a quick drink. But what I will do is to satiate your appetite. I will put the first picture on screen, and we're just going to basically go through the pictures. I will warn you, the pictures got a little sparse towards the end of the event. A, through me being a bit tired, and B, through me having to really, as I got further and further the ranks, having to play harder and harder. Yeah. There we go. That should be all right. Let me just adjust this slightly. I think like that will be a bit better. There you go, guys. Before I run off, Gazman14, thank you so much for the 100 bits, mate. Thank you for supporting on Twitch, bro. Hey, MG, sorry if I missed it. Why didn't you take Christ suits? Oh, yeah, I didn't address this before, did I? I think Christ suits are really shit. They're far too expensive. Far too expensive. Why take... Because they're not that good unless they've got, like, a commander with them. And when you take a commander with them, it's like 200 plus points for a unit. If you notice, none of my damage dealers were over 200 points. In a typical tower list, everything's over 200 points. Yeah. Yeah, nothing... yeah, I think the problem is that if you go through a typical tower list, there's just not enough in it. And the reason there's not enough in it is because every unit is costing like 200 plus points. So, you can't get... You know, if you're taking like 3 units of suits or 2 units of suits with commanders, there goes 400 points. That's 25. That's 20% of your list. You take 2 units of breachers, there goes another 20% of your list, and all you've got is 2 units of Christ suits and 2 units of breachers. It's like, fuck me. It's like 800 points on 4 fucking units, most of which are jump out and then die units. Yeah, so I don't like Christ suits. I think that they're I don't like Christ suits, but fair. I would say fair play to the Tau community that, like I said, have been lurking a bit. Prevailing wisdom is definitely shifting away from Christ suits, and I think I don't think the Tau players that are up to date are particularly hard for crisis suits. I think a past criticism of mine has been fucking hate crisis suits because they just drop in and bum everything. But now I don't think that they do, and I think most of the Tau community doesn't think that as well. I think most Tau players wish they would, but I don't think that they do. How would I fix crisis suits if I was able to change them? It's a very good question. I don't know. I don't know. The problem is they really lack volume of fire.
When it comes to fighting crime,
That's the
there's
biggie,
only one man
right?
keeping the streets safe.
If you've got a unit of
Keep it real.
crisis suits with plasma rifles, for example, they're firing like one shot each. They're firing like 2 shots each because you get like 2 weapons, right, on the plasma ones. You get, like missile pods or plasma. So you get 6 shots from a squad of 3, and then the commander joins and probably brings like another 3 shots, 3 plasma shots, probably, you know, roughly speaking, give or take some. So you're getting about 9 or 10 shots, but this unit is costing you 200 plus points. Or you go for a Riptide, or like a Broadside. You go for a Riptide, which is like under 200 points, and is doing 10 shots between the missiles and the main gun, and the main gun is damage 4. And then you've got the broadsides, which are 180 points, and they're doing 12 shots. Because you want smart missile systems. They're doing like the four railgun shots, and then the missile drones. And so it's like you just not got that volume there. There's not got got the volume there. So I think maybe volume. Maybe let them take a third gun. Maybe. You don't want to go too much with it, but either I think the points need to come down to, because what is it, like 130 points for a unit of plasma ones? Yeah. And they need the commander in there, because whenever I've taken a commander, I've taken just 4 plasma like rifles on him, just like just to get the extra, or like 4 fusion on him. I've like fuck everything else, just 4 fusion. I would probably give the plasma ones. I would probably give the plasma. I would focus on the plasma ones because you can't really focus on the fusion ones, and I would probably because the fusion ones are very, very good. And I think the moment you giving an extra plasma rifle is fine, but giving an extra fusion gun is fucked because that could be potentially like 8 damage. So I don't know. I don't think I'd touch the fusion ones, even though I think they're not that great. I don't think I touch the fusion ones because it's hard to touch the fusion ones. The plasma ones, I'd probably let them take 2 plasma rifles and a missile pod each, because then you're getting 2 extra shots per suit, and that's 6 extra shots. And so each suit is doing 4 shots, not 2 shots. But the extra shots you're getting are only AP -1 damage 2. And you don't change the points on them. And that way they start getting an advantage over... That way they start getting advantage over things. They start being worth their points, because they get an advantage over like a Riptide. Because like we said, Riptide's getting 10 shots, like 190 points. And the suits would then be getting 12 shots. And then the commander could go on top, and that could give them like another 4. I'd limit the commander to like 3 guns as well, so it's basically an average of, I said like you only get 4 shots per suit, but like even if it's a commander, if it's the good stuff like plasma and stuff, but every one gets 4 suits. So it's like, okay, you can spend like 210 points on the plasma ones, but you're getting 8 plasma shots and 8 missile pod shots, and I think that would make them very powerful. But they're still over 200 points, and they don't have an invulnerable save. Am I right? Do they still get an invulnerable save? If they still get a 4+, then I would do a 2-phase. I'd do like a 2-phase thing, and maybe I'd be like, give them that extra firepower. But then, you know what I'd do? Give them a missile drone. That's it. Give them a missile drone, so they're getting the volume, but the volume is at a 4+, not 3+. Because I think they only hit. They only hit on 4s, right? Yeah. So yeah, that's how I do it. I'd give them an extra. I'd allow them to take missile drones, and then you're basically doubling their output of shots, but they're not. It's not good shots. And they're not hitting at like 2s or 3s, whatever it is. I can't remember. I can't remember. If they hit on 3s, then I think you have to give them the missile drones. But I'd add missile drones to like every one of the crisis. That's how I'd fix them. Every crisis suit one of the drone options they can take can be a missile drone. But then what the fuck do you do with gun drones, you know? Yeah. Every missile pod, every crisis suit can take a missile pod. Can take a missile drone. The only issue I have then is what do you do with gun drones? But I'm not that. Truth be told, if gun drones get a bit shafted, I'm not that bothered because they're just fucking piss drones anyway, right? So who gives a fuck? It's not like anybody out there is crying out for gun drone rights. Remember the gun drones? No one gives a fuck. Do you know what I mean? The gun drones. So yeah, that's probably how I'd do it. Yeah, that's probably how I'd do it. So, yeah. Jimmy Squid, thank you for the super chat, man. TTC question, and MG is a Tau player now? A sad day. I'm not a Tau player now. Have you got a TTC question in the Discord, is it? Jimmy Squid. Let's have a look. TTC question about terrain. Just printed my orbital lance cannon. I want to know how I can answer my next vow. Will there be more added parts? The more added parts and why added to a Vox building since I can't find rules against terrain. How would you price this? I think there used to be Legends rules for a plasma obliterator cannon. Let me have a look. Give me a moment, mate. Give me a moment. Legends or allied legends. Yeah, fortifications. Yeah, so the plasma obliterator, here's the rules for it. It was just a big turret. Yeah, so there you go, 225 points. Yeah, vow it as a plasma obliterator, 225 points. There you go. And so there you go. I'm not a Tau player. I genuinely wouldn't describe myself as a Tau player. I would describe myself as a guard player who played Tau for an event. That's it. Talzon, thank you so much for the super chat, man. The Giga Chat. Praise be to Mordian, first of his name, Reaper of Tears, Troller of Reddit, King of GTs, and Breaker of Metas. Oh, man. You guys keep glazing me like this. Like my ego is actually good. You're going to see my head swelling up. I won't be able to get through any fucking doorways. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah, man. You know what? Like, truth be told, it would be, and I don't mean this in an egotistical way, it would be kind of cool. To quote Generation Kill, it'd be kind of fucking ninja. That's kind of fucking ninja. It'd be kind of fucking ninja to, if the Tau... My honest hope is that the Tau community responds to this positively. They I hope that they see that, I am a bit of a goofy goober, and I do chat a lot of shit, and I have a lot of banter, and, I maybe a bit, I exaggerate, and I'm a bit slapstick. I hope they can sort of see past that, and see, and I hope that they can sort of embrace what I've said. And it would be kind of fucking ninja if this mad thing ends up causing a bit of a shift in the Tau meta. Maybe if I'm not expecting everyone to change overnight, of course, but to see a few people pick the idea, run with it, and get their own feedback. That would be what I would love to see that. And I say this wholeheartedly. If hopefully it worked for me. Hopefully it works for them, and if it starts getting their win rate up nice and good, then amazing. Yeah. There you go. I'll tell you what, the monkey's paw will obviously curl though, and Josh Roberts will watch this video, and he'll next Tau update, like all of the units that I took will get points nerfed. Do we want to take bets on that? Do we want to take bets on that? Strike teams. Six-man Pathfinder. Six-man stealth teams go up. Strike teams go up. Hammerheads go up. Broadsides. I don't think broadsides need to go up. They're good, but I think they're exactly where they are. Same with Riptides. That's what I would expect. Yeah. If we see strike teams go up in points, then we know, Josh, you watched it. All right. Okay, guys, give me a minute. I just need to grab a quick cordial, a quick drink, and then I'll be back. It's thirsty work. I know we've been like 2.5 hours getting to the games. I can assure you the games will be pretty quick. The games will be pretty quick, and they'll follow a pretty familiar pattern. You know, like when I did the after-action report for the mech army, and it was just like the double flanky sweep every game. It's similar this time. It turns out that the Horns of the Buffalo is faction agnostic. Give me 30 more seconds. Need a quick wee. It's going through me today. Honestly, I think it's just the excitement. I'm excitedly, nervously weeing a lot. Right. Okay, so phone. Scores in the phone. Right. So let me bring up the old Tabletop Battles app. Okay, so game number 1. I played against Mike. He's actually a lovely chap. I've met him before, and I'm good friends with our mutual. Well, we've got a mutual friend in Chris, and I've been to. I got a lot of time for Chris, and I got a lot of time for Mike. They're good lads. Chris is a fantastic orc player who really embraces the orc memes. You know, he'll turn up to events with maxed out Gretchen, get tabled 5 games in a row, go 0-5 and fucking love it. He's like a true orc player. He's not one of these people that says they're an orc player but then takes meta shit. Orc community, I'm coming for you next. He's a proper old school orc player. He's a proper old school orc player. A lot of time for him, a lot of respect for him. Likewise with Mike, he's a good lad. A lot of time for him, a lot of respect for him as well. The mission was what the fuck is it? Oh yeah, the mission was supply drop, and the deployment was tipping point. And I will get up Mike's list now, because I know a lot of you all want those deets. You want the deets. I can give you the deets. If you give me a moment, I will give you the deets. Ooh, bugger me, I pressed the button. No, I'd like pairings, please. Round 1. BCP. I've got a lot of time for tabletop battles. BCP can kind of go fuck itself, to be honest. I like it, but they've started diddling with it, and it's made it worse. So, in Mike's list, he had Commander Dante, Chief Librarian Mephiston, and Lamartes. Dante was in the Sanguinary Guard. Lamartes was in a Death Company unit. Mephiston was obviously on his own. He also had a Blood Angels captain with the basically the double go ape, where he just goes fucking ape, because he's got the rage fueled warrior enhancement, so he can go like extra attack, sustained hits 3, and just go fucking double ape at people and just fucking smash the fuck out of them. A squad of 5 assault incessors, a squad of 5 regular incessors, 6 blade guards, 10 Death Company with jump packs, 3 interceptors, 3 inceptors, 3 inceptors, 6 Sanguinary Guard, 5 scouts, double Vindicator, and an Impulsor. The Blade Guard were in the Impulsor. Okay. So, deployment. This picture is taken after my turn 1. The terrain we were playing on, by the way, it's called Glasshammer terrain. It's one of the standardized formats in the UK. It's relatively common. I'd say it's sort of third. It's probably more popular than GW terrain. We don't really play on GW terrain at tournaments in the UK. We play either UKCC or WTC, or we play on Glasshammer terrain. It is broadly equivalent to UKTC. It's sort of, I'd say, new UKTC. It was slightly less dense than old UKTC, but new UKTC, I'd say, is basically the same as it. It's probably about the same as like GW terrain. Yeah, it's pretty similar. Some of the maps are more open than others. Some of them are real tricky to get the angles on, for sure. The terrain itself, like aesthetically, it's just basic L-shaped ruins, basically. So deployment for me, 2 squads of fire warriors here, broadsides. So one thing to put in perspective, this was my first time deploying the army. Remember, I had zero practice with this. So I drew upon my Imperial Guard, Mech Guard experience. And I decided to go for a double flanky sweep. So what I did is I had Riptide and Broadsides and double Fire Warriors over here. And then in the... Why can't I drag them? Oh, I can do. And then in the middle, I had my Hammerheads. So I had 2 Hammerheads. And I had all 3 Hammerheads and the Riptides in the middle. And this was Riptide in the middle. And then I also had just Devilfish and a Piranha just in this channel here. Because he's only got a Vindicator. So he's only got 24-inch range. So I was like, well, if he just won't be in range. That's just further than 24 inches. And then over here, I had a Devilfish, 2 more squads of Fire Warriors, and I had Stealth Suits and Stealth Suits. For the Blood Angels, we've got... I wonder if I've got a picture of it, actually. On there, on the right flank, from my perspective, we've got the Captain with the Assault Intercessors and a Vindicator. We've got Death Company and an Impulsor and Mephiston. And then we have got Sangard, and we've got Interceptors and a Vindicator. And we've got the 2 units of Jumpy Dudes in the sky. Personally, if I'm just going to be honest. And Mike, if you listen to this, know that this feedback is done not with hate, just let's just talk about it. I think there was a lack of force concentration from the Marines. I think if they'd bull rushed down one flank, it would have made a big difference. But as it was, they spread out a bit. Because, you've got so much room behind these are roomy ruins. These are roomy ruins. You could definitely have massed up a lot more. I probably would have massed up on here and here, and then basically just put a fucking, just an interceptor squad on there. On my natural expansion. But it's difficult, isn't it? It's difficult. Because then I can take your natural off you. I don't know if that would have worked. Benefit of hindsight. Because I could then just take his natural off him. Because I could just go on this side. And then he has to come out here. And then I just kill him. And then I put another unit on this natural. And then that means he's forced to try and fight me on my natural. Which obviously gives me a massive advantage. So I don't know if that would have worked, actually. But maybe it would have given him a fighting chance. Let's have a look at... I'm just going through the pictures here quickly. Okay, yeah. But we just need the overview picture for now. So turn 1. So I get turn 1. Obviously, getting turn 1 is really bad for me. Because I'm in Montcar. So essentially, I miss out on a turn of Montcar. So I've only going to have turn 2 and turn 3 to really do what I need to do. Over here, my movement's very simple. I move my stealth suits up aggressively on this flank. Crotch cam, crotch cam, crotch cam. I move my stealth suits up aggressively on this flank. And I move my Devilfish up. I do that because there's a unit of scouts. You can see this poking up here. There's a unit of scouts. The Devilfish spots the scouts for the broadsides, because the broadsides, not the broadsides, the stealth suits, because the stealth suits do more damage. I then pop a CP to give me extra damage, extra AP. Which way around do I do it? Sorry, no, the stealth suits do the marker lighting, and then I pop the extra AP strat on these guys, I think. It's difficult going back all the way now. And what I do is I shoot the scouts to death with the stealth suits. Even though I'm only hitting on 4s, it still helps with the Devilfish shooting, and then because the extra AP. And then what I do is I use the SMS. I can't remember. And then I use the SMS and I kill the scouts. I can't remember. The scouts die. It's between the devil. I can't remember if the Devilfish spotted or the stealth suit spotted. So please forgive me on that one. But I spotted the scouts. I guided onto the scouts, and then I shot all the indirect fire and the stealth suits and everything in scouts and just killed them. And any remaining indirect fire shots that I had went to the death company, and I did a wound, something like that. So one thing that I wanted to, one thing that I found kind of interesting. Oh, 1 minute, let me just check something. Ugh. I want to check something about my list. It's relatively just a quick one. Where am I? There we go. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I thought so. I had just a moment of panic, but I thought so. But one of the things that I noticed about spotting is that when you spot a unit with a marker light, it ignores cover. And when you then shoot them with the SMS systems, they don't get the benefit of cover, which is quite big on scouts, because obviously they get they go up to a 3-up save in cover. So that was something that kept popping up, like when I was fighting like things like Zangors and scouts and stuff. You know, if I managed to spot them, then it meant that I got to ignore cover on them, which is kind of good, which is obviously a big help. And then the other thing that I noticed is that, you know, I could spot a unit and then all the indirect fire stuff got like +1 to hit, because it's like you're guided onto the unit, which is kind of good. So before you couldn't do that, because before you would split fire and that would actually that would fuck you over. But now it's just a case of you can split fire as much as you want, and you can guide up as much as you want, and it's pretty good. It didn't really matter all that much, to be honest, because a lot of the time I think it only came up in this, like, it might only have come up in this one instance, maybe one other instance the whole tournament, but it just stuck with me in my brain for some reason. I think it didn't really come up most of the time because I'm firing direct for a reason. I can't see the enemy, so I can't spot them. But it was one thing that also jumped out to me is that Riptides could ignore the penalties for shooting, and so do broadsides if you take the right bit of equipment on them. And so they hit on 4s with their indirect fire as well, which is really good. And they hit on 4s and then they're twin linked. So, yeah. Anyway, I got distracted. Let's just get into it. So I killed the scouts turn 1 and killed a death company turn 1. And then the big thing. So my opponent had deployed his Vindicator here. And I moved my Hammerhead so it was in the ruin here. But also so that you see that because I had loads of movement, you can turn any part of the model, and that just takes movement off you. I got wholly in the ruin here, and then I was able to poke my turret just outside of the ruin there, and then I poked one single stealth suit out, and so I could see the Vindicator, because there's a line across there. Now, all Mike could do is put it back here, but that's not where it was. So I fired my rail cannon, and I rolled the hit, and I got the 6 to hit, which is a lethal hit because I'm guided in Montcar. I'm ignoring cover, and I'm AP -5 on a big rail gun. So even though it's got a 2-up save, it goes straight through. I roll the damage and I only roll like a 2. So I'm like, fuck it, I'll re-roll it. And I re-roll it and I roll a 5 or a 6. And I just one-shot a Vindicator. And that was huge. That was huge. Because now there's only one ranged threat in the whole army. Basically, I just need to screen out the melee and then kill them and just not worry about any clapback. Yeah. Which is, for all intents and purposes, what really happened in the game, unfortunately. So you can see this is where I've screened out and stuff. This is the overview picture At the end of my turn, scouts are dead there. Vindicator's dead there. So I was quite shit at taking pictures. So this was where the Blood Angels were turn 1. After Tau turn 1. This is what is left of the Blood Angel army after Tau turn 2. Where the Death Company, they're all dead. Where the Sanguinary Guard, they're all dead. Where's Mephiston? He's fucking dead. He's fucking dead. By the end of Tau turn 2, the Marines had 5 intercessors, 6 Blade Guard, another 5 intercessors, and a Vindicator. That was it. Because the Blood Angel, the Sanguinary Guard came out here, munched the stealth suits that were blocking them. Because he couldn't not, munched stealth suits, munched the shooting, munched the Devilfish, and then they consolidated onto the objective, which took the objective off me. And the Death Company came over here and did the same thing. Basically, the Piranha survived on 1 wound. But they basically killed the Piranha. It dies like piss on fire next turn. So basically, majority munched the Piranha, kill the Devilfish here, and then the Mephiston comes in here, and Mephiston whiffs against the Fire Warriors, but it didn't make a huge difference. And then, so in my turn 1, I killed a Vindicator, 5 Scouts, and a Death Company. Not that big deal. In the Blood Angel turn 1, they killed both Devilfishes, a squad of Stealth Suits, a Piranha, and they did all the squad of Fire Warriors. So I took way more damage. I took way more damage. But then I just killed everything. Because I just went, Pathfinder's here, mark a light. Pathfinders that spit out this Devilfish, mark a light. Fire Warriors fell. They passed their battle shock and then fell back. I think Mephiston's the thing that stopped from falling back from him. And then these Fire Warriors marked up Mephiston. And do you want to know how easy... Do you want to know what my first inkling was that Tau were going to be broken? Was when... I think it was when 2 squads of Fire Warriors and a squad of Pathfinders killed all the Sanguinary Guard, all 6 Sanguinary Guard. Yeah. And then Dante just died to like an ion cannon or something. Something not that bad. So the reason why all the Sanguinary Guard died was because the Pathfinders marked them, which removes their cover, but also the Pathfinders get the counters being guided as well, which is fantastic. And then on both units of Fire Warriors, I use the stratagem that lets me get +1 AP. So I'm firing 42 shots, hitting on 3s with lethal hits, wounding on 3s, and the Sanguinary Guard are on a 3-up save. And going from a 2-up save to a 3-up save really isn't good. It's a lot to write home about. It's not good if you're a Sanguinary Guard player. So, we're looking at like, with the lethals popping off, I smoked like 3 of the Sanguinary Guard that way. And the Pathfinders actually fired first. And I think I threw grenades as well. And the Pathfinders threw grenades first, and then they shot. And the hammer and the rail guns are hitting on 3s. So I hit with, I get lucky. I get a lethal and hit with the other 2. I wound with the 2 that I hit with, so I get 3 wounds through. And my opponent fails a couple of, if it's invulnerable saves, it's just 2 Sangard. And then the rest of the Sangard go down to all the pulse rifle fire, because they're not that tough to kill. They're like T4 or something. They're not that tough to kill. And then Dante, I just go, I'll just put this whole iron head into him. And he just goes, just dies. Yeah. Actually, I think it was the Riptide. I put the Riptide into Dante. Yeah, because he didn't have a good angle onto the Death Company, what was left of them. So yeah, the Riptide has killed Dante. And then basically, the what do you call it? The Death Company in the middle. Death Companies aren't that scary. They're just Marines. 3-up save. So again, the stealth suits pop out. They mark the Death Company. And then you've got broadsides, hammerhead, Riptide, Fire Warriors, stealth suits that can go into the Death Company, but it doesn't take anywhere near that much to kill them. It doesn't take anywhere near that much. And then all remaining spare firepower, because it did not take that much to kill them. And then whatever of spare firepower went into Mephisto and then just fell over and he died. And that was game. That was game. Truth be told, there's nothing the Blood Angels can do to get back in at that point. They've got one last push in them. The Blood Angel captain comes over here, does the double go ape, kills the Riptide. I thought the Riptide might hold him up. It didn't. Kills Riptide, which means that they then consolidate into the broadsides. Jumpy dudes come down. One over here, but they don't do the damage they need to do. I think that one of the jumpy dudes went after broadsides, didn't quite kill it. One of the jumpy dudes. I nearly lose 2 Riptides in a turn, to be fair. But I passed a normal amount of 4+ invulnerable saves, which is unnormal for me. I normally hardly pass any. And then that's basically the Blood Angel second go. And you can see I've still got most of my army left. And then it goes over to my turn 3. And it's like, well, I'm still in Montcar. So I've still got advance and shoot. No dramas whatsoever. So because I've got advance and shoot, I just boost everything as far forward as I can. Pick up the Blade Guard. Because Riptide and Ion Head on the Blade Guard. I mean, 2 units which are perfectly designed to kill them. And the stealth suits guiding them on. And then anything else that couldn't see indirect fired into them. So they fucking died. Broadside stayed in combat because I knew that the captain had done, the imp has played his trick. He can only do it once. So I stayed in combat, blew away the intercessors that had charged me, and the captain just killed the 1 wound broadside. And then in my turn 4, this broadside just killed the captain. Because I only need to get like 1 rail cannon shot through to realistically. I've got a lot of shots. Do you know what I mean? And that was it. Yeah, basically, my opponent on his last turn goes for a banzai charge with his intercessors. Comes over here, kills I think kills the stealth suits bar 1. Then I kill the intercessors. Turn 4. Turn 3 that he was basically tabled, but turn 4 he was properly tabled. And that was it. Oh yeah, these are the dice I chose to take to the event. I thought I'd lead. If you're going to lead into the meme, and this is where all the Tower players go, but we're not communist. I know. I'm just embracing the meme. I thought I'd use bolt action dice. So I took my Soviet and my Japanese dice to cover all of the rage bait. There you go. I actually thought it worked quite well. Actually, I really enjoyed using them. Yeah. There you go. If you're gonna play Tau and you're gonna embrace it all the way. There you go. Now the final score here, it wasn't all that high because I was very much making mistakes throughout the game. So the final score was only 74. My final score was only 74. Which is a reflection of my somewhat piss poor performance as I kept making mistakes. But a reflection, I was sort of I was just playing it chill. After that turn 2, after that turn 2, I wasn't being massively cutthroat, which might sound crazy because I, obviously with the tabling, but I wasn't like desperate for every single point. So Mike only got 25 points. So it was kind of a reflection, like I was just, I was just playing the game, but I wasn't overly worrying. I was making a lot of mistakes, and I was kind of just focused on like getting a feel for the army and all that kind of stuff. So that was game 1. Now, before we get into game 2, I've got a quick super chat here. Apologies, I didn't realize it had been 21 minutes for me to get the super chat, so please lambast me. Kilak Nelak, thank you for the super chat, bro. Congratulations, Guvesa. I hope to make many changes to my list based upon your findings. Your service to the greater good is much appreciated. What have I done? I've taught the tower how to play bad. What have I done? What have I done? Oh, man. Oh. What have I done? What have I done, boys? Oh. Gonna have to embrace it now. And in all seriousness, I am willing. I'm gonna say this right now. I wish the Tower community the best. And I hope that this tournament and these findings prove helpful to you, because nothing would... it would be nice if the Guard community and the Tower community could kind of meet each other halfway. And the Tower community kind of... the Tower community can be a little less salty and a little bit less damage obsessed, and the Guard community can be a little less maybe over memeing it, shall we say, to the point of like being a bit mean, and we can kind of find that you guys, we tease you guys are okay with it, your list become a bit more Guardified, we kind of like we're okay, we like that, and we sort of reach this sort of middle point. I would love that. Maybe it's Guard Vaser. Maybe we all become Guard Vaser. Maybe that's the way of doing it. I'm not exactly expressing my point well. But like, I'm not trying to be. I feel like that might have come across a bit wrong. If it has done, I do apologize. But hopefully you get the meaning behind it. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So Kilak. On a serious note, I hope that you find it helpful. There you are. Game 2. So game 2 was one I was very worried about straight away, because it was into Thousand Suns. And as you guys know, Thousand Suns are currently considered to be quite good. Oh, shit me. I've done it again. I'm being a bit of a fool. A foolish fool. The Thousand Suns player is quite good. He's a member of Team Stonehammer. If you don't know, Team Stonehammer are quite a large team in the UK, in the north, and they have been doing very, very well recently. They've been cultivating a lot of in-house talent. Yeah, they've gone from just being like, I think basically 4 mates dicking around to actually having some seriously good stuff on there. Seriously good stuff. All right. Now, I was playing against Ross game 2. Ross is a good guy. And he was running Thousand Suns, which is a good list. And he had an Infernal Master with what I call it the Dark Matter Crystal, but apparently they've renamed it to the Umbralific. Fuck that. To the Dark Matter Crystal. And then another Infernal Master. And then he had Magnus and a Sorcerer with the Eldritch Vortex of Eptar. And then another Sorcerer. Then he had 5 units of Rubrics. most with flamers, but I think there's a couple of squads with bolters, but most with flamers. A couple of rhinos, squad of 2 Chaos Spawn, 2 Mutaleth Vortex Beasts, a big unit of Zangor, a bow Zangor, and a unit of 10 Zangors. So I thought it was a pretty good list, actually. I faced another Thousand Suns list afterwards, which was similar but a little different in a few key areas. But yeah, I was definitely a little worried about this because I know that the Mutaleths can do some very good damage, and I know Magnus can do a hell of a lot of damage. The big thing was obviously the rubrics because of the flamers and the Overwatch. But what was, I would say, quite vexing about this board, what I'd say was quite vexing in this matchup was actually the terrain for me. So this terrain looks quite open. It's actually very, very limited firing lines, especially for a lot of my units because a lot of them are vehicles. So no, with the deployment zone is the one that goes across diagonally, so you can see I'm like stacked up in this ruin. So you can stack a unit up of like 5 rubrics in here, in like a rhino, for example, move them out like 9 inches and hide them on this wall here, and I can't get any angles to you without coming out. So that's tough. And then over here, obviously you can hide a unit on here, and the gap is very narrow, as you can see. It's only a 2-inch gap. So coming around the side here is difficult as well, because that's only a hop, skip, and a jump from getting Magnus in the bumhole. And then the middle is just fairly. The middle is a bit of a killing zone, but even then, not so much. You stack up a unit here, and I can't get the angle on you here, and I can get the angle on you here, obviously, but then you can get the angle on me. So this looks open, but I actually found the firing lanes very, very hard on this map. Very, very, very hard. So, mission. Oop. 1 minute. I opened my phone in such a way that I opened the camera rather than tabletop battles. So the mission was Scorched Earth, and the deployment is Crucible of Battle. We rolled off for first turn, and I got first turn again. So that's two times when I basically had 1 less turn of Montcar. Now, this is a picture of my deployment, not partway through turn 1. This is a picture of my deployment. Stealth suits infiltrated here, just over 1 inch away from the wall. So if the rubrics want to take me off the objective, they have to come through. Stealth suits infiltrated here, giving me an opportunity to spot here, or actually dash across to here if I need to. And then I deployed a flanky sweep over here. So Devilfish with Scout, Hammerhead, Riptide, 2 units of Fire Warriors. And then I deployed over here a bit of a flanky sweep, because the idea is the broadsides can fit through that gap. So I've got a Devilfish here, which can scout into here. And I've got 2 broadsides, which can obviously come down here, cover this firing lane, or within 11 inch, because they can go 5 and then auto advance 6 if I use the stratagem. They can relatively happily sprint the gap if they need to. And then I've got an Ion Head, which can come down here or up here, and a hammer. And these, this is really going wherever it needs to go. So it might go up here, it might go down here, it might go down the middle. It'll go wherever it needs to go. For my opponent, Magnus and both Mutaleth Vortex Beasts here. I think a Rhino of rubrics there as well. Yeah. Zangors, Rhino, full of rubrics, another rubric squad, and the Bogors there. Yes, there you go. You can see it. Actually, can we take a moment to appreciate the how lovely and blue those Zangors are? Yeah, I really liked these Zangors in this list. I thought the list in general was actually very nicely painted. Very vividly painted. And as you guys know, I am a sucker for a bright color scheme. I'm not that bothered about how good a paint job is, as long as it's relatively neat. Do you know what I mean? Relatively neat, relatively consistent. That'll do for me. But I love a bright color scheme, bright and vivid. So we go over to turn Karl turn 1. Devilfish scouts and scout. I get first turn, so I'll scout and then move into here. Piranha moves into the middle to get me an object. I think I got like area denial or something, so I move into the middle for that. Broadside. I take a unit of fire warriors and sprint them across the gap here. Totally okay if my opponent wants to poke Magnus out to kill these fire warriors or the piranha, because then it gives me a chance to potentially clap back. Actually, you know, I was nervous about that. I hadn't quite yet got the measure of the list. I actually thought I'd made a mistake here, but it turned out to be all right in the end. Devilfish moved over to here just to get on the objective. And again, a bit of temptation. I was putting a lot of bait out. I was throwing chum in the water. I was like, let's see what my opponent does. So Devilfish over here. Piranha here. Let's see if I can tempt him to come out. Maybe I can get some angles. And then really, that was my turn. The only thing I did is I basically took all of the indirect fire that was in range. I think these two probably weren't in range. But I took all the indirect fire that was in range and poured it into the Zangors. And I think 3 survived, which is fine. Because it means by the end of next turn, he's lost his action monkeys. And these action monkeys are quite far back. So I'm okay with that. Yeah, remember, the job of the indirect fire is just to kill what appears to be the obligatory 1 to 2 action monkeys that every army brings. And do it as quickly as possible, ideally by the end of turn 2. So if you're thinking, well, could you take less indirect fire? You could do, but I think the key is to do it early on, not by the end of the game. And smart missile systems are fine. I can't really express this enough. At no point was I crying out for burst cannon drones. Accelerated burst cannons on my hammerheads. At no point was I crying out for that. At no point was I crying out for the plasma on the Riptides. No, at no point. Smart missile systems were very important to the plan. And I had volume everywhere else. That it was more important for me to have that extra tool in the toolbox of indirect fire than for me to have slightly better supplementary firepower. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So that was what was left of the Zangors. Ah, yes. End of my turn 2. Yeah. So this was an interesting one. So, a unit of rubrics jumped out here, jumped on the objective and took it off me. They had flamers. And then Magnus poked out to kill the piranha. Because he got bring it down. And then a unit of rubrics staged here. They rapid ingressed here, actually. And the spawn went here in my opponent's turn. Because the spawn are 2OC. My Devilfish are 2OC, so he took the objective off me. Now, I made a bit of a... my turn 2 was fine, but I made a bit of a mistake. Magnus had poked his wing round. It's not obvious from the picture, but my opponent made his intent clear. So I wasn't, you can see the ruins are just placed on, so they get nudged a little bit. So he poked his wing around so he could see the piranha. I was so worried about Magnus. I was so voodoo by Magnus's damage that I didn't actually go for him. And as you'll see later in game 4, I probably could have killed Magnus at this point. I probably could have taken him out. Because I could have brought the broadsides round here, the ion head round here, and then brought the pathfinders up here. Stealth suits out here. And obviously the devilfish could have come here as well. And the hammerhead came up here. And that would easily have been enough to kill Magnus. He's actually not that hard to kill. He looks harder to kill than he is. I struggled to kill him with guard. I always struggle to kill him with guard, but with Tau, he's not that hard to kill. But I was so I basically, because I hadn't quite yet got the measure of the list. My game plan was to kill everything but Magnus, and I was like, look, if all he's got left at the end of the game is Magnus and like a Mutalith, 2 Mutalith Vortex beasts running around, then he hasn't got enough pieces. So I'll kill everything but those 3 was the plan. And I figured I had the level of units and redundancy to take it. So I went kind of, I definitely overcommitted turn 2 because again I don't quite yet know my own strength. You know, I'm like Lenny in Of Mice and Men. You know, I'm strong, but I'm fucking thick as pig shit. So the first thing I do is I'm like, I say, are those rubrics got flamers? My opponent's like, yes. I'm like, oh, so you're gonna Overwatch me? And he was like, very probably. And I was like, I ummed and ahed about it. And then I was like, it's 5 blokes with flamers. There's like a flamer pistol on the sergeant, 3 of the flamers in the squad, and like a Reaper assault cannon, whatever it's called. I reckon I can take it. It's all damage 1. Yeah, you auto hit. But it's strength 4. I'm T4. It's like AP 1 or AP 2. I'm a 3-up save. And I've got 6 stealth suits. So I was like, so this is where the sort of funny quote came from. Because I was playing this game, and one of the TOs that I know called Will, because he was very curious about me, because I know Will a lot. I've played him against a few times. A very, very, very stand-up player. And he was watching, I don't know if he was watching the game because he was interested, or he was watching the game because I was Tau. And he was like, well, obviously Tau's going to cheat. Just teasing Tau players. So I better watch this game. No, joke aside, he actually was very curious to know how it would go. And I was sort of under hard, and I was like, fuck it. I reckon I can take it. And my opponent was like, you can't take it. And I was like, I can take it. And I was like, I can take it, and fuck it. If we die, we die like men. I said, you can only Overwatch once. And he was like, that's true. But I was like, you can only Overwatch once. If you kill them all, it's fine. Because the thing is, what was going through my mind is if he kills them all, then the Pathfinders just jump out, and he can't Overwatch them, and the Pathfinders will guide, and then they'll guide themselves. And the Devilfish could see, because one of the rubrics was here, so the Devilfish could see that one. So I was like, fuck it. I reckon a Devilfish and Pathfinders, with grenades, will probably take out like fucking 5 rubrics, whatever it was. But as it happened, I jumped out with the stealth suits, and he killed 3 of them. Now, this was the moment where I felt extremely vindicated in my choice of 6 stealth suits over 3 stealth suits. Because if I'd only had 3 stealth suits, as prevailing Tau doctrine would dictate, then the stealth suit would have died, and I wouldn't have been able to do what I needed to do. Because, it's like my opponent got like, he got fairly average number of shots. He got like 14 shots on his flamers. He got like 7 wounds. I only think it's AP, I think it's only AP 1. It might be AP 2. But, I passed like 3 saves, so I lost like a couple of stealth suits. And then the Gatling cannon got a bit lucky. I managed to kill 1 as well, I think. Or maybe he got a bit lucky on the number of shots. But either way, like, I was like, yeah, it's like 3, yeah, it's fine. So yeah, I felt very vindicated in this moment, because I was like, sweet. I knew 6 stealth suits were good because they could take Overwatch, and this is against like the deadliest Overwatch in the game right now, apparently, because everyone's quaking their boots over 1,000 Suns flamers. And I'm like, it's 4 fucking flamers. Why are you guys pissing yourself? And then the Fire Warriors then the Pathfinders jumped out. And between the Devilfish firing, the stealth suits guide, Devilfish fired first, fired everything. That wiped out most of them. Then the Pathfinders fired next, wiped out the rest. And that actually left the stealth suits. No, the stealth suits fired next, killed most of them. There's like one guy left, and I put the rail guns over here, and I put the pulse carbines into the bow zangles that are just off here. And killed like one or two of them. And yeah, so I killed the rubrics fine. I think I overcommitted a bit here, but I then took the unit of firewalls that was here and moved. See, I saw how far they would advance. They advanced like 11 inches in total, and they ran onto the devilfish, and then the devilfish moved. So that I basically hopped one unit into there, which is a great trick. Get one unit out, get another unit in. I was worried I'd overcommitted here, but the benefit of hindsight, I was like, if all of this dies, I still have all of this, you know? And then I moved these firewalls out here to go on subjective. Reason why is if my opponent wanted to kill them, he would have to come out and expose himself to kill them, at which point I can then kill him back, because I've got units that I can throw away. And then over here, I killed the 2 spawn. I literally threw all this away to like kill 2 spawn, but that was fine. You know, I have another unit of fire warriors here, a unit of stealth suits here, unit of fire warriors in here. Most that I'm probably going to lose is going to be unit of pathfinders and a devilfish. Most that I'm probably going to lose over here is unit of pathfinders and stealth suits. And because I've got so many fire warriors and stealth suits and pathfinders in my army, because I've got so many spotters, I really don't mind throwing away half of them one turn, because I'll still have half of them for turn 3, and that's when Monk has on anyway, so it's fine. Do you know what I mean?
There's only one man keeping the streets
So we go over to Thousand Suns turn, and oh boy, they got angry. They got very, 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 very angry. So, as predicted, the rubrics came out to play, and I took a lot of damage. I lost the stealth suits and the pathfinders. I lost the fire warriors here. And I didn't quite lose the pathfinders up here. 2 survived. That's all I need. So I lost like 3, basically lost 4 units in one turn, which to a lot of armies would be crippling. But this is Gardified Tau, which means that those are just acceptable casualties. Those men had already been written off. And my opponent had done exactly what I wanted him to do, which is come out and expose himself to kill a lot of chaff, which he had to kill, because if he didn't, I'm going to run away on primary. And then turn 3 comes along, and let's see if I can get a picture of... I should have taken a picture of turn 3. And that's the end of the board at turn 3. Everything was dead. All the rubrics were dead at that point, I think, bar maybe 5. Because there was a rubric squad here, 2 in the middle here and 1 here, and I'd already killed 1 turn 1. So yeah, all the rubrics died turn 1. So all my opponent had left, and I actually got the Mutileth Vortex Beast as well, which was sick. Managed to kill that. So all the rubrics died, and the Mutileth Vortex Beast, and so at the end of my turn 3, just as Montcar turns off, my opponent has in his army list 1 Magnus, 1 Mutilith, 2 Rhinos, and about 3 of his bow knobheads left over. And truth be told, the game was over then, because he hasn't got enough pieces. And I have got all of my damage dealers bar 1, no, including the hammerhead. This hammerhead took some damage, but I managed to make like a 6-up save on it, so it survived, and I played the 2 CP to reduce damage on it. So yeah, but you can see what happened. The rubrics that came through here, this was a mistake for my opponent. He recognized it. The rubrics came through here, and then that just exposed them. But he was trying to do as much damage as possible, but I think he just got a little greedy. So then I got the Fire Warriors out, moved the Broadsides and the Riptide over here. Then I fell back with the Devilfish who couldn't overwatch me. Then all those rubrics died. I moved the Hammerhead here. You see the Riptide and the Hammerheads here. Just killed 1 unit rubrics. The Riptide and the Stealth Suits here killed the other rubrics there. And then the Devilfish and the Fire Warriors and the remaining Pathfinders there killed the unit of rubrics that were here, which was quite good going from them, but I threw grenades, and then I guided with the Pathfinders that survived. The Pathfinders that survived fired first, because they could only see 1 guy. They both had rail rifles. So they managed to kill like 2 there. And then it's like 4 rubrics and a character left over. No, the characters were here, here, and here, so it's just like 3 rubrics left over. So I put the extra AP on the Devilfish and on the Pathfinders, the Devilfish and then the Fire Warriors. So the rubrics were on like a 4-up save, and then just fucking shot them. And then I killed the Mutileth because I'd done 7 wounds to it. It's got 13 wounds, right? I did 7 wounds to it the first time by firing the Seeker missiles and the railgun at it. And then the second turn, I got the railgun through, and my opponent was a little unlucky, and he failed every single one of his Feel No Pains, which helped. But I got like 11 damage, and then I got the vanking time. It's railing time. And then I killed the Mutileth. So yeah, I mean, there's nothing. This is it. This was game. Look how much of my army is intact. I have not lost a single high damage dealing unit in my army. I still have good spotters here, 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 and here. And my opponent is down to basically 2 game pieces. Yeah. So we just, truth be told, it was sort of just wrapping up at that point. I'm not sure, is that the last shot of the game? No, yeah, I took a few action shots and stuff. Yeah, no, that's game number 3. So my opponent just goes for a bit of a Hail Mary. We both kind of know it's over, but he goes for a bit of a Hail Mary. Magnus starts basically whooping my ass on this flank, but at that point, it's fine. And that's his turn 3. And then my turn 4, I kill the other Mutileth. I think over the course of my turn 4, turn 5, I kill the other Mutileth, kill the Rhino here and these guys, and all that was left over at the end of the game was Magnus and the Rhino here. And that was it. So that was it. I think by the end, I think this is basically an end of game shot. I didn't kill Magnus. I didn't even try and kill Magnus. End score was 84-67. And yeah, again, I mean, look how much of my army I've got left. There's so much redundancy in here, man. So much redundancy. It's wild. I think that was really, I really think that was the biggest strength of the army, was just the layers of redundancy just built in. I mean, you think about it, I've got 8 units that can do primary, 4 units of Fire Warriors, 2 units of Pathfinders, 2 units of Stealth Suits. I'm not counting the Devilfishes and stuff, but they're great. I've got great maneuverability with Devilfishes, Advance and Charge, Stealth Suits and stuff. And then damage dealers, I've got like 6 damage dealers. So, you come out and you kill like, even if you kill like 4 of my ship munchers in one turn, I've got 4 more. You come out and kill 2 of my damage dealers in one turn, I've got 4 more. There's just like so much redundancy built into the list. And the problem is, truthfully, the meta, you'll see this every single game. Blood Angels turn 1, Hyper Elite. Thousand Suns game 2, Hyper Elite. Truth is, every army I faced was Hyper Elite. I don't know what has fucking happened. Do you know what's happened? GW allowed Warhammer players to take whatever they wanted. They were like, you don't need to take tax units anymore. You don't need to take your mandatory HQ and 2 troop choices. And so everyone just stopped taking them. But the truth is that I think a lot of armies would really, really benefit from not being so fucking obsessed with doing damage and having a bit more objective play. And I'd point to someone like Salty Simon as another sort of case study to back me up. Look at his Raven Guard list. His Raven Guard list was a guardified Space Marine list where he had loads of objective control 2 stuff running around. 5 intercessors, 10 OC, 5 intercessors, 10 OC. He had loads of that. And then he backed up with like 7 damage dealers, like 3 Baby Knights, 2 Dreadnoughts, 2 Gladiator Lancers. And it's basically if it was this list, but for Raven Guard, it's a guard list, yeah. So game number 3, commenting on the meta at large, game number 3, we go into Custodes. Now, I was very, very, very worried about Custodes, and I'll tell you why. I have never beaten them at a tournament as far as I can remember. Not in 10th edition. I've beaten them casual tabletop. But how many times have you guys heard me say I just don't like playing against Custodes? I just never seem to be able to beat them. They're so phenomenally tough. They never seem to fucking die. And it feels like when you're playing against them with guard, it feels like you're shooting and shooting and shooting and shooting and shooting. And nothing fucking happens. Yeah. And that was... Now, I'd had... If you notice my game 1... My game 1 obviously had been a bit of a smashy. My game 2, I still hadn't quite understood the damage capability. I still hadn't got the measure of the damage capability of my list. I think game 3 is when I started to have confidence.
Backbone of the guard, ready to
I think game 3 was when, after I played Custodes, and for the first time in years, not just this edition, but every fucking edition, for the first time in years, they didn't feel that hard to kill. That was, I think, when I got back, when I looked back at this game, I was like, I reliably killed Custodes. Reliably. But before we get into this game, let us do our super chats, because we've got 1, 2, 3. So I want to say a huge thank you to Boblo. Boblo, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. Cheers to Titan Parts. Give them back to me without a storage fee. For those that don't know, Boblo left a hand and a missile pod thing for his Reaver Titan at the Apocalypse event that I ran about a month ago. Fortunately, I picked them up and I was able to give them back to him. So, Boblo, Boblo, it was my pleasure. They were not a problem to store at all, and I'm glad I was able to get them. Back to you. The brief chat with my Drukhari opponent was almost a highlight in game 1. Lol. Oh no. Did the event not go super well, Bob? I did keep seeing you across the gaming hall, man, but I didn't get a chance to come over after things seemed to be going in the upwards trajectory, shall we say, for myself. Not to rub salt in the wound for you if it didn't go so well. I didn't get a chance to bump into you, mate, so I do apologise. But yeah, I'm glad that I at least got to do the handoff with you, mate. Yeah. Bob, thank you so much for your support, man. I hope the event wasn't too bad. Scored 30 points that game. Got over 50 in every other game. I finished 1 and 4. Hey, dude, 1 and 4, man. Seriously, 1 and 4. You didn't get whitewashed. You came away with a win. Simple as that. There's a lot of people that don't. There's a lot of people that don't, mate. You came away with a win. A win's a win. A win's a win. There you are.
Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm.
Good effort, mate. You know, good effort. Also want to say, I also want to say a big thank you to 2 70-point losses. So you got 70 points and lost. That's a hard-fought game, mate. That's a hard-fought game, Bob Lowe. Pat on the back. Big shout out to Ishmael, my boy. Ishmael, thank you for the super chat. My army I snagged off eBay in stream discussion. Bro, I can't believe you've got a Tau army, man. Let's have a look. What have you fucking got? Wow. Holy shit, that's a cool Tau army. I like the way he's done the things. Engines. That's cool. So, has he extended the hull as well? Or is that just how long they are? It looks extended to me. It might just be how long they are. Get slightly thrown off by the adapted adapted engines. So we've got 1, 2 hammerheads, 1, 2 devilfish, riptides, storm surge, broadsides, 3 ghost kills at the back there. Very, very nice. Crisis suits, and then this is the best bit. All that lovely infantry. That is the best bit. That is the best bit. It's a good amount of stealth suits as well. Nice. Yes. That's good. I recommend you run these breaches as regular fire warriors, though. Fuck breaches. Breaches are the IQ stat check. I'm only teasing. They're not. They are a holdover of previous Tau doctrine, I would say. Dude, this is cool as fuck, man. Lots of Pathfinders. That's good. What the fuck is that thing? Oh, is it a Farsight marksman? Ah, yeah, that's pretty good. Crisis suits, all magnetized, all weapons. That's good. Broadsides, yeah, baby. Fucking love broadsides. I realized I was actually at a massive disadvantage with my broadsides all weekend. Because my broadsides are the old ones with the shoulder-mounted weapons. Whereas the new broadsides, as you can see, they've got really long, big penis guns. Which are actually that gives you an extra inch and a half of being able of movement. Because you can poke it around a corner. So, yeah, that's why you want to go railheads as well. Yeah, yeah. Good. Stealth suits. Dude, it's good. It's got I think that's a good Tau army. I would personally think about adding 1 more Riptide, 1 more Hammerhead. And maybe 3 more stealth teams. If you did that, I think you'd have everything that I have. Yeah, yeah. If you wanted to run the exact list that I was running, you would need 1 more Hammerhead, 1 more Riptide, 3 more stealth suits. And I think that'd be it. Oh, and a single Piranha. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Ishmael, why would you return it? There's nothing wrong with having third-party models. They all good, all gravy, baby. That one might be third-party, but I don't think so. It's too similar. I think it's just the angle. It's just the angle. That's all it is. Yeah, yeah. No, I think it's legit. I think it's just the way he's done the engines kind of throws you off. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, alright. Ishmael. No, I think the fire site is legit. No, I think the fire site is legit. The fire site. Yeah, they're weird. They're weird fucking looking things. All right. Big thank you next to Ishmael. That's a very impressive army, by the way. Very, very impressive army. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoy it, man. What have I done? What have I done? I'm converting guard players over to the tower. What have I done? If you are a guard player, that... 1 minute. If you are a guard player that is curious about collecting the towel, but you feel weird about aliens, as we all do, there is a solution here. One minute. I have to find it. Mad Larkin has the files, and he knows which files I'm talking about. How do you spell Guvesa? I've got it. Here it is. Here it is. I feel somewhat confident. These are definitely legally distinct. I don't think GW is going to come after this anytime soon. But just to be on the safe side, we don't want to get the guy in any kind of trouble. This is the 3D print files for all of your Guvesa needs. So you can see their feet are as the God Emperor intended, and they are humans. And you can see that they are chimeras, chimera chassis, which have had rail guns put on the side of them. And you can see the piranhas are tauroses, and the chimeras are and the devilfish are chimeras, and the battlesuits are converted sentinels, and the storm surges are converted knights. And the Riptide, I don't fucking know what the Riptide is, but it's a thing. It's a thing. You know, I'm just, and then, you know, the Valkyries. That's, well, whatever. Yeah, there you go. There you go. So yeah, if you want, you could run a Guvesa army without ever having to leave the comfort of your riveted armor. There you go. Riveted armor in this fucking day and age. I know, right? There'll be some fucking magical space rivets to stop everyone getting killed by a big hit. Alright. So, have we got any other super chats coming in here? Yes! Lord Avian, thank you for 35-month member flex. Nearly triple X-Force, baby! 35 months. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Nearly 3 years, bro. Lord Davian. How time has flown, good sir. Kind sir. Thank you for your amazing support. I look forward to awarding you your plasma pistol next month. Thank you for doing your part. What tower detachment and HQ did you use? I used Monka, and my HQ was an ethereal. That was it. One ethereal, who I forgot to give the free hover drone and the 2 free shield drones because I submitted my list without due care and attention. He didn't die a single game though, because no one brings in direct fire. So I just like, have you got any direct fire? No, right. First drop. There you go. Yeah. That was it. One ethereal. No fire blades. No fire blades. Don't need my chaff to be doing extra shots. Thank you very much. No crisis commanders. No, thank you very much. Only character I would consider instead of Do you know what I might do? Do you know what I would do? I would consider swapping a unit of Fire Warriors for a unit of Croots, so I could put Dark Strider in one of my units of Pathfinders. That's one thing I would consider doing. I would miss out on the extra CP though. And I found my ethereal CP generation very, very helpful. But I would consider that change. Truthfully. I would consider it. Ed Bailey, my boy, thank you so much for Super Chat. So I'm guessing Timmy's brother will want his towel back, and then does he know how degenerate we all... then does he know how degenerate we all are and tease you so? If my brother ever wants a towel... You know what? I think that if my brother ever wanted a towel on me back, that would be totally okay. Truth be told, most of the collection now isn't... it's about 50% his. But, you know, I've added a lot to it since. So, yeah, it would leave a big gaping hole in the whole thing. But truth be told, he could have it all back. He could even have the stuff that I've added. I wouldn't be bothered at all. And, in fact, if my brother chose to get back into 40k with his Tau, I would happily, you know, pass on the lessons that I've learned to him. But I think this is, funnily enough, this is kind of how he used to play his Tau. I've sort of put my own twist on it, but there's a reason why the only things I've added to his collection that are on this table are a few more stealth suits and an extra Riptide and an extra Devilfish and an extra squad of Pathfinders and an extra squad of Firewalls, which seems like a lot, but it's not when you think about it. It means that everything, you know, this wasn't in the army. This wasn't in the army, and this wasn't in the army. Essentially, for all intents and purposes, everything else would be his. Yeah, in this army list. So yeah, there you go. So game number 3, last game of day number 1. I'm feeling very nervous. Why am I feeling very nervous? Because I know I've beaten Custodes with my guard, and I have a very, very in a competitive sense, and I have a very, very bad track record into them. I play against, and I still haven't quite actually felt the damage that my army can do, but I feel it this game. I play into Rory and his Custodes. I will get you his list right now. Round 3. And we go to Rory. His list was a Blade Champion, a Shield Captain and Dawn Eagle Jetbike, Trajan Valoris, Custodian Guard Squad, Custodian Guard Squad, Custodian Guard Squad, Caladius Grav Tank, Caladius Grav Tank, Custodian Wardens, and 2 Jetbikes and 3 units of Ship Munchers, Sisters, an Inquisitor, and Draxus. Now, there's one thing that I was very, very relieved to see in this list, and that was only 1 squad of Wardens. Truth be told, I'm not sure if I'm that bothered about the Caladius tanks. Like, they're good, and they kept me honest, because I definitely would have just bullied him without them. But I feel like, how much is a Caladius tank? $215. How much has got a Custodian Wardens? 210. Truth be told, I think I would have been a lot more scared if he dropped those 2 Caladiuses and had 2 more squads of Wardens. Truth be told. Because 2 Caladiuses isn't going to match my firepower. But 2 more squads of Wardens would have put me under an immense amount of pressure. An immense amount of pressure, I say. But he didn't have those. And A lot of Custodians players do like their Caladius tanks. Well, they're expensive, so of course you want to use them, right? The mission was terraform, and the deployment was Crucible of Battle. I deployed nearly identically to last time. Nearly identically. You can see it's the same terrain layout. Only thing I changed was I had a unit of stealth suits up here. Looking back on it now, I think I would have preferred to have the stealth suits down here. I mixed it up for the sake of mixing it up. But the reason that the reason I put the stealth suits over there is because I knew that he was going to like push on this objective. And I was like, okay, well, I'm going to need more over here because he can just hide. Also, after my last game, Vic VJ had come over, and he's a very, very good player. And he had spoken to, he had actually sort of asked how the game had gone, but mostly he was speaking to my opponent. And he said that if it had been him, he would have pushed everything down here. And I overheard him say that. And I was like, okay, so maybe Rory will do that. But it turned out that Rory didn't put that very much down on that flank. He had 2 squads of Custodian Guard and a squad of ship munchers and a tank. And then he had... Actually, no, that is kind of what Rory did. And I was like, well, that's okay. You can sort of have that objective, and then I'll have the other one. I'll just sort of contest his expansion, and then I'll just hold on to... I'll contest my expansion and take his expansion off him, was the plan. I mean, that is basically Rory's list there. 2 squads of Custodian Guard and a tank and ship munchers. Ship munchers there, and... Ship munchers, Caladius tank, and wardens there. Trajan and the boys went in reserve. Trajan, a unit of guard, went in reserve. And the Dawn Eagle jet bike squad with the captain went in reserve. And then we rolled off a first turn. And something beautiful happened. Skinwalker Mordian decided to manifest himself. And for the first time in the entire tournament, and I think... No, there was one other time. But the first time in the tournament, I went second! Which is great. It's great for me going second. Because obviously you get a massive advantage in scoring going second. But also, it means that I get a massive advantage in Montcar going second. Because either my opponent plays it cagey and kind of gives away their first turn, at which point I will happily trade 1 turn of Montcar for you doing fuck all for 1 turn. Or he comes out and I get a chance to bum him early on. As it was, Rory opted for option number 1. He did not fancy sweet, sweet butt sex. And so he did very little his turn 1, if I am correct. Yes. Yes? What the fuck did you do, Rory?
Backbone of the guard, ready to
He did so little, I can't even fucking tell what it was. He hid everything there. So turn 1, he hid everything. He didn't move out there. Didn't move his tank out. Draxus, did a wound to himself, which was hilarious. Yeah. So the only thing that Rory did is he basically ran 1 squad of Custodian Guard over to here and had a unit of sisters here. Yes, because this is the end of my round 1 as well. This is the end of battle round 1. So he ran a unit of Custodian Guard here, staged them up. And the sisters went on to the middle objective because they had an objective to do, which was extend battle lines. And that was it. That was Roy's turn. He was like, I'm not going to get shot. And then I was like, but you are, my lad. you are going to get shot. Because what I did in my turn 1 was bring the Pathfinders out here. Because I was like, would I trade a unit of Pathfinders to combat ineffective a squad of Custodian Guard? Even if I don't kill them all, if I take like 2 or 3 of them out, would I take that deal? And I was like, yes, I would take that deal. Every day of the week, I would take that deal. So I move a unit of Pathfinders out here, and I bring a unit of Fire Warriors. You know, I run them across into the Devilfish here, because that's my favorite trick. Get 1 unit out, 1 unit in. Obviously, I throw grenades at the Custodian Guard, and then the Pathfinders guide themselves. And I get lucky on the rail rifles. And so, between the grenades and the rail rifles, I kill 3 of the 4 Custodian Guard, leaving just 1 Custodian Guard and the Inquisitor left. So that's like a custodian. That's like 1 of like 4 scary Custodes units just dealt with. Great. Great. 25% of the way there, near as damn it. And then I take all of my smart missile systems over here and pour them into this unit of sisters, killing all but 1 of them. And then I take all of my smart missile systems over here and put them into these sisters, wiping them out. So I have essentially neutralized 25% of the scary close combat Custodes units. But more importantly, I have taken out the ship munchers, which means that my opponent, because normally what Custodians like to do is have the ship munchers do actions, and then they protect the ship munchers with melee stuff. So you're like, oh, well, I want to go after those ship munchers, but if I do, the Custodians are going to come and fuck me. That's what always happens with my guard. But because I had so much indirect fire, I was like, okay, I'm just going to kill all your ship munchers, and now you have a difficult decision. Do your expensive Custodian Guard units get relegated to objective babysitting? As it turned out, that was basically what happened. So you see, this is gone, 1 Custodian Guard, and the Inquisitor left there. And that was basically it. So, then we come over to... Is this my turn too? Let me check. No, that was my turn too. Oh, yes, I remember it well. Okay. So this was Custodes' turn too. And they killed the Pathfinders here. And they staged the Wardens here. Rory had a really big umming and ahhing moment where he was like, do I go into the ruin or do I not? And I'm not going to lie, I was fucking praying he would go into that ruin. Because he couldn't, it was the Wardens ran across the gap. And he got enough where he could kind of get into the ruins. But not like guaranteed get into the ruins. Not get everyone into the ruins. And then he could get like an 8-inch charge. Maybe like a 9-inch charge, but he had to go like round the side because of where my stealth suits were. I don't really care. And I was like, please. I was rooting for him. I was like, please go. I didn't say it. I was like, go into the. I was thinking to myself, go into the ruins. Charge round, please do. Because if you fucking charge round there with your Wardens, I'm going to fucking kill every last one of them. I will have 2 hammerheads. I will have 2 broadsides, 2 hammerheads, Devilfish full of Pathfinders. I am so ready for you to charge through that wall that I might actually die of blood loss because all of it goes to my dick and there's not enough to pump my vital organs anymore. Unfortunately for me, Rory realised that was a bad idea. I was like, oh, God damn it. Damn and blast. So he didn't do that in his turn 2. And instead he staged up there, which was very sensible because it meant I couldn't get quite as much onto him. And then he brought his this guy was minus, these guys were lone op 18 because of Draxus. But the thing is, he's not moving his Caladiuses out. The big thing is, look at his army is basically these two squads right now. Because he's not moving his Caladiuses out, because he's like, if I move the Caladius out, I will get railguns. And I'm like, okay. Well, if you don't use them, I didn't say this, but I was thinking to myself, if you don't use them, mate, it's like my railguns killed them without having to fire the shot. Because they're not contributing anything to the game. You might as well come out and try and take... fuck it, you might make your 5 from vulnerable save. But he didn't want to risk it. Which is fair enough, because even if he kills a hammerhead, he then gets... He's got 2 damage dealers versus fucking 6 range damage dealers. And if he comes out here, these guys wander around here and shoot him. And these guys come over here and shoot. So, you know what I mean? He's just like... He's just outnumbered. The Custodian's badly outnumbered. So it comes over to my turn. Whoa. And he rapid ingresses the jet bikes here, which is a very good move. But in my turn, I get the Wardens and I get the Inquisitor and the Lone Custodian Guard down here. And I get the remaining sisters, I think. There's like 1 down. I get the sisters down here. And I think, nearly get the sisters that are holding his home objective. There's like 1 left. I think I get it eventually. You know, I get it. At some point, that sister dies. Do you know what I mean? Fuck it out. I just choked on my own spit. Fuck it out. That's hilarious. So for all intents and purposes, I kill a Custodian Guard unit here, the Wardens here, and all the sisters are dead. And it's like, okay. Because, you know, as you see, the Riptide comes over here. Stealth suits. I did the stealth suits forward. Pathfinders forward. Riptide round the side. Because I was like... I was thinking to myself, fuck it, if I lose 1 Riptide... Look, the Riptide's here, boys. Look what's down here. Broadsides. Look what's here. 2 hammerheads. Ironhead and Railhead. Look what's here. Riptide. If he comes after this Riptide and kills it, that's totally okay. Because I've got the firing lanes set up. So it's kind of bait. I will lose a Riptide. I think it's the only Riptide I lose. No, the second... I do lose a Riptide, but it's the second and only Riptide... The second and last Riptide that I lose of the event. But I kill the Wardens and I kill the sisters. And that was... I think... Getting the Wardens was big. Because he popped the Fort Feel No Pain. But... The Broadsides could see him. The Riptide could see him. The Pathfinders and the Stealth Suits could see him. And these Stealth Suits could see as well. Because basically this unit of Fire Warriors came out here and threw grenades at the unit here, which killed it. Which killed the Custodian Guard. And then I was like, what's the save on Inquisitor? Like a 4-up? I'll just fucking pulse them. So I pulsed the Inquisitor and put a couple of burst cannons into her from this stealth suit squad, and that killed her. And then my and then everything else could go into the Wardens, and it was like Wardens are tough. But it turns out that like 4 railgun shots down here, Riptide here, all of these, 2 fusion guns here, 2 fusion guns here, 3 rail rifles here, ignoring cover and putting extra AP on these 2 units here, so the pulse rifles will put them onto a 3-up save. It turns out that can kill 4 Custodian Wardens even through a Fort Feel No Pain. Even through it. Yeah. Because, even through it. Like, they're not... It's the ignore cover. It's the ignore cover and being able to put AP -1 on 2 units. It's like a CP. It's like not having to set that up with another unit, just being able to go. That's big. And on such, such cheap units as well. Because, yeah, the stealth suits is guided onto this, and then everything else is open onto it. Yeah, because like a custodian warden, put it this way, a custodian warden fails its 4-pin vulnerable save from the Riptide. The Riptide does 4 damage. The custodian warden takes 2 wounds. So what happened is my Riptide was able to kill one of the custodians. If you go through how it happened, the Riptide killed 1 custodian warden. The broadsides killed 2 because they got 4 shots, and I got lucky, and I got 2 wounds through, and then I used a CP reroll, but I spiked the damage. In fact, one of them was a dev wound, and one of them was a failed wound. So it was 2 wounds and a dev wound, and Rory passed 1 of his 4-ups, and then I managed to kill 2 that way. You kill 1 that way. Kill 1. So yeah, Riptide killed 1. Broadsides managed to kill 1, stealth suits managed to kill 1, and these guys here managed to kill 1 as well. Do you know what I mean? Like roughly, there's a few overlappings. Like the one had 1 wound left, so then these guys finish it off, and then the rail rifles go in. Do you know what I mean? But the point is like, if that had been guard, I don't know if I would have got those wardens. It sounds crazy, but I just don't know if I would have got those wardens. Because I've tried many, many, many times. But it's like, I don't have the ignores cover. That's the real deal. When I'm playing guard, I just don't have the ignores cover on such easy tap. Just on tap. I just don't have that ignores cover. And so the custodians are always on a fucking 2-up save. But against Tau, they're on a 3-up save. And that's big. And that was my turn 2. And I had to survive the custodian's clapback. Did I forget to take pictures from the rest of the game? Yes, that was food. So that was my turn 2. This is the state of the board at the end of the game. So Rory brings in. Rory goes for the big charge. He brings his Dawn Eagle jet bikes into the Riptide, and these custodian guard basically go after the devilfish here, and they consolidate back onto the objective. No, they don't. Okay, I can take you through it. So the Dawn Eagle jet bikes go into the Riptide, kill it, but now they're exposed somewhat. The custodian guard go into devilfish, kill it, but now they're on this side of the ruin. That's basically Rory's turn. In my turn, he brings down Trajan with rapid ingress around here. But I kill the Dawn Eagle jet bikes because he's in the ruin now, and they're really tall. So I can just see him across here. So that's what I do. I kill them, and then because he's come through the ruins here, I smoke half of the custodians in this squad. So now he's lost 2. This is his own. He's lost 2 units of good custodies. This unit's combat ineffective because it's just 2 and an Inquisitor. And he's lost the Dawn Eagles. So by the end of my turn 3 and my last turn of Montcar, all that Rory had left was the 2 Caladius tanks and Trajan. Basically. And this was the end of turn 4, where Trajan... Turn 4, turn 5, Trajan basically like hides here. And because I've gone second, I'm able to deny primary and then score it at the end. And so, to be fair, Rory had a decent amount of stuff left over at the end of the game. He had a unit custodian guard here, a Caladius tank here, a Caladius tank here, and a unit of and Trajan and the boys here. But like, I've got loads left, and I've got bottom of turn scoring. And so yeah, I don't table Rory, I don't batter him, but I do enough damage to him to basically make him hide, which isn't good enough when I've got end of turn. And so that game ended up being 92-79, and I managed to get the win. I managed to get the big fucking win, which was I have to say, I was very, very happy about that. Because I was very, very happy about that. Because I've never beaten Custodians at a tournament before. I beat them with Tau. And that was when... And when I took those Wardens down so easily, that was when I finally... It clicked. It finally clicked. And I was like... Okay. This list is good. I know what this list can do now. This was the measure of... I got the measure of the lists. I got the measure of the list. And so going into... So at the end of day one, I went for some victory chicken with a couple of the boys. Big fucking... Got a victory chicken place in Liverpool now. Now I've got a victory chicken place near Element. Fucking look at it. All of this food for 15 quid, boys. All of this food. You get 2 drinks, 2 burgers, 4 chicken tendies, big generous portion of chips, and you get the fucking gravy as well. Fucking Gucci, man. Fucking Gucci. That was so... This is exactly what I did. I didn't eat it all. I was too excited, but I did eat all the chips, 2 of the tendies, and the chicken burger, and I drank one of my drinks. And I took one of the drinks home. I took one of the drinks home, one of the burgers home, and 2 of the tenders home for Mrs. Mordian. And so yeah, because you know, of course you can box it up. But that was day number 1. I don't know why I've got such a zoomed in picture. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I've got a couple of pictures of the guys' faces here. They might not want me to show them off. I'll ask them before I do. There we go. So just sort of skip past those if you don't mind. There we are. Oh, first proper shot of the army. First proper angle of the army. Look at it. It's gorgeous. So we go to day 2. We go to day 2. And I was 3-0. And I once again pair into Thousand Suns. But this time, I know what I'm doing. And this time, I know what this time I know what they're doing. Because I hadn't played them before. And this time I know what my list can do as well. And most importantly, we were playing on L-shaped Dawn of War. What's it called? Sweeping engagement. Now you would think that Dawn of War would be bad for me because the enemy can close the distance quicker. L-shaped Dawn of War is and Dawn of War in general is a really, really good match for my army for 2 reasons. 1, it's quicker for me to get to you and start monk-carring you, but you can hide from that if you need to. And 2, and this is the real important one, my SMS is in range all of the time. All of the time. 30 inches covers this objective, covers this objective. Any ship munches you put on here are gonna die. Any ship munches you put on here, gonna die. And you can't do anything about it. So you're gonna have to put something important on those objectives. And that was so big. Just like having free SMS range. I don't care if I can't fucking guide it. Free SMS range on 42 SMS shots a turn, plus the Fire Warriors adding like another 8 onto it. Big. Big, big, big. Let me go to round 4. I was on table 2 on round 4, boys. It was scary times. Right. Before we get to day 2, I'm going to have a quick wee. Quick wee and a quick refill. Ugh. Game 4 was very quick. So. Gentlemen, give me. I'm going to be here, obviously, but give me a moment before we get into game 4. I just need to. I've got one super chat I need to catch up on. And I need to have a quick snack. I can feel myself getting quite quiet in that last game summary. It's because I'm very hungry. I've been very, very hungry today. I didn't eat anything over the weekend. When I say didn't eat anything, I mean like next to nothing. I was just too excited. I was too excited. Day 1, I ate like a little, you know, like we didn't have. It was basically like, you know, when you get, you know, when you ever get like a corporate, if you ever worked in an office, and they buy lunch in because you got like clients or there's like a meeting or something, and they get this little like heart. They're not like a full blown wrap, but it's like one wrap that's been like chopped up into like 6 bits, and it's got like a bit, you know, it's like round, it's open on both ends essentially. I ate one of those day 1, and then I had my chicken dinner, which was good. The chicken helped. But then day 2, I ate half of a Costco cookie until the event was over. Couldn't eat breakfast, felt sick. Couldn't eat lunch, felt sick. Yeah, I couldn't eat a thing. So I've been very. When I got home, I ordered a curry. I ordered the same order of curry that me and Mrs. Mordian normally get together. And I ate it myself. And then today I've just been eating like a fucking fiend. I basically only had like 1 meal a day. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, because I was very nervous on Friday as well. Because I was like, oh my god, if it goes horribly wrong. Because, you know, if it goes horribly wrong, I'll admit I'm wrong. Obviously. You know, I've declared very publicly I was going to the tournament. I said I was putting money where my mouth is. You know, I said one way or another we'll find out, and if I'm wrong, I'll admit. But, you know, still, I'm not looking, I don't want to be wrong. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it, but I don't want to be wrong. So on Friday, I didn't sleep a wink, didn't eat. Saturday, when it was going, the better I did, the less appetite I had, you know what I mean? And then Sunday, when it was like, fucking hell, you know, like I'm here, 3-0. And then after game 4, when I was like, because it's lunch after game 4, and I'm like, I'm 4-0 on game 4. I could win it. I could win this whole thing. Do you know what I mean? Fucking hell. Oh. All right. So yeah, very, very. It was. I was wired during the event. I won't lie. Frantic, you know, nearly. Right. I might not have the second mini roll. That should do me. So, super chat from Deja Vu. Deja Vu, thank you for the super chat, man. 21-month member flex. X-Force, baby. List in stream discussion if you have time. Thank you. Oh, I've always got time for you, Deja Vu. I've always got time for you. Towel. Oh, there's more down here. Shit and hell, Ishmael. Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, you'll be alright. Fuck me. I didn't even see this stuff. Jesus wept, man. That's amazing. So you need 1 stealth suit. Wow. Okay. Here we go. Katie Castellan, Commissar, Lord Marshal Dreer, Lord Sol Leontus, Ursula Creed. Chimera. Armor Sentinel, Armor Sentinel, Armor Sentinel, Artillery Team, Rough Riders, Rough Riders, Rough Riders, Death Riders, Scout Sentinels, Scout Sentinels, Scout Sentinels, Caladius. Oh God, community. Oh God, community, how I love you. So, I'm guessing, like, one of the officers is running around in the Chimera, ordering the armored sentinels. The Castellan is sat next to the artillery teams, ordering them. Rough Riders and Death Riders are getting somewhat ordered by Dreer. And then the Scout Sentinels are kind of just doing their thing. I can see the merit behind it. I think you'll struggle on objective control. I think you'll struggle on damage output. Because, like, you know, you've got fucking heavy flamers on these things. Jesus wept. It's a meme list. It's a meme list. It's a beautiful meme. It's a beautiful meme. I respect the meme. If you... I respect the meme. But if I was going to fix this list, I would put it out of its misery and grant it the Emperor's mercy before I took it to a tournament. Yeah, it's a meme list, but I wouldn't. I don't think. I think I know, and you know that I know that that list is for fun. My opinion is it will be fun, like one time. Oh my god. Yeah, there you go. Deja vu. I love it. I love it. I think you need, if you want to run a list like that, you take all las cannons and all the sentinels, and then you take a command squad. You take a like Creed command blob, who can order like 5 of the sentinels at once, with grand strategists, and you take 5 squad sentinels, not 6. Because the 3rd squad of sentinels is just a one lone scout sentinel for doing objectives. And then you take a Castellan, sit next to artillery teams, and you give all the sentinels lance cannons, hunter killer missiles, so that fixes your damage output problems. And then at that point, if you want to commit to the meme, you go cavalry. But I'm not sure. Are they big 10-man squads in the cavalry? Let me check again. Of course they are. Yeah, you've gone recon as well, which is commendable. But I wouldn't go recon. If you're going to spam sentinels, you go combined arms because they get lethals against everything, which is great. Yeah, I think sentinel spam could work in combined arms, not in recon. Which I know sounds crazy, but yeah, I don't think so. Sentinels support in recon. They can slap in combined arms. So there you go, Deja Vu. There you go. So, game 4. This list was very similar to the last Thousand Suns list. I can actually tell you off the top of my head what was in it because it was very standardized and homogenized, which is what I like. There were 2 rhinos in it. There were 2 rhinos, 6 squads of 5 rubrics, every one with flamers and a Gatling gun. 2 squads of Zangors, regular Zangors. There was 1 Mutilith, 1 Magnus, and then a bunch of characters that did extra damage, one of which was teleported around, and one of which apparently could go ape. There you go. I stopped. You know what was interesting? I stopped paying attention to what my opponent's damage output was. Like by the end of game 3, and end of game 2, so game 3, game 4, game 5, the only things I said to my opponent was, I'm going to assume anything that of mine moves out is going to die. So can you just tell me what defensive buffs you've got? And he was like, okay, well, Magnus can blank one thing. And I was like, okay, is that it? He was like, yes. I was like, that's fine. I went, I've got a lot of damage. I went, that's fine. I will presume that anything that is exposed will die. And he was like, yeah, that's fair. And I went, there you go. I said, if there's anything major, like any reactive moves or anything, just tell me about those. But otherwise, we'll get into otherwise we're just fucking fighting each other. And he was like, yeah, that's fine. So here, the mission, I went first this time, which is, as we know, Montcat is not good for going first in. Mission was linchpin, deployment with sweeping engagement. Stealth suits and fire warriors here. Broadsides here. Riptide here. Broadsides were going here because they can actually fit through this gap. Riptide cannot fit through this gap. But Riptide can poke gun through gap if he needs to shoot across this way. Broadsides could also potentially go 11 inches from here to here and shoot this in the side. But then the Rubrics would come out, but that's fine. Devilfish moves up to here. This is definitely bait. This one is well hidden. This one is going in the middle to get extend or area denial, something like that. Stealth suits infiltrate into here. I didn't really infiltrate my stealth suits all that far this time. I had stealth suits infiltrate up here because my deployment zone's like this. And I stealth suits infiltrate into here, but I wasn't doing anything crazy like infiltrating over here or anything. Double fire warriors here, single fire warriors here, and you can see hammerheads, riptides, and stuff like that. There you go. Thousand Suns. There's 2 units of rubrics in there. Shitload of... This is a big old fucking death ball right here. And then a modest amount of stuff on the flank. My plan this game was very simple. Now, here's the thing. I don't mean to alarm you, but I had put planning into my game, which I never do. Normally, my go-to modus operandi is not to overplan, because if I overplan, then things go to shit, and then I've got to figure out what I'm doing anyway, while still having the remnants of the plan lingering in my subconscious, putting me off from when I'm having to react. This time, I actually, because I couldn't sleep anyway, not only did I stay up and paint like a platoon of Blood Pact, but I also thought about what I wanted to do with this mission and this terrain. And I decided that my mission was going to be very simple. I was going to contest this objective with these 2 squads of fire warriors. Then I decided that I was going to basically take everything else and ram it down this right flank. I was going to kill everything on this right flank and then sweep left. I was going to do a flanky sweep. But I needed, in order to conduct a flanky sweep, I needed to be able to try and bait my opponent forward. Hence why there's like both units of stealth suits here, both units of pathfinders here. We've got some fire warriors here. We've got a piranha here. I'm scouting like out into the fucking open. I'm like, come at me, bro. Come at me. So my first turn basically consists of me taking most of my smart missiles and diddling this unit of Zangors, and then some remaining smart missiles and tickling this unit of Zangors. But that's fine. By the end of turn 2, they're all going to be dead, and that's the important bit. Because I can kill 10 in one turn, I can kill 10 in another turn. Oh yeah, I killed Magnus. Turn 2. We'll get to that. Oh, turns out I was really, really bad at taking pictures this game. This is my turn 2. No, this is okay. This is my turn 2. So, what happened was Magnus poked his wing out. So, Magnus poked his wing out here, and the Mutalised Vortex Beast poked its claw out here. And then a unit of rubrics, I didn't know they could do this, they jump out, shoot something, and then they can move in the shooting phase and get back in the rhino. That's really cool. That's really cool. So Magnus comes over here and kills the first devilfish, spilling the unit out. And then the unit of rubrics comes forward and it doesn't... Oh, yes? No. The root... I can't remember exactly what happened, but I didn't take that. Oh, that was it. Magnus diddled one of my... No, yeah. What the fuck did I... What the fuck? Magnus killed a devilfish, and the rubrics popped out and did something. Oh, no. I can't remember. They didn't do a lot. I think Magnus definitely killed a devilfish, and then the rubric... Let me go back to the first picture. What did I have exposed? Yeah, nothing. So I can't remember exactly the sequence of events, but the piranha didn't die. It survived on a wound. And the devilfish did die. And that was it. And then it came over to my turn too. And what I did on my turn too is I was like, I'm going to kill Magnus. And I thought that I thought to myself, if I kill Magnus, it's one Mutaleth Vortex Beasts to do long range damage, and it's rubrics, and the rubrics can do a few mortal wounds, and they can do a lot of damage, but they can't do a lot of damage to like vehicles. So what I'll do is I'll just put everything I can into Magnus. I'll massively overcommit, because if I undercommit, I'm fucked. If I overcommit, it's not the end of the world. Overcommitting is better than undercommitting. So I use auto advance 6 on one auto advance 6 on one hammerhead to get him across to here, and then I just rolled a 6 on the other hammerhead and got him across to here. Broadsides poked out, riptides poked out, unit of pathfinders that was here stayed still, because that's where they disembarked, and the other unit of pathfinders jumped out. I just want to check I didn't fuck something up here, boys. You have to bear with me a moment. It would not have made any difference to the game, but I also want to make sure that if I have made a mistake, I'm owning it. Nope, I got it right. That's cool. And then I moved the unit of other unit pathfinders out here and disembarked them, and then used the combat disembarkation stratagem on them. Then I boosted my stealth suits forward because I rolled a 6 on their advance. So I boosted my stealth suits forward here, because 6 on their advance means they're going 14 inches, which is pretty good. And then the stealth suits marked up Magnus. Now, bear in mind, I had lined up against Magnus. He had done 3 wounds to himself. He'd managed to like fuck one of his powers up, but he had still had 13 wounds left. He still had a blank left. And I had lined up against Magnus a Riptide, 2 Broadsides, 2 Hammerheads, a Devilfish with 2 Seeker Missiles, of course, 2 squads of Pathfinders, and a unit of Stealth Suits. Now, how much of that do you think was required to kill Magnus? All of it? 50% of it? Something like that? I killed Magnus with 2 units of Pathfinders and a Stealth Suit squad. All of the big stuff didn't have to fire a single shot. Yeah. That sounds crazy, but let me take you through it. So I'm guided onto Magnus with the stealth suits. So I'm rerolling ones to hit, rerolling ones to wound, and I'm ignoring cover. I've used combat disembarkation on one Pathfinder squad, and on both Pathfinder squads, I use the +1 AP. Magnus is right here, so I'm well in range of him. The first unit, so all the Pathfinders have got lethal hits because they're guided. They've also got AP1 because of the stratagem. And one of the squads has also got full rerolls to wounds. I've got 28 pulse carbine shots hitting on 3s. And I've got another 12 shots from the drones, which are basically the same, but they hit on 4s. And then I've got 6 rail rifles, one of which is hitting on 3s, one of which is hitting on 4s. But again, all of which are hitting on, all of which are reroll 1s to wound and reroll 1s to hit. So all of the Pathfinders fire, and I've got the 2 fusion grenade launcher things as well. So everything from the Pathfinders fires, and Magnus is left on 5 wounds after that. So the Pathfinders alone took him down from 13 to 5. Then I fire the stealth suits, and I fire the 2 fusions first, and I get 2 hits on the 4+. I get a wound on the on a 5+ against Magnus. My opponent fails a 4+ invulnerable save. He CP re-rolls it, and he still fails the 4+ invulnerable save. And then I roll the damage, and I roll 5 damage. And Magnus doesn't have a feel no pain. So he dies. That was it. And Magnus is gone. And now, really, I mean, that was probably it. Andy goes for... Oh, I also managed to kill I had a hammerhead come over here and pop this rhino over here because the Fire Warriors moved out to contest the objective and then marked the rhino, and then the railhead and the Fire Warriors combined were able to kill it. That was basically the game, because what happened next is I'm on all of the objectives, so Andy has to move out. If he doesn't move out, then he will... if he doesn't move out, then I'll score massively on primary. So he goes with Big Hail Mary, and he kills pretty much all of my infantry. Kills pretty much all of them. Both units of Pathfinders die. Stealth suits die over here. Fire Warrior squad dies over here. But I've still got my Fire Warriors in here, and I've still got my second unit of stealth suits. And so what I do, and I actually have a unit of Fire Warriors in here. So my Fire Warriors, and my stealth suits mark up both units of rubrics that came out here, because there was 2 units of rubrics here, and there's a unit of rubrics back here as well, which comes around to see. And so what I do is I pour all of this firepower. It's like 15 Marines. Guys, it's 15 Marines. Yeah, they're rubrics of 5 vulnerable save. It's 15 Marines. All the rubrics die there. I kill the remaining Zangors with all my indirect fire shots. A unit of Spawn had come down here. I just killed them with the Riptide. Even unguided, the Riptide just went fuck off and killed them. And then that was the end of my turn 3. So end of my turn 3, my opponent's got 1 unit of Spawn, 1 Mutilith Vortex Beast, and 2 units of rubrics versus everything you see here. And so we just go into mop-up mode after that point, because there's just no damage output in his list now. You know, that's basically, you know, what he's got. And so we just go into mop-up modes, clearing out the... this is the end of my turn 4. I didn't even have lethals. End of my turn 4. Kill the Mutileth that was on there. There's like one Zangor left. I killed that. And by the end of the end of turn 5, that was all he had left. End of the game. And I had both Riptides left. Two Hammerheads left. Devilfish left. Stealth Suits left. Fire Warriors left. Fire Warriors left. Yeah. And then we get to the final game. Oh, man. And then we get to the final game. Oh. Okay. So. The final fucking game. Fucking hell, boys. So I've faced Blood Angels, Thousand Suns, Custodes, Thousand Suns again. My matchups, the 3 possible matchups I could have had going into the final round, round 5, was Eldar, Knights, and Death Guard. Possibly the 3 strongest armies. And I ended up pairing into Death Guard. And not only do I pair in Death Guard, but I pair into Aiden Smalley, who I believe is one of, if not currently, the top ranked Death Guard player in the UK, maybe in the world. I'm not sure. I don't put a huge amount of faith in ITC rankings unless you're number 1. If you're number 1, then I think even with all the farming that goes on with ITC points, you're probably very, very good. Also, I've played Aiden once before, and he beat me by like 2 or 3 points because I got shit secondaries last turn. That was it. Now, this game was very, very quick. Round 5, we were finished with 37 minutes left on the clock. Do you want to know why? Because Aiden did the one thing that no other player did. Maybe this is why he's the GOAT. Maybe this is why he's the best. Disgustingly resilient, Aiden. Yes, shout out. Aiden, even going first, so it was a real risk. It was a real risk. He didn't fall for my trap. He didn't move out properly until turn 4, after Montcar was gone. Now, there were a couple of reasons why this happened. He did test the waters a little bit. But basically, for fucking 3 turns, Aiden hid pretty much his whole army round here, just sending just enough onto these objectives here to make sure that, you know, I was only holding 2 and to make sure that he held 2. And then turn 4 went, bah! And ran out at me and charged and just went fucking bonkers. So it's really quick when your opponent doesn't. It's really quick when your opponent doesn't. You know, their turn is, yeah, move this unit out, score these points, done. Now Aiden was very, very smart to do that because I had set up just 2 perfect killing fields. If you look here, I've got a rip. This is basically the state of my. This is the state of my army. Turn 2, I think it was, roughly. So I had 2 Riptides here, and a Hammerhead here, and a Devilfish. It was taken hold, by the way. Let me do it properly. Taken hold. It was I think it's Search and Destroy deployment, where it's the table quarter 1 with the circle in the middle. Aiden had a big brick of 10 Blight Lords, 3 units of 3 Deshral with a character at each one, 3 Blight Drones, 2 Mephitic Blight Haulers, and 3 squads of Poxwalkers and 2 squads of Spawn. He deployed Poxwalkers down here. He had Bloat Drones and Mephitic Haulers here. He had 1 unit of Death Shroud here. They've got Uppy Downy. He had another unit of... he had another Blight Hauler and Bloat Drone here. And they had a big unit of Blight Lords here. And he had a unit of Poxwalkers here. I think. So basically, what happened is I went... And he went first. That was the biggie. We rolled off. I think if he'd gone second, he would have won this. Easily, because he still just hides, and I can't get. I've got to be very careful about getting close to him. But here's the thing: I need to screen out the Death Guard, so you can see I'm doing that with my Fire Warriors. Turn. So turn 1, Aiden moves on. You know, he's infiltrated over here. He gets a Bloat Drone over to here. He moves a unit of Spawn out from here. Kills my Piranha here to get, like, marked for death and no prisoners. Turn 1, something like that. And then I kill... You know, I obviously easily killed Spawn. And then what happens is I set up 2 killing zones, which pretty much last the whole game. Because I've got Hammerhead, Broadsides, which can see into the middle, because I can go here, here, and obviously across here. Got a Hammerhead that can... And then I've got Hammerhead, Riptide, which can go here and here. Now, it's very important that I cover this angle and this angle, and I'll tell you why. Because if he brings forward a unit of Blight Lords here, which can move 10 to 13 inches, but not charge, but then he can afflict me. He can afflict me, which then means he gets a Death Shroud in here, and he charges in here, and he rips me off my objective, and he can hide on this side of the ruin. So that's why I need to have Riptide here and Riptide here, so that I can basically go boom, boom, and I can see any Death Shroud that come down here. And if he has Blight Lords that are out here, well, I can see, move up there, see, you know. So wherever he drops, I can get like 4 or 5 angles on him, because I'm in Monk Khan. I'm so fucking fast, so fucking fast. And my goal here is just to try and take Aiden's Primer Fear, but he's got Poxwalkers on it. It's very hard for me to take him off there. It's very hard, and I don't want to throw all. And the thing is, I've got to be very careful with throwing my screening out, because I only have a limited amount of it down here. And if I throw it all away really early, then obviously... I'm going to give away my late game advantage of jumping on 3 objectives and getting 15 points. So what happens is basically, because I've set up these killing fields, Aiden is like just not taking the bait. And guys, I try everything. At one point, I take this unit of Pathfinders in this in this Elvish and just move it here, because I know he's got a Bloat Drone here. He's got a Mephitic Blight Lawler here. And I'm like, come on. Go for the Devilfish. Go for the bait. Go for the fucking bait. But he just refuses. He just fucking refuses. I'm like, I've got Riptides out in the open here. I'm like, go on. Send your fucking Blight Lords over here. And he just won't take the bait. He won't fucking do it. I'm like, dangling. Or he's like, Tim, you're a foul temptress. I didn't know you were an Emperor's Children fan. You're a foul temptress. I'm like, go on, Aiden. Because he obviously sees the bait. So when he sees the bait, he points it out. I'm going to lean into the joke. I'm like, go on, Aiden. You know you want to. Go on. You know you want that Devilfish, man. You know, you want some fish and chips. You want a fish and you want some fish and chips. But he won't go for it. So at one point, I take this Devilfish, auto advance 6 inches forward, jump out the Fire Warriors, and I kill and I managed to kill the drone here. as well. Which is like, and also I do a really good number on his Poxwalkers. Don't quite finish them off, which is a shame. And then all my SMS is like going into by the end of the game, all his Poxwalkers and all his spawn were dead. So what that was, and he tries a push with a unit of Death Shroud. He pushes with a unit of Death Shroud onto this middle objective because I've killed his Poxwalkers. This is what started giving me some confidence. So I killed his Poxwalker, killed his spawn relatively early on. So that forces him to put a unit of Death Shroud on this objective. And he has to get like area denial. So he puts the unit of Death Shroud on the middle objective. And I'm like, I'm going to see if I can kill a unit of Death Shroud. Because they're very, very tough, right? They're very, very tough. One Ion Head and one Riptide just like kill 3 Death Shroud and the character with fucking change. It's not even hard. It's just like flat damage 3. I think maybe even the Ion Head does most of the work, and the Riptide just like finishes like the character off. That's it. And I was like, fuck me, if I can kill a unit of Death Shroud with that little. And that's when Aiden so Aiden's basically has a unit of Death Shroud back here. He's got to have a unit of like Death Shroud to like hold his home objective because of like smart missiles. And then he's basically got 1 unit of Death Shroud and 1 unit of Blight Lords. Which he fucking... And then he goes... And he's got all his little buggies and things. He's got like a Blight Lord. He's got He's got a Blight Hauler down here. He's got a Blight Hauler and a Bloat Drone over here as well. And he's got another Bloat Drone here. And then... Finally, turn 4 comes around. And Aiden goes for the big Chungus maneuver. He dumps a unit of Blight Lords and a unit of Terminators of Death Shroud basically onto this onto this middle objective, because he knows I'm going for the 15 at the end. He knows I'm going for the 15 at the end. So if he gets 15 on his turn 5, then it means that he negates my advantage for going second. And he moves everything in. Like every little scraplet he's got, he goes on that objective. And it comes over to my turn 4. And I don't have Montcar. And oh boy, does it make a difference. I get one of the Death Shrouds. I get the Death Shroud and I get the character, who admittedly stands back up, but I get the Death Shroud. And I get half. Maybe like 6. It's like half. I think it's like 5 of the Blight Lords. So there's still like a Blight Lord and a Virulent Master in there. Blight Lords are really tough when you don't have lethal hits. Blight Lords are really, really tough when you don't have lethal hits. So then that means Aiden gets the big 15. Now, up until this point, we had been neck and neck on points. Like at one point, I was 1 point ahead. At one point, he was 1 point ahead. Now, this was huge because it meant on my turn, on my turn 5, I had to get the 15 or I was fucked. Okay. Now, Aiden gets Storm Hostile Objective for one of his like final objectives on like round 5. And the only one he can get to is my home objective. Because he's only got like 1 OC each. And I've only got like 3 OC on it. So he charges a unit of stealth suits here, kills them, and then consolidates onto the objective. He gets 4 OC onto the objective, and he storms my home objective. And I'm like, fuck. Also, at this point, by the way, I had lost this railhead and this hammerhead because of me trying to go from in the middle. He managed to kill both of those back, which was huge. So it comes over to my turn 5, and I'm like, okay, I need to get 15 points. And I draw Defend Stronghold and no prisoners. So I know I can get the 15 because I can just move this Riptide onto here and I'll have 5 OC I'll have 5 OC. So that's one objective. I know I've got this objective locked down because I've got this objective locked down because of my units around here. And Aiden's got nothing that's going over there. And I've got a unit of stealth suits which has been like chilling out in here as like a reserve, which just jump onto this middle objective here. Aiden tries to overwatch them with his Blight Lords. Bear in mind, he's got 2 Blight Flamey things, and he's got the Blight Flamey thing on the character. On I think it's 4d6 Flamer shots. He rolls a 1, a 1, a 1, and a 2. And he re-rolls the 2, and he gets another 2. Something like that. Do you know what I mean? He's just like, okay, so the Overwatch doesn't get me. So I'm like, okay, I've got 15 points. I've got defend. All right. So I just need to get no prisoners. I'm only 2 points behind. I just need to get no prisoners. So there's a 3 wound Lord of Contagion here next to my stealth suits. And then I notice that Aiden had brought one of he'd brought his Blight Hauler out here to because he was doing as part of the firepower that had gone into like the middle to like kill my stuff. Yeah, on the clapback when I lost the Whalehead and the Ironhead and stuff like that. And I was like, okay. So I used the stealth suits and I managed to kill, even without being guided, I managed to kill the character down here. I get 2 melter gun hits, 2 melter gun wounds. Aiden fails one of his invulnerable saves. He re-rolls it, the failed one. He still fails it. I'm in melter range, so I kill that guy. And then it comes down to Mephitic Blight Hauler. I've got a Riptide, a unit of Fire Warriors, and a Riptide unit of Fire Warriors, and I've also got a Hammerhead, the Railhead here. That could see it. The Fire Warriors guide onto it. They shoot. They do like a wound here and there. The Riptide fires in it, but it hasn't got its Nova Charge anymore, so it manages to like do... I think it manages to... Aiden's rolling these 5-up fucking demon saves like a motherfucker, but it's got like 8 wounds left or something. It's got 8 wounds left. And I roll, and then all I've got left is a Railhead. All I've got left is the Railhead. And it's fired its Seeker missiles already. I fire the main gun, and I roll a 1. I'm like, it's okay. I've got my inbuilt reroll. I don't want to use it now, but I'll use it. I roll it, and I get the hit. I'm like, okay. I roll to wounds, and for the first time in the whole game, I roll after Nova Charge, double Nova Charge, after Railhead going off, after fucking all the rail rifles going off. For the first time in the game, I roll a 6 with the Hammerhead, which is dev fucking wounds. No invulnerable save for Aiden. I roll the damage. I get a 2+. It's like a 3 or a 4. I roll the damage and I kill the fucking Blight Hauler, which gives me 2 kills on no prisoners. And that means that I get 4 points on that, right? How many points do you get for no prisoners, boys? How many points do you get for no prisoners if you kill 2 units? One minute. How many points did I put in for no prisoners? Game 5. But I've not eaten all day. When I've not slept in 3 days. When I've had to play the hardest game of 40k probably in my entire life. My brain was absolutely melting. And so I only put 2 points in, which wasn't the end of the world, because it was still a draw. It was still a draw. But there you go. There you go. So, I didn't notice this until today. Earlier today, I think it was. I didn't notice it until today, yeah. So, basically, the game ended, and the score that was put in was 88-88, which is probably going to drive all the Midwinter Minis fans wild. And if you get that reference, you're a full action player. But the game ended on a draw. And look, that's the score that was put in. I'm not going to change that in any way, shape, or form. I have actually... I actually, you know, I put it in the Discord, and I've had a chat with Aiden since, and we had a good laugh, because we're mates. So I phoned him up and he went, you fucking dickhead. And I went, dude, I was the one tracking the score. I was the one putting it in. It's on me. So I'm not going to change the score. I said, I'm not going to change the score. We can just have, I'm not going to, like, go to the fucking TO afterwards and be like, go to afterwards and be like, oh, please, could I have 2 points after the fact? No. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It's more funny than anything else. But there was one thing. There was one consequence of it, which I want to own. Okay. So, as a result of it being a draw, Aiden and I ended up... Vic VJ won his game versus... Marcus and his knights. So Vic came first. Aiden came second, because even though it was a draw, he smashed all of his other opponents, and I hadn't scored that highly. And I came third. Now, the consequence is, obviously, that if one of Aiden and I had lost, someone else could have potentially got on that podium. And I think, I'm gonna look into it, but I think that there was a guy there called Dave who should have got third place. And obviously with so it's not fair on me to fuck over Aiden, because it's not his fault. I was putting into it. It's not fair for me to start badgering the TO like, oh, can you change my score or anything like that. And it's not fair to Dave, who's potentially missed out on some prize support because of my fuck up. So I'm going to look into it and see if it would have been Aiden third or Dave third. But if Dave has missed out, and I'm making this like public declaration now, if Dave has missed out on his prize support, what I'm going to do is, because for coming third, I got a free ticket to the next event. And I also got like a 30 quid Element Games voucher, which is like 60, 70, 80 pounds worth of like prize for, which is pretty good. So as if when I go back and look at the thing and Dave would have finished third, he can have my free ticket and he can have my Element Games voucher. Because honestly, he's the one that who potentially should have had it. There you go. And I'm not going to ask, Aiden, give me your fucking 50. No. Nothing like that. Nothing like that. The only person that should ever suffer anything from this is me fucking up. Do you know what I mean? So I'm going to double check that. But I think I've got Dave on Facebook. If not, I'm in one of the same Facebook groups as him. So I'll reach out to him. So yeah, if he should have come third, he can have my ticket and he can have my prize support. And that way, everybody, you know, that way, for me, because I just feel bad. Do you know what I mean? So that way it feels like that's the right thing to do. Yeah. That's the right thing to do. So there you go. So at the end of the event, it turned out that my greatest enemy was not the Thousand Sons, was not the Blood Angels, was not the Custodes, and was not even the Death Guard. It was myself. It was myself. All right. And there was, let me find it. There was one upside for myself. If I, there was one upside with me coming third. Because I would have come second, obviously. But there was one upside of me coming, because I wouldn't have beaten Vic at like 100-0, like basically everyone. So I wasn't beating him. But there was one upside of me coming third. You know, of me getting that third place. There were two upsides, actually. Two upsides. Let me show you. Okay. Give me 1 second. I left the fucking thing downstairs. Give me 1 second. Oh, no, it's okay. It's alright. I've got a video. I've got a video here. I can just do it screen share style. So there was two upsides to me getting third place, which makes it all worth it. To me owning myself. Obviously, there's a massive upside to getting third place. Fucking hell, I podiumed. I think that's the first time I've ever podiumed at a GT. Like, seriously, I think that's the first in like 10 years of playing Warhammer competitively. On a singles GT. I think when I went undefeated with my guard at the teams event, I came 6th out of like 80 people. And then I've podiumed twice at team events. But that's my first podium. I'm just like, it's like fucking, who's an F1 fan? I didn't even realize I've basically been like Nico Hulkenberg, been playing competitive 40k for like 10 years. Finally got my fucking podium. Do you know what I mean? Finally got that bronze, man. But where the fuck did I send those? 1 minute. Where did I just send those things? No, I'll put them in the wrong place. 1 minute. But obviously coming third is a massive deal for me, and I'm very, 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 very happy with it. But there were also two other upsides to coming third. Okay. So the first one was I got to make a good meme. And I know it is the height of poor manners to make a meme of yourself, but it was the first thing that came to mind. So I got to make this meme, which I was very happy with. I got to make this meme. And then the second thing is I got the third place trophy. Now, at the Team Stonehammer events, the trophies they give out are funny. They're like funny toys. They always find like silly, like wacky, like kids toys to give out. And this was the one that I got, and in my opinion, it was the best one. Yes. That was worth it. That was worth fucking myself out of second place. That was worth fucking myself out of second place. Absolutely. There you go. And there you are. And that, gentlemen, is how I went to a Shark Tank GT with a faction that I had not had a single practice game with, and somehow managed to go undefeated. 4 wins, 0 losses, and 1 draw. And if I may if I may be so bold for a moment, I would like to think that I have not only talked the talk regarding my opinions on Tau and how good they are, but also back that up and walk the walk. And I hope that, and I don't expect the Tau community and I to become friends overnight. I don't expect Reddit to change its ways overnight. But I do hope that in their hearts, in their dark, blackened hearts of, well, dark, beige hearts of neutrality, that the Tau community can at least consider some of the points that I've been talking about. There you go. At least consider them. That's all I ask. That's all I ask. There you go. Tau community, I don't actually hate you. I've never, well, I have hated you in the past, but that was mostly because I got bullied by my brother's Tau throughout my entire childhood. But I don't actually hate you now. And it's all a meme. And I hope that you guys can see that now. That's all I ask. That's all I would hope for. There you are. I guess there's only one question now. What will the Tau community do? That's the big question. Will we start seeing some more guardified Tau armies? Will we start seeing lots of smart missile systems? Will we start seeing strike teams? I look forward to seeing what happens. And do you want to know the really... Do you want to know the really bad thing? I don't even know if I can admit this. I might take myself quite a way away from that 80,000 subscriber goal by the end of the year. But not only did I play Tau, but I liked it. And not only did I like it, but I kind of want to run it again now. Have I, maybe I thought I was beating the Tau. Maybe I thought I was beating the Tau community. But what if, like the Roman Empire absorbing the Greeks, the Tau will in turn absorb me. Dun dun dun! It was very fun, and it was very easy, and it was, I think, doing it again now. It'd be no, it wasn't easy. It was very, very, very hard. Learning a faction whilst at a GT was very, 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 very hard. But it was easier to. It was very easy. Let me put this again. It was very, very fun. I really liked how fast I felt. I liked the maneuverability, and I really liked the power that I had as well. The unlimited power! And I liked how few moving parts there were. It's gonna feel like going back to the Stone Age playing with Guard. Having to set all these fucking orders up and everything. Do you know what I mean? It's gonna be a bit of a fucking... It's gonna be like, can't I just spot you with this... Can't I just spot you with this unit of guardsmen? I mean, that's what it is. Imagine if you could just take a moment here, if you're in the guard community. Imagine if you could take a 65-point unit of guardsmen, look at an enemy unit, Give everyone in your army +1 to hit against that unit and take away that unit's cover.
Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune.
And then imagine you can put a mortar on every tank. Not only a mortar that fires 6 shots guaranteed. Hitting on 5, sure, but 6 shots guaranteed. Or 3 shots, twin linked. Yeah. But I can't do that. I suppose there is another way of looking at this, which is we have guardified the Tau, and I think proven that guardifying Tau has its merits. What should be the next faction we try and guardify? I mean, I could do Marines. Tyranids. Yeah. Votam. I might have to get the old 3D printer working or borrow an army. Orcs is interesting. Admac is interesting. I've been getting this forever. A spotter team, a 2-man on a 40mm base, loan up, infiltrate. I don't rate spotter teams, which I know is going to sound insane, but I don't rate spotter teams because they only spot. How much is it? How much is it for a spotter team? I know you guys are going to think I'm mad. I know you're going to think I'm mad, but I don't think I rate spotter teams. 70 points? What? Let's have the Farsight team. Oh, they're not so bad though. Either model that makes the target spotted you can reroll the hit roll. I wouldn't take him. I wouldn't take him. Crazy as I know you think I am, I wouldn't take him. You'll struggle to get the angles you want. And when you get the angles you want, you'll be too close to the enemy, and then you'll die. Yeah. I wouldn't take a... Personally, I wouldn't take a spotter team. Personally, I would take I'd take a strike team over a spotter team. And why? Because the strike team spots, but also it OCs. Also, it screens. I don't care about 3 slightly better pulse weapons. I care about having a spotter. I care about having an aggressive spotter, not a passive spotter. That's just me. That's just me. Oh, for guard. A 2 guardsmen on a 40mm base of entire bid, but I want guard spot. Oh yes, Halen Jedi. Yes. We used to have something like that. It was a searchlight. It's how old I am, boys. I misunderstood what you were saying. Here you go. So you used to get this. This was an 8th edition. And you pointed it at an enemy unit. And I think they couldn't benefit from night fighting. And I think also you got like +1 to hit. But it was a Forge World unit and it went the way of Legends about halfway through 8th edition. Which was a shame. You could also get quad stubbers, which was very cool. Yeah. Oh. So you're going to do the long lads or do binoculars? We used to have that for the Elysians. Elysians used to get sniper teams like that. Like squads of them. But they just sniped. They didn't do any bonuses. But yeah, a spotter team would be good. Yeah. Truth be told, what has this made me think about for Gad? Truth be told, this has made me wish that Gad had splashing orders back. Yeah, I really wish Gad had splashing orders back. I think that would feel like Guard then had a ability on par with spotting. That's what I would say. Comparing my experience with Guard and my experience with Tau, a lot of people say Tau units are very fragile. I don't agree with that. I think there's a perception of Tau units being fragile, but when I look back at the way I play my Lehman Russes and stuff, often what keeps my Guard vehicles alive is not any 2+ save, although that helps, or T11, although that helps. What keeps my Guard vehicles alive is the fact that typically the opponent isn't shooting them, and the reason they're not shooting them is because there's stuff in front of them. I think this is the crux of these tactics. So I've been sort of developing these tactics based off gut instinct, basically since I came back. So I've been to four tournaments now. 3 for 40k, 1 for Old World. Put the Old World, and I'm undefeated. If I may wank myself off for a moment, I've done 16 competitive tabletop games in a month and a half, and I'm undefeated. Yeah. But put the Old World one to one side because I won the Old World one, which is cool as fuck. But put the old one to one side. If I look at the tactics that I have developed over the Guard GT, the Guard RTT, and the Tau GT, it basically boils down to the same strategy, which is that I take a lot of maneuverability because my Guard is, I'm basically Met Guard for life at the moment. So I take a lot of maneuverability. Obviously that's Montcar is incredibly maneuverable. I take a lot of redundancy, so I don't have any real weak points in the list. I take a very balanced list. So I don't just go all on damage or I don't try and stat check. I don't like go all damage or all defense or pure numbers. I'm like, this list can do a bit of everything. It's got OC and damage and indirect and secondary game. So I've got the balance, but I think the real, so that's kind of like the list philosophy is there. But what I think is really, that's the list. But the doctrine is the big one. The tactic is actually very simple, which is why I think I could adapt it to quite a few different armies. Not all armies, but quite a few different armies. The tactic is very simple. I take enough stuff so that I can push out onto all the objectives early on. And then my opponent is somewhat forced to push back. And I position my units in a way that where they push back leaves them exposed, and then the damage dealers follow up and deliver a killing blow, a crushing blow. That sort of, it's like a sucker punch. Sucker punches the enemy, takes the wind out of them. They then are kind of, they're there then on the back foot. They're kind of forced to then go in again. I have, again, enough stuff to take that. And then I go in and it's the 1-2 punch. That's it. It's a classic 1-2 punch. And the key to the 1-2 punch, and the reason why I think it's effective, is it's very, and this is just occurring to me now, by the way. It's just occurring to me now. It's not some giga brain idea. I'm stream of consciousness off the cuff here. But I think it's very anti-meta. Because we often hear this term thrown around, meta, anti-meta. And often what people think anti-meta means, and often what I have thought, right up until this very moment, what I have thought anti-meta has meant is your army is good into what is currently the top factions. Like, oh, you spec into like Thousand Suns. You spec into Thousand Suns, you spec into a Death Guard, Knights, whatever it may be. And the truth is, I haven't built any of my lists spec into any faction in particular. The truth is, I think the number one thing that has given me a great advantage is the fact that everyone is so elite. Everybody is so elite. And I'm not taking a horde. I'm just taking an army of middle ground units. So if you look at my guard, I'm not taking any gimmick units either. Like, I don't take Kazakid inside talks, despite the fact that everyone says that they're really, really good, because I don't like a unit that just one thing and then dies. I like a unit that can contribute throughout the entire game, or has the potential to. I think it's boiling it down. I just take more OC than everybody else. I haven't, in those, removing that old world one, in those last 13 competitive games of 40k that I've played, nobody has had more objective control than me. And it sounds really fucking basic, and it sounds really fucking obvious, but if you have more objective control, you have the ability to score points at your leisure. That's it. But as with anything, as with everything in life, moderation is key. Because if I only have objective control, then I don't have the clapback. And you need to have the OC and the damage. I also, so I've got the OC. I've never been out OC'd in the last 13 games. And I think the other really, really, really big one is in all of the last 13 games, every single one of them, I have been the only person running indirect fire. And I think it's the combination of those two things. It's the fact that I have two more tools in my toolbox. That's it. I'm the only one running indirect fire. I'm the only one, not the only one, I mean the games that I've played. I'm the only one that ran indirect fire. I'm the only one that ran objective control. And I still had plenty of direct damage as well.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one
It's just
man
that's just occurred to me.
keeping it
I don't know if there's anything. I don't know if there's anything to that. But yeah, that's something to consider. Now I do have some super chats to do, but before I do the super chats, I figured you guys would like a list of what I got wrong with HAL, mistakes that I made with them. obviously mistakes. So obviously I forgot the 2 points, which fucked me over there. But let me go through what I forgot with Tau. One of these is huge, by the way, and makes me think. I have an argument. There's one thing. If you hear at the end, I have a final argument for why I think. And I said it at the beginning of the stream, but you might not have heard it. I have an argument for why I think strike teams are better than breaches and better than crew. But I'll tell you that in a moment. So, mistake number 1. I forgot to give my Ethereal any upgrades. He didn't even have a hover drone or he didn't have a hover platform or any drones. Mistake number 2. I went the entire time with my Pathfinder teams only having a recon drone. I took a recon drone and never infiltrated. And I only took 1 other drone when I could have had 2 other drones. Mistake number 3. I really think I should have had a shield drone instead of a gun drone on both my stealth suit teams. Mistake number 4. I never used the Piranha's datasheet ability. Never occurred to me. Mistake number 5. I never used the strike team's datasheet ability. For the second Tau tournament in a row, I forgot strike teams had an ability. Mistake number 6. Are we up to? I didn't realize that Riptides could fall back and shoot until about halfway through the event. And I didn't realize that Riptides can also ignore to hit modifiers. And I also didn't realize that Riptides came with 2 missile pods, not 1. But I did pick all of those up one by one over each one of my games. I didn't realize until game 5 that I could advance and get out with my Devilfish, and the Squadron side could still shoot like a Taurox. So those were all things that I got against me. Things that I got in my favor. I used grenades on my stealth suits 1 time. And then I realized that they didn't, and then it was pointed out to me that they didn't have them. And I think that was it. I think that was it. There might have been 1 or 2 more, but I can't remember right now. If I pick them up, if I remember them, I'll announce them. Because obviously, you have to announce the mistakes against you, but also I need to make sure I'm being honest about the mistakes that went in my favor as well. And I know there would have been 1 or 2 more. They'll come to me. Strike teams. Big shout out to strike teams. So a lot of people, the biggest pushback I had on my list was the strike teams. I actually think strike teams are really good. There's a whole number of durability arguments around them. The main one for me is the suppression volley. So if you hit an enemy infantry unit with a strike team, that enemy infantry unit is -1 to hit in shooting and in melee. So you basically suppress them a little bit. Also combine that with the fact that you've got -1 to wound on your fire warriors because of the Guardian drone. And oh, that was it. I thought the Guardian drone gave me -1 to wound in melee as well. Fortunately, it never mattered, and I did get that picked up on the second day. But it genuinely never mattered. It genuinely never mattered, because if you go back and look through the games, all my fire warriors died to shooting, and when they did die, which is -1 to wound, and when they did die in melee, it was to fucking custodies who just ripped through me because they had +1 to wound and I had -1 to wound, so it balanced out. But I did get that wrong. So shout out, the Guardian drone is only for ranged attacks. That was it. But the reason why I think the reason why I think strike teams are really good, and I didn't even this was a mistake against me, but now that I know they've got it, I love it. I forgot about the little DS DS8 support turret. The DS8 support turret is it's basically a smart missile system that you can fire that can fire indirect, but there's no qualifier, there's no restriction on the suppression volley ability to say that the support turret doesn't suppress you. So you can have a unit of Fire Warriors that stays out of line of sight, can shoot its little DS8 support turret, and put a -1 to hit on an enemy infantry unit, which is massive for 75 points. It's like being able to do what the Wyvern does for free. It's like a little free thing. And that's every Fire Warrior squad can do that as long as they stay still. Now, you're not going to be staying still a lot of the time, but there will be times when, you know, you send like one Fire Warrior squad out to take off an enemy objective, but not another Fire Warrior squad, like the 2 waves. And that second wave could wait, and they could do it. It's a nice little thing. It's potentially a game-changing ability. Got 2 dice, you need to hit on a 5 with one of them if you're firing indirect unguided. But if you're guided, it's 4s. Last thing is about my list. Would I change anything about it? Upon reflection, I want more strike teams, honestly. Yeah, I'd love to have more strike teams. I'd happily take 6 strike teams. I might somewhat unbalance the list then, but I would love to take more strike teams. Really, but that's probably my infantry guard commander speaking there. But I'd like to try. There was one or two times when I felt like I was right on the edge of running out of objective control. I think against Death Guard, I'd like another couple of strike teams. Truth be told, because you have to sacrifice so much early on to keep the Death Shroud back. And I'd like to have Dark Strider in my list. I don't know what I'd take out to include it, though. I liked every unit. A note on crisis suits, which has just occurred to me. I am curious about crisis suits. I'm crisis curious, you might say. What I'm curious about with them is they can fit through gaps that my Riptides and my Hammerheads would struggle to get through. And did struggle to get through. So crisis suits could potentially be a good way of getting the maneuverability that I want. I'm not sure which ones I'd go for, though. The problem is they just don't seem to have enough output. Let me have a quick look at each one. So, Fire Knife get 2 weapons each. Star Scythe get... Is that it? 2 weapons each? Does each one only get 2 weapons each? Is there no... Is there no 3-weapon crisis suits? I wouldn't take them. It's a basic burst cannon. I wouldn't take them. Why would you take a unit of Star Scythe battlesuits over a 6-man strong unit of stealth suits? Why would you ever do that? Everything dies anyway. It's late 10th edition. You can get you can get 4 burst cannons. We get 4 burst cannons and 2 melter guns. Fine, I like, you want to take the missile pods, but what are the fucking what character can you put in there? You'd have to go for an enforcer. It's the cheaper one. What's Cold Star do? Okay, you don't need that. You don't need Cold Star. You're going in Montcar. It's a waste of time. Enforcer. Would you say attack? Okay, so you literally don't want either one of those. The only reason you take one is because you want the extra guns. And he can take 4 weapons. Sounds crazy, but I'd take like a lone. I would consider taking like a lone battlesuit commander rather than in leading a squad. I can take 4. I can take. Nah, maybe not. The only one that I might consider Let me check something. Okay. This is the only one I would probably consider. Truth be told. I would consider a unit of Star Scythe battlesuits, all with burst cannon. So 6 burst cannons. All with gun drones. Sack off shield drones, you're just going to die anyway. And I would give them a commander who also has 4 burst cannons and 2 gun drones, because that comes into 190 points, and you're getting 10 burst cannons, which is 40 shots, and then you're getting eight drones, gun drones. So there's 16 shots. So you're getting 56 shots. And you take 2 squads of those, and you are ready to use the stratagem that lets you get extra AP. Because that way you can get AP -2 burst cannons with lethal hits. But it's only against infantry. It's you know what? No, I wouldn't take it. Do you know why? Because each one of those squads is 190 points. It's only good against infantry. Would I rather have that or a Riptide? I'd probably take the Riptide. Probably. Why? Flat damage 4. Flat damage 4 is a hell of a drug. I can see the appeal of it. Oh, I forgot to mention one hidden bonus of the list. I only had 1 character, so I never gave up Assassinate. It's great. Yeah. There you go. All right. We've got a handful of super chats to do, and then we are going to wrap this bad boy up. I want to say a massive shout out to Trooper number 2102. Thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the support. Back on bot action. Pictures in stream discussion. Let's take a look, mate. Yeah, baby. Here we go. Back on that bot action grind, using the new historical paints from my painter. Don't worry, more stompy robots are going to be featuring in my updates. You haven't got away with them yet. Hey MG, what do you think is a good standard loadout for normal rifle squad now? I'm thinking 7 to 8 Tommies, NCOs SMG, and a squad LMG at regular. The new rules dropped in the app. So I haven't seen the new rules, so I couldn't say. But I think now that rapid fire has gone away. My instinct would be small squads with LMGs and big squads with SMGs. I'd apply the same doctrine that I applied to my Germans. Assault squads and defense teams. That's the way I would do it. Love the color scheme, man. Love the fucking Sten. Yeah. Fucking love the Sten, man. That's cool as fuck. Mudman is back, baby. Mudman is back. All right. I want to say a big thank you next to Friedrichor. Thank you for the super chat. The Ethereal got him. Should have played Farsight Enclave. I mean, are you giving me an excuse to run Tau again? Are you giving me opportunity to run Tau again? I mean, you heard it here first, guys. I didn't quite cover everything. Maybe I should have used Farsight Enclave. Do you know what I really wish? Pulse carbines were viable on strike teams. They don't do anything. What do they? They don't do anything, pulse carbines, do they? They don't even have assault. Like, what's the point? That you get 2 shots at an extra 5-inch range? What a fucking joke. Although, to be fair, I never really fired my pulse rifles all that much. Yeah. What would I give pulse carbines to make them better? I'd either give them 3 shots at like an 18-inch range, or I'd give them 2 shots at a 24-inch range. So you get, maybe that would overdo it though. No, maybe assault. That wouldn't really help me. Okay, this is what I would do. I would say that you only get the marker-like keyword on Fire Warriors if you take pulse carbines. That's what I would do. So Fire Warriors, so the long rifle guys just don't get the marker-like keyword, and don't let them take marker drones, because that would ruin the whole point of what I'm trying to come up with here. And then you take the pulse carbines, and it's like, okay, now we get the marker-like keyword for free. And then I'd give them assault, something like that. If that's too fucky, if that's too fucky, I just give them rapid fire 2. Or rapid fire 1. So they get the extra shot up close. Something like that. Yeah. They need something though. Rather be low-key garbage. That's okay. I prefer pulse carbines. No one's taking the rifles anyway. No, I like... Pulse rifles are great. I actually really like... there was a picture before. Where was it? It was when I would think I was facing the Custodes. And I just saw this like battle line of fire warriors and it made me kind of erect. Yeah, this was it. There was this picture before, and it was like all the fire warriors with all their long guns. Like, you know, you could see them from like a distance. All the fire warriors in ranks, all the long guns. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. They used to do pinning, remember? Pulse carbines used to do pinning, which well, wasn't a big deal until suddenly it was. Yeah. Okay. Ishmael, my boy. Ishmael, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. Full list of what I bought below the pictures I posted. Let's have a look, man. Yeah, dude, so cool. So you got one Tau Commander, one Shadow Sun, 11 stealth suits, 7 crisis suits, 13 crisis suits, 3 broadsides, 3 ghost kills, 1 riptide, 1 storm surge, 23 breaches, 20 fire warriors, 34 pathfinders, 2 fireblades, 2 hammerheads, 2 devilfish, 2 commander, 1 nuance for ethereal, and 9 rampages, nuance for essentially, and 1 unit of respite. I mean, you were worried about how much you spent on that, weren't you? Let me do a quick calc. Let me work out how much it would be worth in your inbox, mate. It'll only take a second. Because obviously you can always change your mind, can't you? Warhammer 40k. Xenos armies. Tau Empire. I've got American prices up. So, let's get a calculator on the old mobile phone. So, you got Shadow Sun. You've got a Tau Commander. You've got essentially 3 squads of stealth, 4 squads of stealth suits. You're 1 short, but it's not the end of the world. Where the fuck are the stealth suits? Oh, there. So 13 crisis suits. They come in boxed of 3, so that's 4 of them. 3 broadsides. Uh, 3 ghost kills from the Riptide. Storm Surge. 23 breaches and 20 fire warriors and 34 pathfinders. So are they the same price? 45. No, fire warriors are more expensive. Okay. So you've essentially got 4 boxes of fire warriors. And then you essentially got 3 squads of pathfinders. It's not quite like that though. It's more like 3.5 boxes We'll say 3 to be on the cautious side. 2 fire blades. 2 hammerheads. 2 devilfish. 1 ethereal. And 9 rampages unvespid. Where are the rampages? Ethereal. And vespid. Okay. So. You got, I won't say obviously how much you spent because that's up to you if you want to share that. But the new in-box value of the models that you bought is $2,392.50. Which is pretty good. Even with a like 15-20% discount, which you can find online, you probably got that like half price. And that's new on box. So there you go. I think it's a pretty good deal. I think it's a pretty good deal. I don't think you need to add anything to that. You know, you don't have to run the 3 hammerheads. You could swap a hammerhead out for like a ghost keel or something. You know, so yeah, I think it's a pretty good deal. Yeah, and it comes pre-painted. And the majority of it becomes pre-painted. So you could get it repainted, of course, but the paint job was pretty good. So yeah, I think you. It was obviously a big spend, which is why you're a bit worried. But it was a very, very good deal. There you go. You take that deal, I'd take that deal. Damn right, damn good deal. One minute. Wait. Where are we up to now? Oh, Ishmael. Sorry, Ishmael, you've shared it here. Ishmael, thank you for super chat. Was it worth 1k American? Yes. There you go. Yes, it was. You could probably resell it for a profit. Easily. Especially as, who knows, maybe stonks in Tau are about to go up. Maybe. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe that's just my arrogance speaking. It could be. I want to say a big thank you to Cosmic, my boy. Cosmic, thank you so much for super chat, man. Krieg teams are the best. Blob up. Also, Arty team. Krieg infantry were the best blobs, but now they're a bit expensive for what they do. Krieg weapon teams are very expensive. Everyone likes the flamers though. RT teams are undisputed best at artillery in our arsenal right now. Although, like I said, the mortar pit might be making a comeback. The only problem with the mortar... I think SMS is better than mortars, because mortars have range, which is fine, but boards are generally quite small, whereas SMS is just no random number of shots. No random number of shots, just guaranteed output every time. Matt Larkin, thank you for super chat, man. Lists, review, in stream, discussion. All right. All right. What have you gone for? Mad Larkin, Imperial Guard Villain Arc. 3 Cadian Castellans, 3 Cadian Command Squads, 2 Commissars, and Ursula Creed. Far too many officers. Far, far, far too many officers, but we'll see. 3 blobs of Cadians. 4 individual squads of Catachans. 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 individual squads of Catachans. 3 artillery teams. 3 Catachan heavy weapon squads of lads cannons. 3 field ordnance batteries. Done. No, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. I'm not feeling it, Mad Larkin. I'm not feeling it. There's no direct damage. That's not a fucking heavy weapon team that dies in 3 seconds. And most importantly, there's no marker lights in it. It's so wild. +1 to hit. Ignores cover. And lethal hits. And assault. And reroll ones to hit. And reroll ones to wound. All of that for the equivalent of 1 guard order on a or on a squad that also does damage. Oh, I've thought of a reason why you would take... A lot of Tau players don't take the big guns. They take missile pods over rail cannons on broadsides. They don't rate riptides and stuff like that. I see a lot of... I think the problem that I see is a lot of Tau are taking volume over quality, where you want a combination of both. I think the advantage of taking volume is you benefit more from the reroll ones to wound, because you're probably wounding on 2s or 3s, so it gets you more chance. You're more likely to convert a reroll 1. Yeah. I'll tell you one thing I learned from my guard army from this whole experience. The entire tournament, I didn't put a single unit in reserve. I didn't put a single unit in reserve. I probably won't bother putting a commissar in my army going forward. It's only 30 points. So maybe if I've got 30 points left over. But 30 points, you can do a lot with 30 points. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I'd probably... I think I've shed Scions... And now I think I'm going to shed the Commissar. And take an Ethereal instead. Hey! Hey! But alright. Alright. Well, I got 15 minutes left in the stream if you guys have got any questions. I'm tired, though. Can you guys tell I'm very tired? I'm just going to sleep so much tonight. Just going to... I could probably fall asleep on stream right now if I just kept my eyes closed. Do you know what I mean? So I know if watching this you thought I was a bit subdued, the Mordian energy will be back for the summary after action report. So yeah, which will be coming out not this Saturday but next Saturday. Yeah. Mad Larkin is fully converted Tau. I am a little bit. Not like fully converted. Not fully converted, but yeah. What would win? My Met Guard versus my Tau. That's the $1 million question. Yeah, I'm Tau adjacent, exactly. And like one of those Imperial worlds that's been like taught to the watercast, and I'm like, well, I still want to be part of the Imperium, but guess you could set up an embassy on our world. I'm in the Guvesa, yeah, probably in the Guvesa. Racing Reload's question: are you going to win the next tournament? Probably could give winning an RTT a go. I don't know if I can win a GT. The ones around me are very, very well populated by very, very good players. Death Guard. What do you guys want to see next? What do you get? That's the big question. Last 10, 15 minutes. what do you want to see next? And as always, because I am a dirty, dirty shill, I will take lobbying requests.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one
Oh,
man keeping
man.
the streets safe while keeping it real.
I wouldn't change anything about the list. I just run it again on UKTC terrain. If I was to run it again, if I was to do this, if I was to run it again, I wouldn't change a single thing about the list. True, I'm happy with every unit. I wouldn't change a single thing about the list. I would just be more practiced with it. Yeah, yeah. Cathay? I'm not actually. A lot of people are losing their minds over Cathay and loving them, but I'm not that bothered about Cathay. Why would I want to get shittier fucking Empire? If I want to play Empire, just play Empire. Yeah, why would I want to play Empire with like a third of the unit choices? I'll play Empire, thank you. Old World, I'm at. Old World is next month. I've got a tournament already lined up for it. I'm curious about Marines personally. I don't really have. I don't know if you can guardify the orcs. The key is the indirect fire, or probably melee. Do you know one thing I would like to do? I'd like to run 2 bricks of 20 Blightlord Terminators. Yeah, I'd really like to run that. 2 bricks of 20 Blightlord Terminators. Bubble chuckers are direct? Yeah, probably, but it's called a fucking bubble chucker. Jesus Christ. I mean, it's just... Even that is too silly for me, and I'm a silly guy. Tactical orcs? Didn't they nerf the tactical detachment? I think Marines could do it. I'd quite like to try Firstborn Marines, you know. I'd quite like to try Firstborn Marines. I think they could be better than expected. I feel like I could take... I feel like I could take a bunch of tactical marines for my screening and objective stuff, and then I feel like I could take a bunch of predators as my damage dealers because they're quite cheap and I can get 6 of them, and then I feel like the key would be at that point would be melee. The one thing that puts me off Marines is fucking Oath of Moments, a giant bag of dog shit. I know a lot of people love it, but it's only 1 unit a fucking turn. Like, I don't really like relying on that all that much. Yeah. Yeah. So there's definitely... I could definitely do something with it. I wonder, I've already tried this. I feel like I've already tried this once. Yeah. So, it is entirely possible to run 1 captain, 1 chaplain, 60 tactical marines, 3 predator destructors, and 6 rhinos, and come in at 1,000 1,850 points. So you'd have enough for another unit after that. And you could probably drop the chaplain, because he was only there. In fact, I could probably drop all the characters. What's the cheapest Space Marine character you can include in a list for just like attacks? Can I remove legends from the list, please? Ancient or Blade Guard Ancient or Tech Marine. Blade Guard Ancient is technically the cheapest. What does he do? Huh. That's well shit. I mean, it's good in a Blade Guard unit, but it's well shit generally. Razorback's too expensive, man. How much is a Razorback these days? It's like 100 points or something. Razorback's 95 points. It's more expensive than a Devilfish. And I think a Devilfish is a lot better than a Razorback. A lot better. Razorback, you get 1 las cannon shot, twin linked. Or 3 heavy bolter shots, twin linked. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not a fan. Not a fan at all. Whirlwinds for indirect. They're not very good. This is the problem. I start encountering... I don't think it's possible to necessarily guardify every army. Because not every army has got any decent indirect fire anymore. I think I would like to take a pure firstborn army to a tournament. I just don't know. That's just a personal want and wish. I don't know if anyone else gives a shit about firstborn anymore. I could probably guardify agents by allying them into a guard army. I could guardify Gene Silicol, of course. Photon will be interesting. Admech would be interesting, but I don't think they've got a single indirect fire option, have they? So my indirect fire would have to be melee. And I'm going to be truthful, I've not heard of very many good melee Admech builds. Tyranids, somewhat hard to guardify, lack of dedicated transports. Somewhat hard. Yeah, it's difficult. Tau were the easiest one. In reflection, Tau were the easiest army to guardify. They have easy access to indirect fire, cheap and capable chaff infantry, and affordable damage dealers. Tau were the easiest to guardify. The thing is, I wonder how GW. I wonder if GW is going to put any points increases on them. I think they will, which is a shame because I quite like I like Tau at the moment. I would just tone down the guiding thing a little bit. You know, you need it to be +1 to hit, but it's the +1 to hit and the ignoring cover, and I mean, you know what? You know what? Do you know what? It's not the +1 to hit. It's not the reroll 1s to hit. It's not the reroll 1s to wound. It's not the assault. It's the ignores cover. Change what marker lights do. Truth moment. It's the ignores cover. It's huge. Huge. I'd probably Yeah, I don't know what you could do with marker lights. I don't. They've got to have them. But it's the marker lights which are it's the ignoring cover which is the problem out of all of it. That was so powerful, having army-wide ignore cover. That was so powerful. And just at your beck and call. All the time. Filthy. Filthy, nasty hobbitses. Do you know what I might... if I don't run guard next, and I've got a week to... I'm going to a tournament this Sunday. I might be. I'm very, very, very tired. I might not be going to the tournament on Sunday. Haven't bought my ticket yet. I'm very 50-50. If I can get a good night's sleep, I'll go. I might run my death guard, though. Because... I want to run something with melee. All I do is shoot people. I want to fucking stab up people, not shoot up people. That's it. That's it. I'm just dying for some fucking melee. But you know what? Melee is really powerful, but it's fucking heroic intervention fucking balls. I know I'm going to want to run melee, go slap bang into someone who goes heroic, and I go, oh, I don't want to play with you anymore. Yeah. Or Bolgan. You know what? That's a fucking idea right there. Oh, baby, baby. Say my name, baby. Bolgren are back. So instead of big blobs of guardsmen, take 10-man squads of guardsmen. Just a few tenors. A few 10-manners. Like 5 or 6 of them. And then, all the points you save, punch 2 bricks of Bolgren. And just be like, I can melee now. Because Bolgren are tough. Real tough. Reduced damage. And a feel no pain. And a 3-up, 4-up. Anti-6. And 3 wounds. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Oh, my eyes are falling out my head. Oh. Right. One more super chat. Trooper, my boy. Thank you for the super chat, dude. Finish the model. Picture in stream discussion. Let's have a look.
Backbone of the guard,
Let's have a look.
ready to serve.
Hey. He looks great. I love the basing. I love the face. Look at that. That face is very British. He's not smiling. And he looks quite pissed off. Which is basically the resting state of mind for British people. Yeah, he looks more happy from this side. Nah, he still looks pissed off. Nice. I love it. Good old Tommy's. Great model. Love what you've done. What have you done with this backpack? Ooh, I like what you've done with the backpack. The shading. I like it. 66666666666. And last but not least, I want to say a big thank you to Josh MC2000. Josh MC2000, thank you so much for 32-month member flex. Double X-Force, baby. Yes. Hey, Mordian, just in the Heresy vid. Christ, GW, why? Because they wanted to make it like 40k. Because they wanted to try and milk the 40k players for a year before 11th edition comes out. And they failed to understand or misunderstood or made an educated gamble, which I don't think paid off. But for one reason or another, they decided to make Heresy like 40k, misunderstanding, whilst copying Warlord games as homework, but changing key things to make it look like they hadn't copied, but not understanding that the key things they changed fucked what they'd copied up, and basically gave them the wrong answer. And on failing to understand that the point of Heresy is to give everyone a break from 40k because they're sick of playing 40k in the last year of the edition. If they had not if they had not brought out Heresy 3.0 and had simply placated and interested the 40k community with a big like Heresy 2.5 free digital update,
Reporting
like
for duty,
FAQs
sir.
and all that kind of shit, then I think Heresy would be flying right now. But as it is, they done goofed up. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just going to play Heresy 2.0. In fact, Simon's coming over this week, and maybe we will play a Heresy 2.0 game. Maybe I'll make him face the towel. No, I can't do that to him. He'll just refuse to come over. He will refuse to come over if he knows he's playing towel. Full blown, he'll be like, nah. Nah. Not doing it. I kind of want to do the Heresy 2.0 to thumb my nose at GW. Maybe Warlord will have got back to me about conflict. If somehow Warlord have given me some conflict rules, maybe I'll be able to do a... I got a spinner mech. I can have one whole conflict unit in the entire army. That'll do. But yeah, we'll see. All right. All right. Gentlemen, I'm shattered. What does Bilbo say? I feel like butter that has been spread over too much bread. I'm not streaming on Friday. I'm not here. I'm not being knobhead. I'm not streaming on Friday. Mrs. Mordian is dragging me away to see Imagine Dragons. So I only have to do 4 streams today. Today, fucking hell. 4 streams this week. But yeah, I'm pretty... I could do with a day off. I need a big sleep. I noticed the entire time to the stream I was like half energy. I had to like turn it on a few times, you know what I mean? But it's fine. I couldn't wait. Knowing I wasn't streaming on Friday, I couldn't like only give you guys 3 streams. And at the same time, I couldn't... Knowing how excited you guys were for the stream, I couldn't hold off on it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. All righty ho ho. Gentlemen, we're gonna see this thing out. I'm tired. I love you all. I hope you've enjoyed it. One last time, I'm gonna shill. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe. If you missed any of this stream, there will be a shorter After Action report coming out next weekend. So make sure that you subscribe to get that. And of course, a massive, 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 massive thank you to everyone that went above and beyond the Call of Duty tonight, coming in with all the super chats, the member flexes, the gifted memberships, and everything else. Tomorrow, we'll be chatting bollocks. Wednesday, Thursday, probably doing some hobbying. At least one of those days. We'll see. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
Out on the edge of the firestorm, no one's coming, we're alone. No reinforcements, no retreat. just iron will and aching feet. We're the forgotten left to fight. A broken dawn, no end in sight. But we swore our blood and breath to hold the line until our death. We'll hold the line, we won't break. For the greater good, our lives we stake. No one's coming, we'll stand tall. For every comrade, one and all. Through the fire, through the pain, the vessel will remain. We'll hold the line, till the stars forget to shine. The earth cast said we'd be prepared, but the ammo's gone, the guns are bare. A war machine without the heart, but we still fight, we play our part. In the shadows, in the dust, our cause is more than bones and rust. With every pulse shot, every cry, we give them hell before we die. We'll hold the line, we won't break. For the greater good, our lives we stake. No one's coming, we'll stand tall. For every comrade, one and all. Through the fire, through the pain, the vessel will remain. We'll hold the line, till the stars forget to shine. The heavens may burn, the ground may quake, but our resolve they can't forsake. A bond of steel, a bond of flame, united by more than just a name. We'll hold the line, we won't break. For the greater good, our lives we stake. No one's coming, we'll stand tall. For every comrade, one and all. Through the fire, through the pain, the vessel will remain. We'll hold the line, till the stars forget to shine. We'll hold the line. We'll hold the line, we won't break. For the greater good, our lives we stake. No one's coming, we'll stand tall. For every comrade,
Reporting for duty,
all.
sir.
Through the fire, through the pain, the vessel will remain. We'll hold the line,